Welcome to the first annual conference on the Religious Nationalism Project. My name is Peter Cook. I'm the Executive Director of the New York State Council of Churches, but I'm also a principal for the Religious Nationalisms Project, along with my colleague, the Reverend Neil Christie, who is also a principal. We started this project because we are deeply concerned about the ways in which governments adopt a religion, twist that religion, and then weaponize it against religious minorities or even others who practice the same religion. We believe that religious nationalisms is an equal opportunity visitor on all of our faiths, whether that be Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, or Judaism. And you're going to hear people from all of those faith traditions speaking to you today. We're also going to spend some time trying to remember throughout this conference what are the positive aspects of each of our faiths, and take a look at some of those affirmations and the ethical and theological underpinnings of those faiths. And we will be particularly aided in that conversation in the afternoon by Gary Dorian, who is a professor of social ethics at Union Theological Seminary, Raj Sampath, who is a professor at Brandeis University, and for Zohar, who is a rabbi at Temple Sinai in Rochester. So I'm not going to carry on much longer, and I'm going to introduce our first panel, and that is Keith, who comes to us from the National Council of Churches. Sure. Come on up, Keith. And we are also with him, Reverend Dr. Chakravarti Zada, who is an American Baptist pastor in Waukesha, Wisconsin, and was also one of the participants in the convening table, which brought you the religious nationalism statement from the National Council of Churches and the statement on Hindu nationalism. We're going to do that, and then we're going to hear a response from Hannah Zuberi from Justice for All, and then we're going to open it up for conversation. Okay. So.
You've already done a brief bio, so I won't go for our first two presenters. We're good to go, I think. But
okay.
But if I could,
yeah,
and if I could, just 1 minute. I want to remind those who are joining us on Zoom, if you could please place your name there, the organization you may be representing, any questions that you may have. We're going to continue to monitor the questions and also the comments during the day. And I also just want to say a word of thank you for all of you who chose to come out today. It's raining a little bit. The roads have been closed. I understand that the president was speaking to Congress prior to going to the private pay-to-pray prayer breakfast that's being held at the Hilton on Connecticut Avenue. So those of you that decided to join for the day, those of you that came here in person to the United Methodist Building, just a word of gratitude. Thank you. You represent a diversity of belief, of commitment to human dignity, human justice, and human flourishing amongst God's creation. You have different perspectives. We need every one of your perspectives. We don't, during this day, presume that we will agree on everything. We do agree that we come with all of who we are, and that we come with the questions and the curiosity to build up what some have called the beloved community. So I invite you to be in a place of curiosity today. This is a day to ask some of the hard questions, to make the comments that you've been holding on to around religious nationalisms, to see where they intersect with one another, and how we can de-weaponize and participate in a really creative way in de-weaponizing religion in the public space, in our faith communities, in our dialogues and our conversations. So we thank you again. Questions that you may have that you may not be comfortable actually raising, I have index cards I'm going to be handing out as well. I'm going to invite you to place questions on index cards, leave them on the table. I'm happy to pick them up. During our presentation this afternoon, two of our presenters, two of our professors that will be presenting actually would prefer some written questions on cards. So during other presentations, you may be thinking about, okay, what are the questions for later on in the day? So those will be available to you. Those of you, we have certainly refreshments for the morning. Lunch is being provided. It will be Mediterranean. We're hoping to meet all of your dietary needs there. The restrooms, if you're unfamiliar with this space, are to the right of the elevator. When you came on in, you'll find the restrooms over to your right. And are there any questions for the day? We'll just sort of walk through the schedule. You've seen it online. We're going to stick pretty much with that schedule.
Okay.
Good, thank you.
So we're going to turn it over to Keith. Welcome, Keith.
Good morning to you all. Good morning. On a rainy, cold, dreary day in Washington, D.C., I don't think it would be out of place to say that this greatly represents the mood of a lot of us here over the past few weeks, as we've gotten to experience a new reality here in what we're going to be dealing with for the next 4 years. I bring you greetings on behalf of my colleague, Dr. Tony Kiriakopoulos, who's our Associate General Secretary for Interreligious Relations. He regrets not being able to join us here today, but he had other responsibilities that took him away. And also bring you greetings from Bishop Vashti Murphy McKenzie, who's our President and General Secretary. She holds the work of NCC in the interreligious realm very closely and very highly, and is often bragging about it or speaking of it to others who she sees, and is greatly interested in the work that is going on around interreligious relations. Over my 12 years so far at NCC, I've had the pleasure of working with Dr. Kiriakopoulos on interreligious relations. When I began in 2013, NCC had established dialogues with both Jewish and Muslim communities. And over time, Dr. Kiriakopoulos has worked tirelessly with partners from the Keyboard Center in Los Angeles, California, to add on additional dialogues with Buddhist, Sikh, and Hindu communities as well. So we've greatly expanded our outreach around interreligious relations and looked to continue to reach beyond sort of the traditional Abrahamic-centric focus of a lot of interfaith work to extend outward to others in the world as well that we find in our communities. Over the past several years, as Peter mentioned earlier, the Interreligious Relations Convening Table, which is one of the bodies of the National Council of Churches that deals with interreligious relations, has been increasingly concerned about how faith has been used for political purposes, particularly in the United States. The Christian worldview espoused by some Christian nationalists is barely recognizable to many of us. In addition, there are many other examples of religious nationalism around the world, and that they also discuss these as well. As a result of a lot of these conversations, the table decided to establish a theology task force to more closely examine religious nationalism and the theological and moral constructs at play here. Their work first began looking inward, looking at Christians in the United States and looking at Christian nationalism. This first exploration resulted in a policy statement on both the dangers of Christian nationalism. This policy statement was adopted in April of 2021 by the NCC Governing Board, and it highlighted the history and basic tenets of Christian nationalism, as well as its particularly insidious intertwining with white supremacy. Christian nationalism, the group, the document states, supports the myth that the U.S. was founded as a Christian nation, has been blessed by God in particular ways, is without fault and must continue to be explicitly Christian. As a predominantly white movement, these myths are then used to provide moral support for the rejection of the reality of structural and systemic racism, absolve the U.S. sins of Jim Crow, genocide, and slavery, and the breathless rejection of efforts to increase equity as Marxism, rather than taking into account the history of oppression and discrimination that has created privileged positions for some not based on merit, but rather on the invented construct of race designed to make sure white people maintain their grip on the levers of power to enrich themselves. Following their work on Christian nationalism, the task force broadened their scope to deal with the problem of religious nationalism both in the US and globally. Again, their work resulted in a new policy statement for the National Council of Churches. The purpose of this statement on religious nationalism was twofold. First, to make clear our rejection of all forms of religious nationalism that give rise to harm. And second, to invite into conversation for mutual learning and for collaboration those partners, ecumenical, interfaith, and community-based, who are willing to address these concerns with us. To this end, the task force identified 5 starting points for their work. First, the problem of religious nationalism must be acknowledged, working both within our own traditions and in seeking partners with other traditions. Second, addressing religious nationalism requires careful discernment and cultural sensitivity. This point recognizes that in some traditions there may be benefits that religious nationalism brings to a particular people or nation, and that seeking greater understanding through dialogue is essential to identify and address the harms of religious nationalism in different cultural settings. Third, we who share this vision seek to draw on the best of our religious traditions, working for the common good in mutually reinforcing ways. Finding common values between religious traditions can help build our efforts at strategizing ways to avoid harmful effects of religious nationalism. One potential resource is the 4th starting point, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. Being grounded in common humanity and calling for mutual respect of all religions, this document helps serve as a helpful guide for our conversations. Just to speak for the 5th starting point that the task force identified was that we must be willing to challenge religious and political authorities on the issues of religious nationalism. And that is no small feat, being willing to step out publicly against those in power. As a result of this policy statement, the convening table then engaged in dialogue about a particular example of religious nationalism, that of Hindu nationalism in India. The table presented a resolution to the NCC governing board for its adoption. In the resolution, NCC engages many of the starting points mentioned in the policy statement. It acknowledges the persecution of religious minorities by Hindu nationalists through violent attacks on Christians, Muslims, and Sikhs, the global extent of Hindu nationalist networks, and calls upon member churches as well as individuals and organizations to bring awareness of this problem to elected leaders. The resolution also expressed support for those in the Hindu community who are pushing back on extremist nationalism, as well as support for their freedom to practice their faith apart from that extremism. Currently, the NCC is busy responding to Christian nationalism here in the United States as it becomes manifest in the highest reaches of our own government. Christian nationalism has become a tool to oppress those who don't fit a particular image of what it means to be American. Entire groups of people are described as abominations, branded as criminals, or are used as scapegoats for any problem that arises, such as blaming DEI initiatives for the fires in California or for the tragic plane crash here in DC. Our work against the harmful aspects of religious nationalism is particularly important right now. And we welcome partnership with people of faith, not just Christians, but also those of other faith communities as well, who wish to work together to seek the common good. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thanks, Keith, for that wonderful overview of NCC's commitment to this project and then very particularly to internationalism. As was introduced, I'm a pastor at American Baptist churches and serve for them, American Baptist, as a chair for the Interfaith Christian Unity and Interfaith Relations. So that brought me into active engagement with National Council of Churches, part of the convening table. Work with Tony, for which I'm very grateful. The progressive cause for walking with different nationalisms was embraced by NCC and Tony's leadership and Bishop Wesley and all the leaders across the Protestant denominations, President Bishop Eden, the support of all the mainline church leaders as was key in coming up with a resolution from the NCC on the persecution of religious minorities in India and beyond. The way that this stands, I think this is the first official document ever being produced on this cause on an international level in terms of what is happening in India. And particularly what is happening to the Dalits and minorities and all that who have embraced a constitutional freedom that was given to them to be the citizens of the country. So there's so many things, but I have a few copies of NCC's statement on internationalism. I would like you to please take a copy of it. But again, we have been working on this project for some time, and it's amazing that how American Baptist, which I belong, we have a statement from NCC, ABC Wisconsin, and we are now working as Wisconsin Council of Churches, a statement on Hindu nationalism as well. We are also working with Baptist World Alliance. Last year when they met in Nigeria last July, they were able to produce a statement on religious nationalisms. The reason why I'm trying to draw this is I'm deeply grateful for our leadership here, Peter and Peter Cook and Neil, for drawing our attention to this unique cause that we need to be engaging in the times that we are living in. I mean, I'm a Baptist preacher, you cannot take that away from me, right? So the reason why I am inspired is through the verse from Holy Bible, Gospel according to St. Luke, chapter 4 says that when he came to Nazareth, when Jesus came to Nazareth and when he was brought up, he went to the synagogue on the Sabbath day, and was his custom. He stood up and read, and the scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll and found the place where it was written, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he had anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He was sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, and to let the oppressor go free, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." I think this is all we all know. This is a profound text that all Jewish community and Christians, we all look up to this text from Isaiah. It invites us to a different kind of engagement, understanding from moving a little bit deeper from the Great Commission that we talk about, go into the world and baptize them in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. And also, we forget the important aspect of our witness as God is at work in Missio Dei, that we are called to work in God's mission, and that's where I think we need to move on. Is a step that kind of been part of my own journey. And as I was a pastor in India, first time after coming fresh out of my own seminary, I was like a typical Baptist pastor, wanted to baptize somebody who can confess his faith. So we took them into this river, dipped him all the way inside. That's what we believe to get into heaven. All right, we just dipped them all the way in, and then they brought him out, and they will ask you, what new name, pastor, you going to give me? And I was like, now I'm going to give the person a new name. I mean, fresh out of seminary, you'll be thrilled and challenged, it's perplexed what kind of things that we are doing, not necessarily not being trained from seminary what you do. I was shocked. I said I wasn't prepared to give them the name because they're all coming from like all of us Indians. Some kind of Hindu name was already stuck to them, and so I said, just keep your name. I was surprised, but no, you should give me the name. I said, no, you don't have to. I mean, Jesus doesn't need to change your name. So those are the things. The next day, surprisingly, there was an article in the newspaper where they said, here is a Baptist preacher converting Hindus to Christians. And I was like shocked. I mean, this was something that we understood in seminary as something that we should do for somebody's spiritual renewal. But this ended up to be something that is much more bigger than that. So that's when my journey to understand what I need to do in the ministry that I think I'm called to, and that's where I started studying what is happening in the country and the whole Hindutva movement, its origin, what was happening. And so that kind of gave me an engagement to commit myself as missiology to move away from what was traditionally understood as mission to a mission of engagement into becoming relevant to give the Dalit and Adivasis women and all the oppressed communities a voice that they deserve as the citizens of our country. As I said these things, that has become my PhD project. So I got my PhD from Lutheran Seminary, understanding Hindutva ideology and how Hindutva ideology draws its principles from the Nazi movement, and the early Hindu nationalists had quite a fascination for fascist movement and Nazi movement, and they had a delegation that was sent. I mean, Munje, who is one of the early proponent of Hindu nationalistic thinking, took interest in 1937 as he was returning from a roundtable conference in England, for which he was representing the Hindu segment of the leadership. He took an intentional stop in Italy to just meet Mussolini and have a conversation. And some of the ways how this doctrine can be induced into young people's life or brainwashed and all those things were being kind of learned from this ideology. So now we don't necessarily understand this, but all these Sainik schools that we call in India with the high respect are actually Malaya schools that are being started by Mussolini to indoctrinate young people. I mean, that's a similar thing that kind of translates into Hindu nationalist movement. And today we don't need to talk about all the manifestation of this ideology that is kind of moving India from being a secular state for the past 75 years to a state that only. At that point, I just wanted to say that this way that they kind of try to galvanize people's attention to become one identity is drawn from the philosophical understanding from are we able to get that?
Okay,
Oh, okay, go ahead. I thought,
you got it. I just wanted to make sure the Zoom people, we don't see them, that's why.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Savarkar is the one who actually builds this project together. That the Hindu land, the Arya, the whole Aryan race is being lifted up, and then he kind of defines this ideology to the land and people and the blood. And so initially this project was to unify all these people on the Hindu nationalistic idea to fight against British and get us freedom. But then once that the whole project of India getting independence, the shift had moved to kind of create enemies in people who practice Islam or who are practicing Christianity in the country as the enemies of the state. Therefore, now this project of galvanizing people together to protect the motherland and kind of show these religious minorities as the enemies of the state is being vandalized. And now the whole way of celebration of festivals. Now, festivals have been such an integral part of Indian culture and Indian traditions are thoroughly centered around them. However, quickly these festivals were turned into something to mobilize people. And I think Tilak is the one who first actually galvanized this Ganesh festival, the Lord Ganesh with a man with an elephant face. He put the idol up on the street and encouraged people to come around it. And now you see today that this celebration of festival as coming together as an ethnic identity or religious identity has been thoroughly promoted, and now you see people not just coming to celebrate the value of the religion and tradition or the festival that is, but now it has become an identity, and that we would see it even thoroughly in the diasporic community. That we want to celebrate Diwali as a community event rather than spiritual event. Therefore, there is a push that I want us to be aware that we want to respect. We want to celebrate and be part of all other religions, whether it's Hanukkah or Ramadan or whatever. We want to be part of an inclusive piece of it. But when it is promoted through Hindu nationalism, it is kind of projecting not just inclusive of religion, but it is about propagating, especially in diasporic community, to galvanize energies to come together to protect the state interest. That's where we need to be very careful about empowering ourselves. Where is the line? In India. I grew up in India, and I had several Muslim friends and Hindu friends who would come to my house for Christmas, and we all ate together. And I enjoyed all kinds of hospitality in my friend Hindu space. My Hindu in his house, celebrating all festivals, and we all especially enjoyed festivals of Muslim community. We ate together, we played together, and now I see we are so polarized on this. We don't even be part of other people's joyful celebrations anymore because this being turned into something that polarizes, that divides people, and are being thoroughly connected with nationalism or something that is about defending our self-protecting land. And then the other thing that I see happening is about lifting up cow. That's another. Cow is a sacred animal, and we all know Hindus are vegetarian, and all these things are being taught. But lately, if you see in the past decade, there was extra care that was brought into protection of the cow, and in the process, you might have seen how, especially Dalits who could not afford a vegetarian meal is very expensive. Meat it was a staple food for all the outcasts and tribal communities, and they were cow was actually beef was a staple food for all the outcast people. I mean, in India, most of Muslims in India were from the Dalit background who were oppressed, and they left the caste system, and there was this mass movements that have embraced Islam, mass movement that embraced Christianity, mass movements that communities moved into Buddhist faith. So these are actually, I mean, a reactionary to the Hindu nationalistic nationalism. All these religions, I mean, you talk about Jainism, you talk about Buddhism, you talk about Sikhism, these are all reaction to Hinduism for not having enough space or access to God. And Hinduism embraces them first, as actually colonizes them as sister religions. But you see how they first persecute them to the core, and that's why you don't find any Buddhists in India. Even the Buddhism is born in India, but it took quite a lot of acceptance in Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, all these are, but there's very less significant presence. That happens, and then what happens is once they have enough persecuted and it doesn't happen, then they just embrace you by giving you a status as a sister religion. So religion with ethnicity, religion with ideology, religion to promote one's own caste system of demarking people and keeping them in their own place so that some people can enjoy the privilege of power and resources is what you see in this project. And so the neo-nationalism, neo-Hindu war movement is also thoroughly engaging in this, and in the disguise of protecting cow, hundreds of Muslim friends have been beaten and killed and abused to the core, just because of that. And then you see cow shelters were built, but I don't want to get in there. That the respect for cow in Hindu community is only a tokenism, but when it comes to economic interest, we are happy to sell cow for beef from India. That's a bold statement there. But anyway, I pause there for any questions that you might have. As I say that Dalit Christians, people, minority religions are trying to find a space in India to have freedom that has been enshrined in the Constitution. And the bigger project for Hindu nationalism that I want us to be aware in the West is about cultural colonization. Now you see when people come in, they're not just finding space, they're finding space to promote an ideology. And that is what the Western world has to be aware of what is happening with the strong Hindu nationalism, nationalistic interests that are being projected beyond. And Jeffrey Locke, who is a scholar, German scholar, who is an expert in Hindu nationalism, did a wonderful article on diasporic nationalism on Hindu nationalism. I think that's a work studying how overseas nationalism is what I think is starting is where he's talking about how this ideology is spreading throughout the world on a different note to kind of protect a particular racist ideology. So I'll pause there for questions and see.
Before that,
So, Chuck,
Yes.
we're going to now have Anna Zuberi offer a response.
so let me, is that here?
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Anna's here.
Come on up, Anna. And then we're gonna move it up to questions for the three.
oh, okay.
Okay? So I'd like to invite my colleague, Kenna Zuberi, to come on up to share a response. Kenna serves as the editor-in-chief of Muslim Matters, leads the DC office of the human rights organization Justice for All, focusing on stopping the genocide of the Rohingya under the Burma Task Force, advocacy with Save the Uyghur campaign and Free Kashmir Action, as well as work around justice for human rights for religious minorities in India. So inviting Kenna to share a little bit, and we're going to open it up to questions.
Thank you, Neil and Peter and all of you for convening this. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's great to see some familiar faces and some new faces here. I want to first and foremost, and as we reflect on this policy statement by the National Council of Churches on religious nationalism and how faith-based activists, especially and including Muslims, can use this document to support religious freedom and justice for all. I wanted to first thank our Christian partners at the India Working Group. This seed was planted during one of our meetings, and it took over 3 years. This didn't come out of nowhere. It took over 3 years of consistent advocacy by people in this room and working with their groups around for this momentous resolution to be issued, not one, but 3. And for an organization like the National Council of Churches to make these statements it's so powerful. And I am very, very indebted, and as someone who is directly impacted by especially the violence in India. I have relatives, I have a nephew who was incarcerated for 6 months for reading a poem at his university after the CAA, the Citizen Amendment Act protests were taking place around the country during COVID for 6 months. So for us, to have these men and women work together here, concerned about their brothers and sisters in India, is so powerful. So I believe that these documents are a testament to and the strength of interfaith collaboration. You see many times interfaith failing.
Yeah.
But here, because we all share these values for human dignity, value faith, value religion, and how it can be used as a force of goodness. But I do believe the statement is not just something that you post on the website. It is a call to action. And it's a reminder that when we witness persecution and violence against any group, it is our collective responsibility to stand up and raise our voices in protest, especially when our own faith is being used to harm others, when the faith does not prescribe harming others. Right? Some of the powerful highlights of this resolution is that the condemnation of violence, again, especially the one on India against religious minorities, and it covers not just Christians, but Sikhs, Muslims, Dalits, and other vulnerable groups. The resolution clearly calls for immediate action to address the growing culture of impunity and the urgent need for the international community to act. And this is very vital because I shared this with Chuck. We were in Geneva with the World Evangelical Council, as well as our beautiful friend from Manipur, and we did a panel on the violence in India. And I met with the World Council of Churches representative there, and she said that the churches in India are too scared. They cannot, and the church has to demand from the World Council of Churches that something be done. They're too scared to even make that demand. So imagine what culture of fear there is for Christians in India. So what could we do? And while we have the freedom, and may God keep our freedom in this country, don't know what's going to happen next, but hopefully we all can pray for goodness here as well. And the National Council of Churches in the United States could take action, and they did. So it's important that this is not just a symbolic gesture, but it provides a comprehensive framework so how we can respond. So as faith-based activists, especially those of you who work with mainline churches, this is a significant opportunity to leverage this resolution in advocacy efforts. This cannot be a document that is merely posted on the website and forgotten. So we need to get this resolution in the hands of as many people as possible, especially those in positions of influence, such as our members of Congress. Because when we go in so Peter, myself, Pavneet, we all we chair the India working group at the International Religious Freedom Roundtable, and when we go in together as a group, all of us different representatives, we are much stronger. And now when we can go in armed with this resolution, not by one church, not by one council, but representing the entire mainline churches in the United States. Think how powerful that document is as we engage, especially with our Republican congresspeople. There are some other tangible solutions that suggestions, if I may. This resolution should be mailed out in newsletters, church newsletters. And by making this resolution available to congregations, churches can ensure that their communities are aware of the issue and motivated to take action. And this simple step can create awareness and bring religious persecution in the forefront of church discussions. Bringing it up in interfaith gatherings, all of our locally in different states, all of mosques, churches, temples are usually part of interfaith gatherings, and a lot of times it's all about hummus and biryani, and we're going to talk about how kumbaya, but we don't talk about the difficult issues. So bringing this up, hey, the agenda, we're going to discuss the resolution, could be a powerful way to bring what is happening all the way there in India into focus. Also, hosting gatherings about these issues. Many of us are available to talk about these issues. Bring us in, bring Peter in, bring Neil in, bring Jack in, bring myself, Ajit, Ria. There's so many of us who work, especially on India. Just today, by the way, pray for the 550 young men who have been picked up from their homes, and I just heard the news where just issuing a statement about that in Kashmir as well. So most, for us, it was very, very sad. One of the tragic moments this past, during working on this, was when 336 churches were burned in 36 hours in India. Imagine anywhere else in the world, 336 houses of worship burned in 36 hours. It would be an uproar. It would be the first page. Imagine if this happened in a Muslim country, or imagine if it happened right here in the US. But the response was so shockingly muted. And we wondered, are Indian Christians' lives just less valuable because of the color of their skin, because nobody cares, because they're a small minority? And so as a Muslim faith-based organization, people were very, very surprised when they walked into our booth at the Parliament of World Religions, and our biggest banners were about Christian churches. They're like, what? And this is, again, a reminder that we are more powerful when we work together. So I strongly encourage our interfaith partners to mirror this resolution in their own advocacy work. I hope we can take it to ISNA, and ISNA can issue a similar resolution on India. But it becomes less because so many Muslims are impacted. So people think we're just doing it because it's for our own people, right? Somehow, but I believe that this resolution can be mirrored And together we can create a united front, and so that this document doesn't just stay a document, but acts on what its purpose was, that it's a call to action. Thank you.
Thank you. So, friends, we have some time before we move on to the next presentation. We want to thank our three presenters for getting right to the point. I'm going to invite Peter, my colleague Peter Frederick. Are there questions on the chat or from Zoom?
We have one question at the moment. Are there examples of religious nationalism by other faith groups besides Christians occurring in the U.S.? And how can we speak up and resist that?
Okay, great question. So, are there other examples
Within the U.S., are there examples of other religious nationalisms besides
other religious nationalism besides Christian nationalism? Examples that we can point to,
and how can we resist it?
and how can we resist it? So, Chakravarti, Keith.
That's an excellent question. I think it's the short answer is yes. I would say other than Christian nationalism in the U.S., I would say other religious nationalisms are manifestations. I mean, we mentioned in our statement about Hindu nationalism as global scope. We spoke of the diaspora, so that would be one example. There are invariably see gatherings of Hindu nationalist groups at the White House and various other places. Obviously, we pretty much most religions, I think, have a nationalist extremist piece to them. I think it's something that, especially in the United States, where Christianity is so predominant and where it has been given a privileged place and has been used to oppress. I mean, following September 11 attacks, we saw attacks on people of Muslim faith. We've seen attacks on the Sikh community. We see attacks every day, anti-Semitic attacks, and that kind of hatred and violence against people, I think, engenders a desire to have some sort of response that also calls on their uniqueness and the kind of a rally effect to some degree as well. So I would say yes, there are religious nationalisms here. I don't think the U.S. is a pluralistic community, even as it is dominated by Christianity. But I think there's space for religious nationalists of all times, for better or for worse.
So yes, definitely. Actually, I had this conversation with Sunita from the Human Rights a few years ago. I told her to learn from our experience. The Muslim community, especially 20 years ago, many of our mosques were the pulpits had been taken over by preachers that did not reflect the thoughts of the mainstream Muslim community, and very extreme in some places. And the community really wrestled to take the pulpits back and push for indigenous preachers, scholars, young people to study Islam who are raised in the United States, who understand the culture here, who understand, who have the lived experience instead of importing scholars from overseas. So definitely that definitely has changed in the Muslim community. So we urge the Hindu community in the United States, whose temples are also have been taken over by Hindutva. As I speak in Hindutva, we've done several webinars on this, Hindutva in politics in the United States, Hindutva in schools, in colleges, in your workplace. There have been cases, the Cisco case, casteism, Dalits.
I can give you one example. University So university, I've been working with students at the University of Texas, Austin, who are Muslim, who are Christian, who are Buddhist, who are coming from Dalit castes. And casteism is alive and well in the University of Texas system. They have been struggling, working with, trying to approach the president of the university to address this. They are now working to create, to craft a resolution for the state assembly. There are 26 universities across the country, if I'm not mistaken, and Raj took the lead of doing this at Brandeis University in making caste a protected category because of the level of discrimination and attack on lower caste students. So we're working to organize around this. This is very real in our university. It's very real in the corporate sphere as well.
Well, I would say yes, of course, to that question as an answer. And then what I would say is when immigration happens, when people do come in, if there's less in number, they try to be open to the culture that they're going in to kind of assimilate is a process that happens. But the numbers become more, then immigrants try to look more inward and they become exclusive rather than being open. And therefore their identity defines on protecting their culture, tradition. They become much more inward and function in respect with the other becomes much more stronger. And therefore my own experience is Hindus in India are more progressive than Hindus who are in diaspora. That's a good example that I can think of. We held on to so much of our conservative Hindu family values in the West, whereas in India in itself, American movies, all other things are making dress and other things that the Hindus or average people in India are much more progressive. Whereas Hindus in India, because hardly several of them don't even go to temple as often as an average Hindu goes to temple in America. So that kind of thing, how the identity plays into, and slowly to protect identity, to protect the community interest, that's when slowly they move from being open to the cultures that they come in to become much more conservative, ultra conservative, and then slowly that becomes into nationalistic interest. And again, diaspora nationalism is a great article by Jeff Raj that if you want to read that how this is being played as a case in point.
Thank you. All right, friends, let's open it up to, we have a few minutes before we move to our next presentation. Comments, questions from participants here. So, Peter, you had your hand up.
Well, we have a couple questions in the chat, but let's go to the room.
Let's open it up to the room. Questions, comments on the statement? Kami, then second.
I was wondering how coalitions such as ours here, and when we know there are certain organizations which are far right in the groups, they can be ostracized in some fashion. And there's some thoughts on that, because unless we call them out, all we're doing is firefighting, and we're wasting a lot of energy on it. But if they're called out and they know that people are aware, I think they will temper down to some extent.
So how can we call out organizations that are promoting religious nationalisms, and to do that given the diversity and the sort of the coalition that's implicit? We could do more together, friends, right? We are doing amazing work, but how do we hold accountable these organizations? That's the question. And there are many. Comments?
Well, let me take that when things are so fresh in my mind. So we are talking about NCC statement and internationalism, and we're deeply grateful for NCC leadership to kind of bring this up. But I want to tell you this, that it is not just Christian effort. Let me tell you this, that this has its origins back in IWG, where I happened to meet Hannah. Hannah and Justice for All are the ones who had a flyer in the World Parliament of Religion we as Christians didn't do it. We had a booth of Justice for All, had a big flyer, as Hannah just mentioned, about 400 churches demolished in 36 hours, sitting out there at the World Parliament of Religion, when recently, at that point of time, 2 women in Manipur have been raped and paraded naked as a punishment, as a show off, to show to the world, if you continue to be Christian, this is what you're going to get. And then I called Bishop Eden, then NCC president, and she's the presiding bishop for ELCA, and she was given an opportunity to speak and address the world Parliament of religion. And I could talk to her and say, include Manipur, include the cause of the Dalits, include what has happened to Christian women who are paraded naked, and I had to point them to what Justice for All were doing in the same exhibition hall, where they were boldly advocating for Christians and demolition of churches. So what I want to say is, we got this resolution, and my heart is for all of you to take this home to your denomination, to your church, make something for us, make a statement, make something to bring it back to us as you take this. That kind of enhances us to take it to a next level. And I've been in conversation with the advocacy group in Germany. Last year was there, and they're doing the similar thing. But then I had to encourage them to kind of pull this together and say, we have a statement that we have been working, and we like European Union. I mean, they were the first parliament resolution that they made, but then I wanted a church action. You make a resolution. So we are at a place we need to work as fellow Christians and also as fellow interfaith partners, so that unless this ideology cannot be exposed, we cannot address this. So that's my thing. So we joined effort, and thank you, Hannah, for that.
Thank you, Kaveen, for that question. Perhaps we need to have our own canary mission, right? A special watch list of organizations that parade as, they should actually be listed under FARA as foreign agents, right? But if the U.S. government isn't doing this as perhaps a central, as a coalition or a working group, perhaps we could put that out, information, reality of these groups, so when people are inviting representation from that community, they can avoid these groups and actually invite people from the Hindu majority who are not Hindutva, right? And I do want to say one thing. Being conservative does not mean that you are a bigot or you are a nationalist. Conservatism, in my mind, is separate from nationalism, and because they can be liberal nationalists too, and we tend to forget that. So you can be deeply conservative. In fact, I believe if you are really conservative and have really, or let's say fundamentalist, and have studied the fundamentals of your faith, you would realize that killing and persecuting people of the other faiths is absolutely against your religion, right? So I do want to sort of warn people that let's bring people in, let's bring the conservatives into this movement, rather than pushing them out by conflating nationalism with conservatism.
Excellent. Thank you. We have just a couple of more minutes. Something has go ahead. Yeah, sure. Anyone else?
I'm gonna address my question.
Address your. Thank you, my brother.
We should have one more.
Yes, please. Thank you. And if you could just see if you're with us, just say your name.
And speak nice and loud.
Yeah.
Mary Lesnick, and I'm a member of Jewish Voice for Peace. I'm also a member of the Episcopal Peace Fellowship. And I know a little bit about the connection between lobbying and political organizing and Hindu-only groups, the Hindustan people.
Yeah.
But my question is, there's no awareness, first of all, of the information that you're bringing about what's going on in India. It doesn't seem to me And also, the idea of bringing a caste system here so entrenched suggests that it's really alive and well in India. And so I really want to know what networks can be put together, to expose this, because it's not as though one religious group welcomes another, but it seems like there's a clear cutoff, any access to anything other than that religious expression in political organizing and also in discrimination that comes here. But the stories that are happening in India are just shocking, and there's no awareness, and I sort of keep up on things. Why don't we know more about it?
Yeah. So I'm hearing two things. First is I'm hearing your next steps, which we'll get to this afternoon, and I'm hearing you making a great suggestion of how do we share information across tradition so that when we're addressing one form of religious nationalism, we're addressing all. And second, what I'm hearing you to ask is, why isn't it that why are we not hearing these stories, and why are we're not seeing the connections? And I think at some point, my hope is we will talk a little bit about some of the connections between these forms of nationalism. How, for example, Zionism connects with Hindutva, connects with Christian nationalism. We're going to be getting to that as well. Anyone want to comment? We have only about 3-4 minutes before we transition. Want to respond to that very, very briefly?
Yeah, I just want to say that the caste system is ingrained in the people's mind as divide people and deprive them. Great example, through the Constitution of India, discrimination by caste is prohibited. And Seattle is the city outside India who has officially through its town hall has passed a law. Discrimination on caste is illegal. So that's starting point that we can take it, that people bring their caste in their box. And it is being practiced thoroughly to dehumanize. And the very fact that India is such a diverse nation with home for most of the world religions, but then when you see the present narrative that you see out there as India for Hindus alone, it itself kind of speaks about what is underlying principle.
Thank you.
I'll quickly just read the headline from Times of Israel. India's Menashe community is in crisis as Manipur rocked by ethnic violence. And I want to know if any of our Jewish brothers and sisters in this room have heard about this. 1 Jewish victim dead, over 1,000 displaced, and 2 synagogues burnt as houses and business of the minority Kuki tribe are razed. Why are Indian Jews not as worthy as other Jews? And this is a question that we ask this about Indian Muslims too, Arab Muslims too. So we need to keep asking, why are we continuously ignoring our faith communities in India?
Thank you. Any closing comment?
I'll just add that I think the caste system is particularly unique to India, but I think the U.S. has its own amalgam, kind of comparison with entrenched white supremacy and racism. So I think there's fertile ground in the United States for this kind of ideology to spread and to be fertile, and indeed to be welcomed by those in power as something that you're keeping quote unquote those people down as well. You're doing a good job of that. We like to keep those people down here as well. So I think, in as much as we respond to the particular problem of caste, I think any work we do that looks to build bridges and tear down some of those differences in any number of settings helps kind of, to use a metaphor, drain the swamp, to try to make the environment less suitable for people who want to discriminate based on caste or based on economics or skin color or race.
All right. I want to thank our presenters today. We're building on this, and we are now transitioning. Do you want the introduction?
Neil, can I just quickly say one word?
Very brief.
Yes, I just wanted to say that, again, coming back at this nationalism statement, I
Got
mean,
it. So we'll invite
nationalism is an accomplishment after multi-faith witness. Indian American Muslim Council has stepped up and did their part. Justice for All had done their part, and Hindus for Human Rights have done their part. That enabled us to get to the statement in NCC, because we were able to say that this is not just protecting persecuted Indian Christians, but the issue is much more bigger. It's much more bigger as an interfaith coalition needs to be happening. And so I appreciate this whole group. This is their first project as religious nationalisms, and that becomes the keystone for us to kind of bring this, connected to this, to share, to work together, and to say this is our common cause. And the last thing that my ask is, please bring this to your communities, your organization. And if you have a statement or some brief thing that you want to in support of this, please share with us, and that will enhance us to take it to the international level where we can make this much more stronger and be available as information for everybody.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Peter and
Friends, we're going to take a 1 minute stretch break while we get the tech in order and we prepare for our next presentation.
First of all, we're pleased to have Shelley Cohen-Fudge here with us, who founded the DC Metro chapter of Jewish Voice for Peace in 2010 and serves on the chapter's steering committee. She was a member of the board of the Washington Interfaith Alliance for Middle East Peace from 2008 to 2018, and retired after 35 plus years as an environmental policy analyst in 3 federal agencies. And we're also pleased to have with us Ani Zonabald, who is the founder and president of Muslims for Progressive Values, an international human rights organization with chapters in Los Angeles, San Francisco, Atlanta, Washington, D.C., New York, Boston, Columbus, and Chicago. She's the founder of the Alliance of Inclusive Muslims, the first Muslim human rights umbrella organization made of members spanning 6 continents, and a member of the Council on Foreign Relations and the United Nations Interagency's Faith Advisory Council. We're going to begin with Ani, because we have your PowerPoint up. I don't want to mess it up, so we're going to have, if that's okay, Shelley, and then we'll have Shelley come and speak after you. Okay, Ani.
Peter, thank you organizers for inviting me to come and speak at this conference. Peter is kindly going to be doing my PowerPoint for me. Thank you, I appreciate that. So a little bit introduction about myself. I'm Ani Zonabald, and sometimes people get very confused about why is this Jewish sounding last name running a Muslim organization. So I think it's important to clarify that I'm originally born raised Muslim from Malaysia, and my husband's Dutch, of Dutch heritage, thus the last name. It's also important for me to set the tone that the Islam that I was raised in from Malaysia is very different from the Islam that I experienced here in the United States as an immigrant. Much like when you were talking about Hindus, how the Hindus in India are much more progressive and open-minded than the Hindus here. And so that's sort of my personal experience, and I think this is important of the context from which I'm speaking from. Next, please, Peter. So a bit about Muslims for Progressive Values. Our mission is to advocate for human rights, social justice, and inclusion in the United States and around the world. And we do so by inculcating a culture of human rights through public education, advocacy, and the arts. And it's, our advocacy is very much rooted in the scholarships of Islam, Quran, and the progressive versions of the Hadith. Given that I am a Muslim woman, it's important for us to also anchor our work and the justifications for the positions that we take in the context of Islam. We do believe that Islam was revealed to liberate the tribes in the tribes that it was founded in Arabia, but instead what we have become is we've become more entrenched in tribalism. And I'll connect this to nationalism. I'm glad to hear Hannah Muslim Matters mentioned that it's important to stand up against the rights of others, especially when Islam is being used to justify such violence. And this is the kind of work that we do at the United Nations by finding shadow reports on a lot of the Muslim majority countries who justify Islam or Sharia law for their human rights abuses. In the case of Muslims for progressive values, I like to point out to see Muslims apply these human rights norms to the rights of LGBT and also women's reproductive rights. In regard to the questions earlier about, are there other religious nationalisms? In the US, you have the Muslim MAGA, Muslims for Trump, who have now changed their names to Muslims for Peace since Trump is spreading the idea of taking over Gaza. So I think it is easy to point out to religious prosecutions of Muslims here and internationally, but let's look at ourselves and how American Muslims themselves have othered others. You can't pick and choose human rights. Next slide, please, Peter. So first I will go into what is a religious right, the characteristics. The religious right refers to a political active movement within conservative communities, in the case the Muslim and Christian right, the advocate for traditional values and policies influenced by a particular interpretation of their religious beliefs, such as the emphasis on traditional family structures, resistance to inclusivity, particularly concerning LGBTQ individuals, and adherence to religious authority. In a nutshell, they're very much the perpetrators of patriarchy. Next slide, please. Traditional family structures. The religious right emphasizes traditional family structures based on heterosexual marriage and nuclear families. I am myself in a nuclear family, often opposing same-sex marriages and other non-traditional family arrangements. Next slide. The opposition to LGBTQ and inclusivity is clearly evident in the current Trump 2.0 administration. We see this being rolled out. Many within the religious right oppose inclusivity, particularly concerning LGBTQ individuals, not just within religious communities, but also in public school curriculums and the broader societal spheres. And this is where the problem, this is the intersection of the problem. Next slide, please. Influence of religious beliefs. The positions and policies advocated by the religious right are heavily influenced by religious beliefs, often citing the sanctity of marriage and traditional values as justifications for their stances. Next slide, please. Opposition to international organizations. Some factions within the religious right oppose international organizations like the United Nations, perceiving them as threats to traditional values and national sovereignty. Now, as someone who sits at the advisory council, multi-faith advisory council, that advises all the UN agencies, I can see that there are religious right organizations that are also sitting at the council that are very sophisticated and savvy to use human rights language to justify their position. And I will get more into the weeds for this. Next slide, please. So, when it comes to the public sphere, there's the conservative aspects of our faith traditions. In all our faith traditions, that's one aspect of it. But there's the intersection of how this is used in the public sphere, and this is where I believe is where we have the problem with the religious right, and how that also, when it comes to colorism, when it comes to racism, when it comes to the othering of others, and how this becomes a problem in the public sphere. So what we've seen in the curriculum is that this happened in Maryland, as a matter of fact. So the partnership between the conservative Muslims and hate groups such as Moms for Liberty. Now, I don't say hate group lightly because this was an organization that has been labeled by the Southern Poverty Law as a hate group, Moms for Liberty. They run the public education curriculum in Maryland, Michigan, and Toronto. It is a prime example of the Muslim religious right opposition to inclusivity. Their premise for opposing inclusive curriculum is that it violates their religious teachings as framed within the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. So, this was funded by the Beckett Foundation, the case, a prominent conservative legal organization, and 3 Muslim families filed a lawsuit against Montgomery County Public School to opt out of the inclusive curriculum. Next slide, please, Peter. So here's their website, Beckett, and the materials that they submitted to support their claims. Next slide, please. And here is also part of this curriculum is an image of Adila who wears a hijab, and here she is. This is her poem. My name is Adila, and just like Kate, what I wear inspires endless debate. Some give, some chant, some sing, some pray. My hijab is my choice. You can choose your own way. Totally agree with that. There's nothing controversial about that. The whole reason we have such an inclusive curriculum is because of bullying of children and prejudices against Muslim children and LGBT children. And it is really important for us as members of the faith community and how when we talk about education, that we are all learning from the same textbooks. And I'll give an example of Malaysia. Malaysia, we have different school systems for different ethnicities. And it has become, over the decades, so segmented that we can't even see each other. We segregate each other based on our ethnicity and based on our religion. It is not a healthy way to cultivate social cohesion. Education, as you all know, is so important. And so if we're going to be excluding, which they're trying to do with Administration 2.0, they're trying to do away with the Department of Education. This is going to have a detrimental effect on the future of America. If you look at education as well and how schools in Israel, children are taught, you can also see the results of that in their society, the prejudices against the Arabs. And I'm sure JVP will talk more about that. Next slide, please. So this is the next one, and this was such a problem. So during Trump 1.10, just so you know, I'm a straight person, heterosexual, married for 35 years, but I really do believe in the sanctity of human dignity, and this is why, for me, it really it bothers me when it's being justified in the name of Islam. In Trump 1.0, Muslims call themselves progressives because the conservative Muslims use the term progressive to define themselves as covered, to take them up from the political right because Trump had the Muslim ban, etc. When Biden, 2 years into Biden administration, the conservative Muslims felt safe enough to come out and they put out a position called Navigating Differences, which was quite a homophobic stance, which was signed on by 150 prominent Muslim religious leaders and scholars. And unfortunately, they omitted a lot of the inclusive terms, Quranic verses in the Quran. So this sort of discriminating piece was led by Omar Suleiman of Yaqeen Institute and Sheikh Yasser Hadi at EPIC, and I'm sure some of you know them very well. But this is a lesson that they learned from the Christian right. So you can go to the next slide, please, Peter. So Asma is a religious liberty lawyer and a fellow at Aspen Institute. She's also a former legal counsel at Beckett. So you see the connection, and the author of 2 books. She has helped the Muslim right understand religious freedom restoration path. which is really an act that was designed to protect religious minorities, particularly the indigenous American societies. But it has been usurped by the Christian right to justify discrimination against whoever it is that they want to other. And what has happened is the Muslim right has learned from them. So over the years, this has resulted in the Muslim right learning from the Christian right and how to utilize the Religious Freedom Restoration Act to justify discrimination against whoever it is they choose to other based on religious basis. Next slide, please. I'm going to show you the next, what's going on is that, so that was, so 2 years into Biden, they published the Navigating Differences position paper, and then you have the 2023, you have the curriculum demonstrations in the various different cities, including here in Maryland. And then later on in 2023, you had the Navigating Differences being published. And then in the August of 2023, you had the General Michael Flynn basically meeting up with Mayor Hamtramck and Habib. And in attendance were business leaders and local community leaders. Next slide, please. So as a result of the Navigating Differences position statement, the Christian right basically came knocking on the Muslim right door. And in the consultative meeting with Mayor Hamtramck, it was requested by the Republican Party, and it's not just your normal average Republican party, it is the MAGA party, with the Muslim community in the state of Michigan for the purpose of preparing for future relations and bringing together points of view, focusing on what unites us and not what divides us. So, and one of the comments on this 2-hour video is from General Michael Flynn, where he stated, the Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer won 90% of the Muslim vote in 2018, and in 2022, a few weeks before the election, this sexually explicit book, and I'm assuming this is in reference to a curriculum, came to surface. The numbers changed from 90% to 53%. Next slide, please. So then there's the evidence in the International Partnership Agreement. Here you see what has been going on over the years. So like I said, I sit at the UN. I've been very active at the UN, within the UN system for a good 8 years now. And we see how religious leaders of many different faith traditions are using the UN system to usurp the space there for their own political and human rights agendas. And what's really interesting and quite disappointing to me is the partnership between the Organization of Islamic Cooperation with this Christian right organization called Family Watch International. Next slide, please. So they've gone into an MOU in which the Family Watch International have been advising the OIC for many years now in developing their strategic plan. Next slide, please. And so basically, OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation, for those of you who do not know, is made up of 57 Muslim-majority countries, and it operates as a bloc within the UN system, advocating for policies and positions aligned with the religious rights agenda, particularly regarding SOGI, sexual orientation and gender identity issues, and traditional family values. And what's disappointing in this strategic plan is that instead of focusing on advancing women and girls' rights in society, in education, in Muslim-majority countries, in giving them opportunities for higher education, in clamping down on female genital mutilation and cutting, which has no basis in Islam, as we all know, but still is being perpetuated by some religious leaders or advancing, or doing away with child forced marriages, for example. Instead of focusing on those issues, they've decided on, the LGBT boogeyman, right? So it's sort of a good deflection from their own shortcomings. And I think what's really important, taking that international, I went from domestic, very local, to international, but you also have the Religious Freedom Institute here in Washington, D.C., that has that is a right-wing organization, but also has a Muslim desk, and that basically translates a lot of the same agenda into the Muslim community. Next slide, please. And here you have, it's actually a video of the ambassador Talib Ali Bakit thanking Sharon's leader, the president of Family Watch International, for helping them develop the strategic plan. Next slide, and my last slide. I'm going to reflect on Peter's comments in the introduction about how we move forward as a very diverse faith organization and communities. How do we advance with people along with us? And someone said about, it's not about excluding the conservatives, it's about bringing them in. So I will speak as a Muslim in this regard. Human dignity is at the heart of all our faith traditions. In Christianity, you have ensoulment. And in the Quran, it is stated that at around 120 days during pregnancy, God blows his or her spirit into the womb. God's spirit is in all of us, regardless of faith or without faith, of gender and sexuality. It is as simple as that. We need to get back to the basics of our faith, to depoliticize religious beliefs. The Muslim rights need to rise above their tendencies for a theocratic rule, strong men. That's what they voted for. Prophet Muhammad's governorship of Medina was secular, in that each tribe governed by their own set of traditions or religious laws. For example, he did not enforce Islamic ethics on that of the Jewish tribes. What we have now is a Christian right, and thanks to the support of the Muslim right, the Marga Muslims, are governing according to their religious ethics. That is a theocracy. In conclusion, we are all Americans first, and we all deserve and should be absolutely equal under the law. That should be the fundamentals of how we see and treat each other.
Thank you very much, Shani. You hit all the right notes today. I'm so grateful to you for that. Just make two clarifying comments. The Religious Freedom Act gives people of all faiths the right to practice their faith as they see fit. What it does not allow is for people to practice their faith in such a way that it discriminates against other people. And there's a lot of conversation here in this country about religious freedom. When the Christian right talks about religious freedom, what they are talking about mostly are Christians' right to be able to discriminate against other Christians and people of other faiths. And if you try to stop that, then you are taking away their religious liberty. And if you don't believe me, I just saw that President Trump announces a task force today at the prayer breakfast to eradicate anti-Christian bias. And you can be sure that what he's talking about are Christians in all kinds of settings who hold a particular Christian view, who want to have the right to discriminate. And when you deny them that right, then you are anti-Christian. Okay? I'd like to now welcome Shelley to come forward.
Thank you, Peter. I'm very pleased to be here. So I don't have any slides. And I do want to start by just very quickly giving you a little background, just a little, about Jewish Voice Group. We're the largest Jewish anti-Zionist organization in the world. Like generations of Jewish leftists before us, we fight for the liberation of all people. We're organizing intergenerational, multiracial, and cross-class movement of U.S. Jews into solidarity with the Palestinian freedom struggle, guided by a vision of justice, equality, and dignity for all people. As Peter stated earlier, I started the DC Metro chapter of Jewish Voice for Peace. It was the 5th chapter in the country. There are now over 80 chapters, including many student chapters on college campuses. So, recently attended an event featuring a talk by Father Paul Abernathy at Saints Paul, Peter, and Paul Antioch Orthodox Church in Potomac, Maryland. The title of it was "The Church as a Prophetic Voice in Ending Genocide and Apartheid in Palestine." During the Q&A portion of the event, a parishioner asked Father Abernathy, "How can Jews, the victims of the Holocaust, now be the oppressors of Palestinians?" It's difficult to answer that question without recognizing how ingrained most Jews are in the prevailing concept of Jewish persecution and victimhood. Fear for one's safety is being weaponized in Jewish communal spaces. That fear has grown exponentially since October 7th, 2023. Fear is being exploited to suppress any criticism of Israel's genocide in Gaza and the escalating violence on the part of Israeli settlers in the West Bank. Politicians, from the top of the U.S. government down to local and state governments, are rushing to enact legislation that conflates anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism in order to squelch all support for Palestine and pro-Palestinian rights. As most, if not all of you, are aware, Zionism is a 19th century political ideology that emerged in Europe when Jews were fundamentally excluded from the ways European nations defined themselves. But as long as Zionism has existed, so has Jewish dissent to it. Members of Jewish Voice for Peace consider Zionism to be antithetical to Judaism. We believe that Zionism is damaging to Jewish identity and Jewish spiritual life. We reject the concept that the only way for Jews to feel safe is through isolation. And we reject Jewish supremacy just as we reject all forms of supremacy. Instead, we choose solidarity. We choose collective liberation. We choose a future where everyone can live their lives freely in a vibrant, safe, equitable, communities, with basic human needs fulfilled. So as you know, President Trump announced yesterday that the US will take over Gaza, and he's calling for the ethnic cleansing of the approximately 2 million Gazans who have lived there for eons. The right-wing Jewish supremacists in Israel have been pushing for this even before the establishment of Israel as a state. This is not new. Those of us like myself who are fighting for such liberation and doing all we can to promote Palestinian rights in the name of all of us who believe that everyone deserves freedom. We believe that Israel's policies of apartheid and genocide is what is promoting anti-Semitism. That's why it's growing. It's not those of us who are out here and we're demonstrating and we're doing all we can as ordinary citizens to fight for these rights. It's AIPAC, the Jewish Federations and the US, and the Anti-Defamation League and others that are fomenting anti-Semitism. So, despite what they're doing, everything from the politicians to all these incredibly powerful groups, and not just, of course, Jewish Zionists. You know, the Christian Zionists have become even more powerful and have even more impact on Trump and his cronies. Despite their efforts to label us as a hate group, to call us traitors, self-hating Jews, fake Jews, and anti-Semites, we're not slowing down. We're growing leaps and bounds, and we're going to continue everything we've been doing, and we will escalate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Ani, I'll invite you to come up and stand with Shelley. And at this point, we're going to open it up for questions and comments. So, who would like to start? So, we're supposed to have a response. Peter, is there a response coming from Safed?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Before.
Oh, I'm sorry, Safed. Well, I apologize.
Let me do the introduction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So we're fortunate in that part of the design for today is to really increase dialogue across religious tradition. And we are grateful to my colleague, my friend, actually a childhood friend. We were best friends as children. And then we parted ways and came back together, unknowing that one became an imam, one became a United Methodist clergy. Right? So we go back to third grade, second grade. We've known each other most of our lives. But Imam Safed Katovic is director of the United Nations Operations for Justice for All, a chaplain at Drew University in Madison, New Jersey. He's an organizer, activist, environmental leader, treasurer, and trustee of the Parliament of World Religions, Climate Action Task Force. He's also a member of the statewide Clergy Council of Faith in New Jersey, Faith and Action Affiliate, and other board of directors. He is senior Muslim advisor to Green Faith, a co-founder and chair of Green Muslims of New Jersey, a consultant to the drafting committee for the Islamic Declaration of Global Climate Change, and a founding member of Global Muslim Climate Network. So, Safed, we'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
was mentioned much in the, I think it was mentioned, you said once in the prayer breakfast, but I'm going to mention it amongst people who really understand the essence of the words. Salam alaikum, peace, shalom, namaste, and the various ways in which we greet one another. Not with our tongues, with our hearts. And faith is about hearts. Neil and I's hearts were together for a long time. And I remember with fondness many of the memories that we had when we did some things right and we did some things a little bit crazy. But God brought us together again here at this building. When I saw this gentleman speaking at one of the challenges to undocumented brothers and sisters and the threats of deportation that took place under someone named Trump a little while ago. And there was this man speaking, and I was looking at him, and I said, I know this man. And it happened that I had an office in this building. I was working at that time for the Islamic Society of North America as their director of intergovernmental relations. And afterwards, we embraced each other. And though we had been separated, in a sense, and not communicating since high school days, I'm not saying how old we are, he embraced us and never left one another. And I think God blessed us to come together again and to continue to work and to struggle for justice for all. Now, I'm not using that as a pun. That phrase is open to everybody, but we do have the domain name of our organization registered. So you can't get that domain name, but you're welcome to join in the struggle. I want to thank the presenters before me, Annie and Shelley, our sisters. And we shouldn't be afraid of using terms sisters and brothers, siblings, amongst ourselves. This is one of the ways that we can break down those who seek to divide us. I do have arguments with my 4 sisters and 1 brother. They have arguments with me, but we're still part of the same family, and we always keep coming back together again and again. And the heart is always open to accept each other fully as family members, no matter what disagreements we may have along the way. I'd like to say that I had the fortunate blessing of being part of different faith communities, backgrounds, and different ethnicities. And that's one of the blessings of America. My mother was a white American Christian. She used to do the promotional work for Billy Graham crusades, and they still use the word crusades. Sometimes they try to use the word, what's the new word that's being used? Campaign. But Freudian slips happen as it did at the Earth program, where they fall back into the word crusades with regard to evangelizing. And I'm all about sharing one's faith. I'm not about forcing and pushing one's faith upon another, and that's something that is at odds with the basis of a lot of religious tradition, including Islam. So on my mother's side, she's American-born, raised in New Jersey, but her parents came in through Ellis Island. Her father came from Scotland, Glasgow. Her mom came from Liverpool. Beatles, anybody remember? And she belonged to a very strict Protestant sect known as the Plymouth Brethren, whose reference Bible was the Schofield Bible, which she had shared with us. In her interfaith discussions with my father over the course of 5 years while I were at university, my father's originally from Bosnia, and came here as a political dissident from the Communist Party, and he was a survivor of the genocide. His family was killed, along with many other Muslims during genocide of World War II, as I am a survivor because I went back in 1992 to help my family and my community in Bosnia survive the genocide of the 1990s, survived prison camps, survived incarceration, and survived genocide of many of my family members who were alive still in Bosnia were killed during that genocide. So understand in a very real way what it means to be the victims of religious nationalism and ethnic chauvinism taken to its final stage, which is genocide. So a lot of the things we're talking about in terms of persecutions lead to genocide. I'm saying this background to say that in myself it's a coming together of different faiths and different traditions and different communities. My wife's Egyptian. I have a daughter-in-law who's Palestinian, whose family was multiple times forced to leave their ancestral homes. From Lid, near Tel Aviv, originally in 1948, half of the family ending up in Gaza, and the other half of the family ending up in the refugee camps around Jerusalem. Needless to say, those in Gaza at the end of October, 50 members specifically of our family living in an apartment building were killed as a result of the carpet bomb. We use the carpet bomb in reference to World War II, but carpet bombing of the people of Gaza. I am a white Caucasian Muslim, and I speak on behalf of myself. I belong to Justice for All, a human rights organization that works on Muslim minority rights, and Sister Anna is our director for DC advocacy, and you heard from her previous. But the Muslim community in America is extremely diverse. I would be hard pressed to say that I speak for the Muslim community in America, because 1/3 of us are African American. If I look to you like an African American, 1/3 of the Muslim community in America is made up of 80 different Muslim nations in terms of being immigrants to this nation. And 1/3, approximately, belong to other Muslim minority groups that are not the Muslim majority nations, and converts to Islam. So we are a very diverse community. And a lot of how we act politically has to do in part with our faith, but given America, more with our zip codes. And that means those who have or the haves often go with those who will promote policies that reduce their taxes and increase their economic situation. And those who are the have-nots often go with those policies which seek to provide some sort of a social and safety net that is a requirement of all our faith traditions, and policies with regard to healthcare, childcare, anti-drug initiatives that take place within the context of those zip codes who don't belong to the first set of zip codes. So we're an extremely diverse community. There is no one Muslim community in America, and we'd be hard pressed to speak on behalf of all Muslims if we don't, with this diversity in mind. The document, I appreciate Sister Ani for bringing that to our attention, Navigating Differences, represents a real struggle within the Muslim community. And I urge everyone here to read it from its very beginning to its very ending. Not selectively, read the entire document. Reflects the struggle and challenges of Muslims in America as we seek to embrace the diversity of our community, to articulate our struggle, to survive as a mini minority in a Christian majority land. We are very fearful of terms like crusade. We are very fearful of the term of the situation that was mentioned before by our brother of assimilation. We want to hold on to our teachings, but recognizing those teachings are very diverse and very broad practice. And so, as we struggle and develop as a community to articulate from our scriptures, and we do defer and have reverence towards scholarship. You don't spend a lot of years in seminary studying scholarship in order to say that, oh, you know something, and I never went to seminary, but I know something else. We all know something. But we also have a reverence towards scholarship and recognizing that scholars are human beings and develop over time in their understanding and their practices. The Muslim community, therefore, in recent elections, and the research is there, did not vote in one way. I never actually met a MAGA Muslim. I met some Muslims who voted Republican. But the biggest driver in this election, according to the research, was a very simple premise. The failure of the Biden-Harris administration to stop the killing in Gaza. That was the driver. That was the issue. That caused Muslims in the swing states to be minority, but a registered mini minority. Doesn't matter their ethnicity, didn't matter their zip code. Make me no difference, as we say in parts of Jersey, to vote not for Trump. But most mostly to vote for a third-party candidate who happened to have, for the first time in the history of America, a vice presidential candidate that was Muslim, the Green Party. No, not embracing necessarily all of the Green Party's ideas, but it didn't matter. The Green Party articulated very clearly that ceasefire, as Jewish Voices for Peace have, is critical. Ceasefire now. And as the first step in causing the relationship to begin to be repaired, if I could borrow from the Jewish language and tradition, to go along, to heal that broken and fractured world. I want to thank, so we voted across many lines, but that was the driving factor in this past elections. I want to talk a little bit about the issues of religious nationalism. Here I'm putting on my adjunct professor hat at Drew University as a Muslim chaplain, receiving my degree from a Methodist university, and working on my DMin at a Methodist university with an amazing set of professors and teachers who I learned not only about issues of Christianity, but I learned to understand my own scriptures from their wisdom and teachings and from their lens, which allows me to enrich, not impoverish, my own understandings and practices of my faith. So in that type of context, coming from that type of context, the professor, he says, the idea of nationalisms is something political, as I understand it, is connected to the idea of nation states. Now we do have and this is a modern phenomenon. And the nation states which this nationalism is connected to, not saying religious nationalism, but nationalism in general, are nation states that were largely the product, physically, geographically on the map, of the former colonizers. They drew the map, specifically Her Majesty's government. One of the problems with Her Majesty's government was she promised the promised land to everybody. And she had no right to do so. It was the people of that land, Muslim, Jew, Christian, and others, who had the right to determine their future together, as they had a past together, which was basically a collaborative experience, a mutually enriching experience. You forget about that. But nationalism, as we understand, is tied to the idea of nation state. And I'm going to give a very specific example. Nations are mentioned in the Quran, but not in the context of nation states. They're mentioned in the Quran in the context of what Pope John Paul used to say, the spiritual sovereignty of nations. Or what Alexander, the famous Russian dissident, Solzhenitsyn, spoke about as being aspects of divine intent. The Quran says in chapter 49, verse 13, we created you into nations and tribes, so that you may come to know one another. In parentheses, not despise and hate one another and harm one another, so that you may come to know one another. Because as we know one another, as I mentioned, I begin to enrich my religious understanding and practices and expand them, not fight one another. And the best of you in the sight of God are those who are most right doing. And what's doing the right thing? It's not doing the religious right thing, necessarily. It's doing the right thing, which we all will say. Muslim, Christian, Jew, agnostic, faith, no faith. When someone is kicked and lying on the ground and is hurt, the right thing to do is to pick them up. And no one's going to say, don't pick them up. Nobody who has a feeling of human consciousness, don't pick them up. Don't reunite the mother of the child. Separate them. Don't allow them to try to have a better life for themselves by blocking the border and allowing only certain people to come into this nation. I'm interested to see how Trump's policies are going to affect the 150,000 Ukrainians that are brought to America. Is this going to be the same way it is affecting the undocumented from other parts of the world? Let's wait and see where those planes fly, if they're flying from New York and other places, and who's on those planes. So this idea of nationalism is something to be there. And give a specific issue of the Kurds. So this idea that nations and tribes are of divine intent is something that in general is good. In general, it's good. It's a type of social cohesion. In the Arabic language, it's called asabiya. It's a type of social cohesion that makes up communities. And was mentioned before in the document of the National Council of Churches that there are aspects, we have to be culturally sensitive to the positive parts of nationalism. So the Kurds, historically a one people, are currently divided between four nations. Iran, Iraq, Syria, someone named the fourth, Turkey. Four nations. They are one nation divided by four nations. Who drew the lines? Her Majesty's government and others who were the colonizers. So they separated them. So this idea of having right to one's national identity is something that's good. But the Prophet also spoke about a type of asabiya that is bad. In fact, he said it is something that is, it has a stench like a dead body. And he said, stay away from that type of nationalism. What is that type of nationalism? We don't want to use the term nationalism, but it was mentioned here by our brother Peter. It has to do with racism. Racism is a type of nationalism, if you want to think about it in a broader way. It has to do with the idea that I am white, you are black, I am better than you. That's a driver. And I say to Muslim communities, if someone who converts to the faith or doesn't convert to the faith comes and asks for your son or daughter in marriage, and they don't belong to your ethnic group, your racial group, but you welcome them, especially if we're happy. You know, every religious community is in the business of saving souls. We're happy when people join the faith by willingness, by conviction, not by force. They say, welcome to the faith, my brother and sister. That same brother and sister then asks for the hand of your child in marriage, and your child wants to marry us, you say no. No, you can't do it. They don't belong to our tribe. That type of nationalism is something that is stinky. The Prophet mentions it's a stench. Stay away from it. And he criticizes the parents for that. I was so happy that his sister Ali raised the Sulh of Medina. That is the Constitution of Medina, the first written constitution in the world, according to some scholarship, in which the rights of the different religious communities was protected, though I doubt the Prophet Muhammad would have characterized it as a secular constitution. Once again, secular is a loaded word. But it was in which the rights of the different religious communities were protected. Now, the topic that was mentioned was Islamic nationalisms. Islamic nationalisms, once again, with this nation-state thing in mind, has to say, what does it really mean? If it means that the Muslim community globally feels itself, like the Christian community which calls itself the body of Christ, the different Christian denominations, as part of an international, universal faith community, with certain values that they share, certain histories that they share, certain understandings that they share, with the many differences included in that, then we are one. We are one Islamic nation. But we actually have 57, as she pointed out, 57 some odd Islamic countries, of which 48, I think, or 47 are Muslim majority countries. But we have 400 million Muslims that don't live in any of those countries. They're Muslim minorities in other countries. That's one of the things that Justice for All works for, to protect their rights. So, this idea of being one body spiritually is there, and that was reflected in the elections here in America. That was reflected in the Muslim vote. I'm not Palestinian. And though I said my brother was Palestinian, had my brother-in-law not been Palestinian, and not had our family affected in Gaza, I still would have voted the same way that I voted. In my case, it was for the Green Party. I'm a registered Republican, or recovering Republican, as I remind my brothers here, and my time is up. Well, I want to thank everyone for their presentations. I want to thank also Jewish Voices for Peace, and I want to just uplift one example. As a Muslim chaplain at Drew University, I was involved in the encampments. The courage of our young people to come together. Supported by, encouraged by, but not directly organized and controlled by brothers and sisters of different faiths and no faiths well-wishing from outside. It was the students that led. And to see the Jewish Voices for Peace working together with students who don't belong to any particular organization, or faith, or ethnicities, or to all organizations, faith, and ethnicities, with Palestinians, with Muslims, with Christians of good conscience, with others, and saying the genocide has to stop, and risking their careers, risking their academic situation, in being brutalized in the place which was supposed to have freedoms of academic integrity and of sharing and of expressing of opinions together, and members of the LGBTQ community working together. We can take a lot from that example, that we strive together as religious communities, as we're doing here, to speak against the evils of nationalisms, the evils of injustices that are experienced by anybody, and speak together as one voice, even with our different views and perspectives. Thank you for allowing me to go way over time, and I appreciate it. But I didn't have a chance to compose anything in a concise way, because I am Baptist in my heart, and I grew up with Black Baptists and became Muslim speakers, so I had to go a little bit over time. You just reminded me about this presentation last night, so thank you again. Thank you all for listening, and thank you our wonderful presenters who came to join me.
Thank you, Imani Safed. And at this time, they're gonna have questions for you. Take questions till 12:15, and they were going to briefly break for lunch, but during lunch we are going to be focusing on Buddhist nationalism, and so it's, I guess we'll say a working lunch. So I appreciate it, but let's take questions for our panelists. Is there any questions online, Peter? Any questions online?
Not yet. Questions here, friends.
All right. Go for it. So nice and loud.
I feel like it's not really surprising, this rise of Christian nationalism, when under both administrations we have so actively supported, what Israel has been doing. And often we get this distinction of, oh, those are extremist Israelis, or we need to stop the offensive weapons but continue to send defensive weapons. And I'm just wondering, now we're in this situation where we are really seeing the Christian nationalists take over our government, and what should we all be doing in response? It seems like all of us should be doing something, because this is our country, and it's our country that God is healing. We've gotta fix it.
So I'll try and take a little bit of a crack at that, and I encourage you and to do the same. This whole issue of defensive versus offensive weapons in particular really gets my call. We go a lot to Capitol Hill, and I do want to get to a little story. I'll keep it very short, about my senator, because I live in Maryland, Chris Van Hollen. And he's kind of a long way. But that was something that I noticed, and I also have known Jamie Raskin, who was also my representative, for about 25, 30 years. I've been talking to him about this issue well before he was in Congress, and even before he was in the state Senate. And I noticed that every time we were on Capitol Hill, that even the more, I would say left centrists that we spoke with would always talk about how, well, but we definitely, as you said, have to make sure that we are, allowing Israel to defend itself with defensive weapons. I am definitely not at all an expert on arms and arms control, but I have a very hard time understanding what is the real difference here. Yes, you've got that, deploying over Israel, supposedly. And of course, no one else, Gazans certainly don't have anything to protect them. They are the occupied people. And there's also this whole thing that does Israel have the right to defend itself? My understanding is that there is nothing even in international law that talks about that as a theory or a concept, because it's people who have the right to defend themselves. It's not about nation states. Right there, you can, we were out there in the streets. We were in even the halls of Congress. And yes, we were saying on all our t-shirts and our messaging, we got to have an arms embargo. If you make that distinction, it allowed Israel, of course, to do whatever it really wanted. There is no such thing. The only way that we have power as a country, as the U.S., to really stop Israel from what it's doing and continuing to do, and of course everything is now escalating in the West Bank as they're, supposedly doing a ceasefire, and also of course up in Lebanon and near, up in Syria and so forth. It's because we have not had the courage to say enough is enough. We've got to stop all those arms. So I'm sorry if I missed anything else that you said, but that was the thing that really hit me.
The short answer for me is it's the occupation, stupid, right? I mean, let's get to the heart of the problem. Everyone's talking about the solutions and the arms and so on and so forth, but what's really missing, out of focus here is the occupation. You end the occupation and give the Palestinian state, and all of this will go away. No need for arms.
Can I just respond to that? Actually, as anti-Zionist Jews, we do not think, our organization and members don't think that the solution is a two-state solution. Two-state solution is dead. And anybody, sorry, I don't mean to be critical at all, and I certainly understand the concept, and certainly it is in international law, a two-state solution. But it is the Israeli government, that has made it impossible to have a two-state solution. It would mean, really, literally, it should mean that any Jewish Israelis, any settlers, would have, and the military of Israel, would have to completely get out of all the occupied land. Because anything that's not a contiguous state, and it's not even Swiss cheese anymore, it is Bantustan, worse than what was in South Africa.
Yes.
And in fact, there are many who have talked about this. There are things that have taken place, that are taking place in the occupied territories that are even worse. I mean, you can't, there's similarities and there's some differences, but overall, it is so horrendous that it just isn't even possible. And even if it was, it would be so far from equal. Israel would still be in control of so many things if the lives of the people in those small areas that was supposed to be 22% of the land available for them. So we actually are fighting for a state that would provide equal rights for everyone. Does that mean that we want to destroy Israel? That we want to destroy Jewish Israelis? Of course not. My family lives there. And that is what, unfortunately, is being promoted. Is that, you're talking about unbelievable anti-Semitism. No! But in fact, what they're doing is talking about the destruction of the Palestinian people.
Mira.
Hi, I'm Mira from Riverside Church in New York City. You'll have to forgive me while I try to formulate this question. I'm really grateful for Imam Sabit mentioning Tokyo. I don't know where you are. Did he say that? Yeah, he said that. For mentioning colonization. And I think I'm seeing from people speaking that JVP has done immense work mobilizing into. I've heard support for the council's resolutions to with the hope that this will help shift policy. But we're seeing that. I'm just wondering if the voices of the public is enough to shift policy, and I'm wondering if there's work done to sway public opinion, because I think that is where we're seeing that there needs to be a shift. Policy change can't happen until we get the voters, until we sway voters. But has there been any organized, and I think this is why the Religious Nationalism Project exists, but what's being done in our various communities to bring us all together so that we can see how our religions are being co-opted and see the connections. Even if we're doing that work, will that be enough? Because votes are being bought at this point. So I don't know what the question is. It feels kind of hopeless.
No, I don't feel hopeless. Okay, so people are selfish. People will vote based on their own self-interests. Safir was mentioning how some Muslims vote based on their economic standing based on zip codes, right? Yeah, for some time, there were a segment of the American Muslim population that voted Republican purely for economic reasons, because they were business owners. But what we've seen is that shift. I mean, every time Trump has run for office, more and more Muslims voted for him. That's the numbers we have. And it's not my numbers, it's, experts who do surveys, okay? And so, whatever it is, people and other demographics are voting based on their to a certain degree, based on their self-interest. And I think what we need, that's why I went into the human dignity as my last slide in my presentation. At the end of the day, we need to really respect each other based on a human dignity, first as Americans, not as some kind of nationalism or whatever your nationalism is. That has to be debunked. Mm-hmm. And so we live in the United States, and the impact America has on the world is horrible. I work in international areas with a lot of other nonprofits in the communities, and they are so impacted by what's happening with USAID and the funding cuts there, for example. And I think with this, what we're going to see with the federal employees being sacked, that's going to affect a lot of Americans, and I think that's when Americans are going to wake up. So that's, we hope. Yes, that's one aspect. The second aspect, that what I've seen on social media, and a lot of the young people have been doing amazing work on this, is that connecting the idea of colonization of what's going in Gaza, for example, and what's happening here in the United States and other parts of the world. I come from a country that has been colonized by the British, so I totally get that. But I think it's drawing these connections globally to the local to the global is how we can really draw people in.
I think that your question gets to the issue of why we're doing this conference, right? So that's what it's about. And we have to be so careful not to let fear and suppression stop us. That's, I mentioned that earlier. Because I'm already hearing that it's getting really tough on college campuses, for instance. You might have noticed that there's, a lot less going on. The encampments have not come back yet. The students are really scared. And this whole thing with Trump and his executive order going after foreign students, that's just sending shockwaves. It's going to be so tough with this administration, with this Congress. And, I'm a big proponent of getting up on Capitol Hill. I also work a lot in the Maryland General Assembly because I am a Maryland resident, and we all need to be there. The lobbyists, the Christian nationalists, the Jewish supremacist organizations that are fighting for Israel, they have so much money. Of course, they've got lobbyists, right? They're up there at least once a week. They're doing that at the local level, at the county level, at the national level. And how often are we getting up there? We're lucky if we, most of our groups, if we can get there twice a year. It's not enough. We need to be doing a lot more of that, not just the public messaging, which we obviously need to continue to do. And everybody just needs to step up and work for organizations like this one. And that's, yeah. Seems like that's
I want to say something really quick. My presentation was not Islamic nationalism. It was Muslim nationalism, and that's point number one. Number two, when I talk about the Muslim MAGAs, it's not me labeling them, it's actually them calling themselves that. It's actually in the New York Times, it's reported, so I just want to be clear that that's not me imposing my worldview on them.
If I might, and then we have a question.
Yeah, just about the students, because I'm a Muslim chaplain at Drew University, now growing up 13 some odd years. I was at the encampments at Princeton.
That's not your thinking.
Oh, sorry. I was at the encampments at Princeton, Drew, Columbia, U of Penn, George Washington University, and physically in the encampments in some cases when the encampments were being attacked by the police. Just as an update to what our sister was just saying, this past summer, universities across the board, and Drew was one of them, all of a sudden worked on policies without notification, neither of the faculty, of course, over the faculty senate, nor any of the student groups on campus, student government, and they came up with a whole set of policies that were changed in order to address specifically encampment, like not putting up a structure on campus, not being able to this, that, etc. And one of the policies they came up with was that the advisors for the student clubs, or the advisor for the Muslim Students Association, the advisors of the student clubs have to sign off on any language or phraseology that's going to be used on any poster or any type of thing that is being said by the students. This is an academic institution, and they're forcing the advisor. Needless to say, the faculty said, "Where did this come from?" But the bottom line is, I asked the administration, "Where did this come from?" And nobody answers me. It turns out it's a consulting company, and the same consulting company has written all this information for all the other universities. Now, keep in mind, our universities are the brain trust of our society. You have people that are teaching how to write constitutions, how to write documents, how to be engaged in social movements. They draw up textbooks on this stuff. They're not consulted, but some outside person is consulted, and it's the same consulting company that's done it for all the Ivies and the Ivy wannabes. Second thing is a quick update. Over the last couple months, several Muslim chaplains who are salaried. I'm not salaried at Drew. Drew has only one salary chaplain who's part-time salary, and that, of course, is the Methodist chaplain. But I'm not salaried, so I work in a voluntary position or voluntary capacity. But the salaried Muslim chaplains at different universities, including U of Penn and others, have been released by the university. And this is something the American Muslim Chaplains Association is addressing, not because they were actively speaking out, but just providing pastoral service and guidance to the students that are there that were being traumatized from the different faith communities and non-faith communities at the encampments because of their treatment by the administration and by the security forces. And I'm saying security forces because unfortunately that's a term we use in the quote-unquote third world, but it's a term we have to begin to start using here, security forces which are doing things. So I just wanted to highlight that. It's an important issue to think about as we talk about freedoms and talk about university groups on campus. We need to find ways to protect and support that.
What's the name of the consulting company?
I don't know the details.
Well,
It's under investigation. I'm trying to get the information there. It's not forthcoming.
Oh.
hi.
Hi, okay, so I think we're going to conclude.
It is not.
We have three different perspectives. We're really privileged to have these presenters with us. They've come a distance. Raj is at Brandeis and is joining us online from a distance. And these bios don't do justice to the academic work that they're doing and the community work they're doing. All of our presenters, their full bios, I will have online available for you, contact information so that you can perhaps be in dialogue with them. Today we're receiving clip notes, okay? So our three presenters are these, the Reverend Dr. Professor Gary Dorian. Professor Dorian is Reinhold Niebuhr Professor of Social Ethics at Union Theological Seminary and Professor of Religion at Columbia University in New York City. Professor Dorian is author of 25 books on ethics, social theory, philosophy, theology, politics, and intellectual history. He's also an ordained Episcopal priest, having taught at both Trinity College in Hartford, Connecticut, Harvard Divinity School in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and Boston University School of Theology. Gary received the American Literary Association's Choice Award in 2009 for his book, Social Ethics in the Making, Interpreting an American Tradition. And the, never known how to pronounce that.
Grawemeyer?
Yeah, thank you, Gary. Grawemeyer Award for the New Abolition, W.E.B. Du Bois in the Black Social Gospel, and the Choice Award for Breaking White Supremacy, Martin Luther King Jr., and the Black Social Gospel, in his book, The American Democratic Socialism, History, Politics, Religion, and Theory. So we are grateful that Professor Dorian has joined us today. The second presenter will be Dr. Rajesh Sampath. And Raj, are you there? Just want to make sure. Raj there?
Hi, Neil. Yes,
Hey,
I'm
Raj.
here. Hi, Neil.
Good, Raj. I'm going to do a quick introduction. Raj serves as the Professor Sampath serves as the Associate Professor of the Philosophy of Justice, Rights, and Social Change at Brandeis University in Massachusetts. Professor Sampath is the lead investigator of the program on social exclusion at the Heller School Center for Global Development and Sustainability. He has worked with small groups of individuals invited to Dakar, Senegal. He's been those who are members of the Parliament of African Governments, heads of African religion for Amnesty International, and advisors to the United Nations Office on the High Commissioner for Human Rights on Minority Rights, and executives for several major international NGOs. Professor Sampath has worked with the International Congress on Discrimination based on work in dissent, exploring how and why the language of current human rights instruments of race, xenophobia, ethnicity, gender, religion, indigeneity, nativity, and other acknowledged characteristics fail to capture the complexity and intersectionality and nuance of discrimination on the basis of work and dissent. He has written for the Washington Post, the New York Times, The Conversation, the Huffington Post, numerous academic articles, and published his book is A New Constitutional Horizon to End Racism and Casteism. Our third presenter will be Rabbi Or Zohar, who serves as the senior rabbi at Temple Sinai in Rochester, New York. Rabbi Zohar moved with his family from the Galilee, Israel, where he served for 8 years as the Reformed rabbi of the Misgav Regional Council. Previously, he served as the rabbi of Congregation Ma'at Tivon in Kiryat Tivon, and is the founding rabbi of Kehillah Kalev, one of the Daniel Centers for Progressive Judaism in Tel Aviv, Israel. Rabbi Zohar was founding director of the Spirit of Galilee, an organization that promotes interreligious and intercultural dialogue between Jews, Christians, Muslims, and Druze in northern Israel. His work helped to reduce conflict and increase trust and collaborations between Jewish and Arab communities in that region. So let's say right word of gratitude. And I'm going to turn it over first to Professor Dorian. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, friends. I'm grateful to Peter and Neil for organizing this valuable conference and inviting me to speak about Christian nationalism. Several of our speakers this morning spoke beautifully from a personal standpoint, and I thought, wait a minute, I published a memoir just 2 months ago. I could go personal. But I've been composing this talk in my head ever since Peter asked me for it. And I showed up here today to convey my deep gratitude to him and to Neil and all of you for the work you are doing. I'm a Christian ethicist and theologian guided by fundamental principles of the Hebrew Bible. that translate into many religious faiths. Mishpat, justice, tzedakah, righteousness, and hesed, steadfast love. Christian theology shaped my understanding of mishpat as just relationships and equality, tzedakah as the moral and spiritual responsibilities of relationship, and hesed as the steadfast love of God that indwells all people and binds us to each other, favoring especially the hurting and oppressed. Today, I am holding in mind and heart the trauma that is in this room and this city. Nationalism is one of the most powerful, complex, various, and persistent forces in the world. Civic nationalism focuses on shared values and institutions within a nation, regardless of ethnicity or cultural background. Revolutionary nationalism is explicitly political or anti-colonial, as in most liberation movements of the global South. Racial ethnic nationalism describes a shared cultural identity and ancestry as the basis of a nation. All these types can take a religious form or not, establishing an identity claim, marking off who is to be excluded as an other, and providing a mobilization trailer. When nationalism includes a religious claim, it usually mobilizes a response to a threatened identity. Thus, Viktor Orban rose to power in Hungary by capturing the media, charging that the European Union was anti-national and anti-Christian, and contending that Europe must restore its Christendom heritage. Today's nationalist movements in Europe are mostly racial, ethnic, occasionally with a religious factor, fueled by their hostility to black and brown immigrants, which makes them hostile to multiracial liberal democracy, which they call globalism. They feed on the accusation that black and brown migrants are reverse colonizing the so-called native white Europeans.
Yeah.
In a few nations, these movements have burst through the gates of power. In many others, they are at the gate, where the language of left and right has largely given way to globalist versus nationalist, very much like our experience in the USA. The USA is different from Europe in being a nation of immigrants with a powerful tradition of civic nationalism based on the claim that the USA is a creedal nation, not the homeland of an ethnic group. We have a national creed that includes the First Amendment, its protections of free speech and religious liberty, and its declaration that the government shall not have a religion. When the brilliant First Amendment was enacted in 1789, this country was overwhelmingly white and Protestant. Today, our country is pluralistic in ways that the founders could not have remotely imagined. A century ago, my seminary, Union Theological Seminary, redesigned its curriculum to keep up with its own ecumenical diversity and its commitment to liberal theology. A half century ago, Union overhauled its curriculum again to keep up with its own liberation theologies. Today, Union has different kinds of Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Buddhist, Hindu, Sikh, Native American faith traditions laced throughout its curriculum, plus the non-religious forms of theory and critique that we've always taught. All this time, First Amendment has been very good for religion in this country, with no need of a nationalist security blanket, though debates about whether we need one have recurred throughout U.S. American history. I believe that patriotism is a good thing. I've spent my entire career reminding progressives to love their country. I also recognize and respect that desperate, hurting, and oppressed people often feel that their only hope for deliverance is some kind of militant nationalism with or without a religious undergirding. After World War II, nationalism was said to be a dying force, except in the formerly colonized global South. After the Cold War, it was said to be dying again, while globalization turned the entire planet into a single commercial market. The ravages of economic globalization have helped to fuel nationalist movements that reject all liberal or internationalist institutions. But every form of nationalism is suspect at best, inherently prone to denigration and exclusion, and religious forms of it are especially dangerous. To identify the will of God with any ideology or political regime is idolatry, the red light danger of religious nationalism. In the Bible, the ethical norms of justice, righteousness, and steadfast love define what it means to love God above all things and your fellow persons as yourself. The Apostle Paul put it prosaically in Galatians 5. God has called us to freedom, Paul said, so don't use your freedom to indulge your selfishness. Use it to love your neighbor as yourself. Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel put it with his customary incisiveness. What is an idol? He asked. An idol is any God who is mine, but not yours. Any God concerned with me, but not with you. Heschel said he knew of only one thing worse on earth than idolatry: racism. Non-idolatrous religion unites what lies apart, remembering that humanity as a whole is God's beloved child. To act in a racist spirit, he said, is to sunder, to slash, to dismember the flesh of living humanity, dishonoring the divine creator. The great Protestant theologian Karl Barth was often asked in the 1950s why he didn't oppose communism with the same categorical vehemence that he had previously opposed fascism. Emil Brunner and Reinhold Niebuhr were two of the theologians who pressed this question. Barth said he didn't doubt that communism was dictatorial, anti-democratic, and 6 other bad things. But there was never a danger that communism would destroy the soul of the church. That was what he witnessed in the 1930s in Germany. A movement that destroyed the church from within. Barth said nothing is more destructive to the church than the idolatry of a religious nationalism that claims to protect the church. In the USA, we have a long-standing myth of manifest destiny that seeps into every revival of Christian nationalism. The original idea was coined in 1845 as a call for the USA to annex the Republic of Texas as a slave state. John O'Sullivan professed that God wanted the USA to overspread the continent all the way to California and Oregon. Anything the USA did to conquer more territory was good and godly, because God wanted America to be as powerful as possible. Whig leaders were incredulous at hearing this argument. Manifest destiny is brazenly imperialist, they said. Are we to suppose that no nation on earth has a divine right to universal conquest, except the universal Yankee nation? Some expansionists said, yes, that's exactly what we believe, while others were more politique, replying that America's manifest destiny surely extended at least to California and Oregon. Until the mid-1970s, the dominant forms of manifest destiny were either civic nationalist, conceiving the American Republic as the Redeemer nation, which can be secular or religious, or some version of Christian millennialism. There were significant movements in the 1840s and 1860s to amend the Constitution to declare the USA a Christian state. The foremost American theologian of the 19th century, Horace Bushnell, was a fervent advocate of theocracy, in his case as a Latter-day Puritan. Meanwhile, most forms of Protestant Orthodox and Catholic Orthodoxy have been amillennial, rejecting theologies that fix on a coming millennial age. In the 19th century, many Protestant leaders contended that amillennialism is just too tame and restrained. Dispensational premillennialists and non-dispensational premillennialists differently interpreted the book of Revelation as the prophecy of a literal second coming and millennial reign of Jesus. Postmillennialists countered that Christ's kingdom must be established on earth before the predestined elect, or most people, or all people are to be saved. Here, the theologies ranged from the Old Testament Calvinism of B.B. Warfield to the liberal social gospel of Washington Gladden. In the 1970s, a small but significant stream of conservative post-millennialists endorsed R.J. Rushdoony's call for the institution of biblical law, while the leading figures of an ascendant evangelical political right, Carl Henry, Billy Graham, and Jerry Falwell, were premillennialists who urged evangelicals to stop fighting over this issue. The argument that unified the new Christian nationalism fixed on the past, claiming that a previously Christian nation had turned its back on God. This focus on the past was a source of immense power for what became the new Christian right. It was new mostly for dramatically scaling up, going political, and making deep inroads in Pentecostal churches and among some Roman Catholics. The emphasis on the past was an echo of the three great awakening movements in American history: the 18th century awakening, the 19th century second awakening, and the social gospel. All three of the historic awakening movements were based on the contention that America had lost its way and Americans needed to become morally worthy of their freedom. This powerful argument has fired emancipating theologies, repressive theologies, and some that are both. I dearly love the great social gospel leaders of the early 20th century: Walter Rauschenbusch, W.D.P. Bliss, Vita Scudder, Reverend Ransom. They were passionate advocates of political democracy, economic democracy, and cultural pluralism. They taught that God cares about justice and pouring yourself out for the afflicted, as Jesus said in Matthew 25. They contended that capitalism overdevelops the selfish instinct in all of us. There must be a stage beyond it that rewards cooperation. These social gospel luminaries knew there was a danger in their rhetoric about Christianizing society. Rauschenbusch worried about it especially. He tried to ward off the danger by insisting that the social gospel has nothing to do with putting Christ's name in the U.S. Constitution or bridging the wall between religion and state. To Christianize society, he said, is to infuse it with the ethical values of Jesus: love, justice, freedom, community. Rauschenbusch thus used the terms Christianize, humanize, moralize, and democratize interchangeably. True democracies, he said, are inclusive and pluralistic. Democracy and the spirit of Jesus adapt well to cultural diversity. But the social gospel that emerged in white Protestant churches was a mixed bag of progressive idealism and cultural privilege. Some social gospel ministers baptized manifest destiny. Many of them sanctified their own middle-class Anglo-Saxon virtues. A few of them endorsed eugenics, claiming there was such a thing as non-racist eugenics. All the dangers of religious nationalism were displayed in odious versions of the social gospel. In the 1970s, when the Christian right resurrected the social gospel language of Christianizing society, its version was the opposite of Walter Rauschenbusch. I believe that our country's greatest religious tradition is the social gospel that arose in black churches and paved the way to the civil rights movement. The black social gospel was originally a product of the abolitionist movement, the Second Great Awakening, and the crisis of the 1880s, when black church leaders were compelled to ask a terrible question: what would a new abolition be? Abolitionism in the Civil War had come and gone. Reconstruction had been forsaken. The USA imposed a racial caste system lacking any parallel in the post-slavery Americas, and a mania of lynching descended on black Americans. The founders of the black social gospel, William Simmons, Reverend Ransom, Alexander Walters, Ida Wells Barnett, Nanny Burroughs, and Adam Clayton Powell Sr. did not say that America just needed to fulfill its manifest destiny. They said the USA must overcome the betrayal of its own faith that all human beings possess sacred dignity as children of God. They taught that God cares about the poor, the excluded, the oppressed, and the kingdom of God. They preached about equality, democracy, and Jesus loving all the children. Not to enter the social and political struggle for justice was to betray Jesus. The founders passed this faith to the generation of Mordecai Johnson, Benjamin Mays, J. Pius Barber, and Howard Thurman, who passed it directly to Martin Luther King Jr. Today, the liberationist social gospel of King is the moral epicenter of our best theological and political traditions in this country. Religious communities are usually reluctant to involve themselves in struggles for justice. This is just the usual story. Back in the Gilded Age, trade union leaders declared that they expected no support from Protestant churches. They doubted the Catholic leaders would support them either, though that was an open question, since many working-class Catholics joined the unions. The existence of Catholic unionism created the preconditions of a Catholic social gospel, though it was slow to develop in the USA. Meanwhile, the union leaders said it was obvious which side the Protestant ministers were on, the side that paid their salary. This accusation hurt the feelings of Rauschenbusch and his friends. They knew it was true, and they did something about it, reaching out to working class people who despised the churches. That was a watershed moment in U.S. American religious history. Today, we must defend the equal humanity and dignity of all persons. No one's religious affiliation or a lack of one should have any bearing whatsoever on one's standing in our civic community. People of all faiths and no faith have an equal right to participate in our public life. We must struggle for justice in every sphere of society and defend the U.S. American tradition of refusing to favor any religion. Every form of injustice is rooted simultaneously in the political economy and the status order. The landmark theories of justice emphasize distribution. John Rawls on primary goods, Amartya Sen on capabilities to function, Ronald Dworkin on equality of resources, and so on. But for many people, the primary causes of harm are not distributed. For them, the primary causes are disrespect, being rendered invisible, being judged by norms that are alien to one's culture. Here, justice is about due recognition, and injustice is rooted in social patterns of interpretation, representation, domination, exclusion. The classic U.S. American symbol of justice is a blindfolded woman holding a scale that balances perfectly. Justice is impartial, and rights apply only to sovereign individuals. This concept of justice is a precious cornerstone of our society, foundational to our legal system. In the weeks and months to come, we will desperately need our court system to be a firewall for constitutional democracy. But legal justice is only one sphere of justice, with limitations on every side. Meanwhile, we are immersed in crises piled on each other that cannot be weighed on a single disinterested scale. The threat of partiality that our legal system is designed to avoid is outstripped by incommensurate claims on behalf of the global poor, migrants, refugees, and the earth itself. The planet is burning. People are fleeing from ravaged areas that cannot sustain life. The ecosystem is turning on its human destroyers, while nationalist movements respond with "my nation first, my nation only." The core political injustice is to be wrongly prevented from participating equally with others. The deepest form of it is when communities exclude some people from participating in contests over justice. As Nancy Fraser says, the deepest form of injustice is the denial of a right to have any rights. We must hold together the demands of economic justice and universal human dignity, insisting that every person is a subject of justice, holding a right not to be denigrated or dehumanized. In moral traditions deriving from biblical faith, justice is thoroughly ethical and social. No one is excluded, and it doesn't wear a blindfold. Biblical justice plunges into the messy business of making things come out right, understanding that the scales never balance otherwise. You shall not harm or oppress an alien, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. Do not abhor an Edomite, for he is your brother. The same law shall apply to you and the foreigner. Heschel put it vividly, as usual. Biblical justice, he said, is God's stake in history. No government meets this standard because governments are limited, fallible, self-interested collectives driven by the pursuit of power. But states are obligated to obtain as much justice as possible. International institutions raise the bar on what is possible for justice, and our interfaith organizations like this one are just beginning to discover their potential. We need to reach the many young people who believe that religion can only be authoritarian and nationalist. This is a time of massive trauma. We are witnessing outright assaults on democratic institutions and on the moral values of equality, mutuality, fairness, and hospitality. What does the world hear today from our government? Equality is a dream for losers. Trade policy is about domination, not mutual benefit. Foreign policy is about domination, with no room for foreign aid. If you are a refugee fleeing for your life, don't bother us. We don't even have a process for an asylum plea. We have to make strategic choices, build up our resilience, and look out for each other. Defending the vulnerable comes first, an imperative that grows more daunting every week as the list of threatened people increases. After that, we do confront strategic choices. For some of us, this question was settled long ago. If you have spent many years acquiring a deep expertise and a network of relationships concerning any justice issue, the question of what you must do beyond defending immediately threatened people is already settled. This is a moment to double down on the expertise and relationships that you have spent years acquiring. For many others, this is a formative moment of discernment. No one can take on everything. To make a difference on anything, you have to choose something. One of the worst things we do in social justice movements is to criticize anyone who doesn't select our highest priority. We must respect the integrity of people who make a different choice than our own. We must see the deep humanity in every person we meet across the entire spectrum of viewpoints and identities. And we must encourage our friends who are perpetually anxious but never do anything to find a justice issue and a spiritual community that are right for them. When we bond with others, there is joy to be found in the work. I need all the faith, hope, and love I can get, and I cannot get any of it on my own. Only through the ties of faith and love with others that grace my life do I have any capacity for hope. Katie Cannon, the mother of womanist ethics, was a dear friend to me. She wrote about seeking wholeness in one's life, being attuned to the God within, working for justice, and building peaceable communities that enable all people to flourish. Katie was a buoyant teller of her story, which I heard many times. When she spoke to church groups and to interfaith groups like this one, she aimed at the next generation coming up. Katie had a maxim: everyone who knew her heard her say it. You have to do the work that your soul requires. This deep down conviction was Katie's mainstay. What matters is to be faithful to what is saving and life-giving. We're gathered here because we believe it. Thank you for the privilege of participating in this gathering of friends and believers and allies for many things.
We're now going to have our friend, Professor Sampal, to speak to us. So,
I can't see her here.
there you are. Okay.
Hi, Peter. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
Everybody
You're
on
right.
Zoom in the classroom?
Yeah.
I too, like Professor Dorian, want to thank the courage and the visionary leadership of Neil Christie, Peter Cook, and Peter Frederick for organizing this summit and this event based on the vision they had for a project on combating religious nationalisms and the protection of religious minority rights. I wish I could be there in person, but I think this is the beginning of a conversation, so I look forward to staying in touch and seeing how we can collaborate and work together for mutually reinforcing goals. So thank you again. I do have 2 slides. I'll bring them up eventually. I don't want to start with them because I have some prefatory remarks. It was very inspiring to hear from Professor Dorian. I think there was a lot of resonation with all the great points that he made and what I want to introduce as basically material for discussion. So I really look forward to our conversation in the Q&A. You know, as a philosopher of history and philosophy of religion, the entwinement of history and religion, the idea of history and the idea of religions, they share, common antiquity. It's a great paradox because it's undeniable that the major world religions that are extant, some of which are thousands of years old, Judaism, Christianity 2000, Islam 1500 years, Buddhism, depending upon how you date it, 2500 years, all are born out of an attestation of suffering. All instill a humility in the limits of human comprehension to understand the ineffable. In some cases, like Judaism, the first to install a commandment, primary commandment, not to even name or see God, or whatever version of the divinity or the holy or the absolute that transcends human senses and experience. There's an innate humility, first of all, in terms of human comprehension and human ability. That's the fundamental humility we all have in trying to come to grips with our own mortality and finitude. But then there are laws and injunctions to preserve that. And one of the great principles is our ethical obligation to the other, the vulnerable, as Professor Dorian had said. So how can we have, just think about this counterfactually. And philosophers like to play with thought experiments. I mean, what if there are other species out there on other planets? And for those of you that follow some of the theological circles, there's interest in this, astrotheology. Well, what do we do in terms of our human-centered history here on Earth with the religions we have and the values and views that we do have? What would we do if we were to encounter somebody else? I apologize. I have a 2.5-year-old that always interrupts us at this time before her nap. She may come back and offer her perspective. So I'll intertake dialogue. And she has a lot to say about it. Okay, I was wrong. Yep. Sorry, man. Apologize for that. Counterfactually, what if there were other formations of religions that had other roots or origins that didn't derive from 2 things? The history of the experience of suffering itself, enslavement, and hence the strengthening of faith as a response to that suffering, whether it's from Jewish bondage in Egypt, all the way to black slavery and black liberation theology since, here in the United States, for example, the brilliance of liberation theology. Gustavo Gutierrez, Father Gutierrez has passed, the father of liberation theology in Latin America, And he spoke about the anguish, the spiritual anguish of the poor, centered in his own faith, of course, and for many of us who come from that faith, the centeredness of the suffering of God himself on the cross. So the dilemma is that we know that without religion and without this installation of humility and the attestation of suffering, bearing witness to suffering, we can't get to the authentic core of why we even have religion. And yet, and this is the paradox, and this is what's so disturbing about history and also more so our current times, hence the need for this summit and this project. How does something like that morph into oppression, othering, marginalization, deprivation of rights, and the right to have rights? To quote Professor Dorian's quote of Nancy Fraser. How can that come to be? I mean, how can water turn into fire? Most of us may think we have the capacity or the agency in democracies, if we're lucky enough to have one and be in one, to utilize the resources of the democratic social contract to protect religious minorities, cultural minorities, ethnic minorities, linguistic minorities, indigenous minorities, gender and sexuality minorities, immigrants. So we might think that there's something in the power of democracy to do that, but that's the other paradox, because it's also in democracies where we're seeing the besetting, the hijacking of democracy by religious nationalisms, to the detriment of those religious minorities in those democratic societies. Now, non-democratic societies, it's difficult. I mean, let's just be honest. Whether they're constitutional monarchies or other forms of dictatorship or centralized parties or states, but certainly not democracies. The principle of non-interference in international relations, it's impossible to go in and try to re-engineer these societies. We can try, and maybe try to install or promote democracy, but internally, unless they have their own discussions about reform on the protection of their own religious minorities, we know how precarious their life and their of religious minorities is in those societies. And there are plenty of examples around the world today where we're, from a humanitarian perspective, concerned about the plight of those religious minorities in those types of contexts. So I want to introduce a couple of slides here that puts into focus what I think some of the issues are. Do we take the theological approach, the solidarity of social movements Professor Dorian was talking about? Or do we think about the construction of democratic constitutions and states? And how do we protect the civil rights of minorities? To be honest, it's a double task. We have to do everything all at once, because that's how bleak and dire the situation is currently for many religious minorities in many different parts of the world. So here's some food for thought. I'm going to share
just a minute, almost there.
Can everybody see this?
Not yet. 1 minute, 1 second. It's almost there.
Okay.
Almost there. Make me a host. Make him a host.
A co-host. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'll host it.
I was able to share it, so.
Oh wait, it's on the screen here.
You just gotta.
Oh, it is. Okay.
That's what.
Religious and cultural minority rights.
Close it up. Just close it up. Sorry.
No problem. Can people see that on?
Yeah, we can.
You can see it in the room, and how about everybody on Zoom? You can see this slide. It says religious and cultural minority rights.
Yes.
Okay, so we're all set? You may not have heard the name Will Kinlicka. He's a Canadian philosopher of rights. Professor Dorian mentioned some of the more prominent ones in the American context, John Rawls and Amartya Sen, and others that focus on justice and rights. But Kinlicka looked at minority rights in particular in the Canadian context, and they have their own profound history, for example, with indigenous rights and the limits of secularism. So what are the limits of secular democratic states to accept minority rights when it comes to defining the relation between religion and the state. Say blasphemy laws, restrictions on free speech, Sharia law for some Islamic populations in Western secular democratic pluralistic states. So here, before we even get to this issue of religious nationalism, I mean, already, like, are some of these Western democracies even capable of handling a rethinking, perhaps, of their sacrosanct values because they don't understand or they can't put themselves in the positions of a religious minority who has different values? Blasphemy in the Islamic faith is not something that we're supposed to prejudge from the outside. It could mean something entirely different from within. It could cause, as the Venice Convention on Human Rights on the issue and for the EU discussed, bodily harm. Well, no. I mean, we have to have free press and we have to have free expression and we should be able to say whatever we want. And, atheism has as much of a right as a quote unquote religious type of experience as does any other religious minority that's protected under democratic constitution. No, you don't have the unconditional right to speak abusively in a derogatory sense about another person's faith. I'm sorry, there's a constriction in a democracy on your own freedom. It's counterintuitive, but we have to understand that if we begin with religious minorities and what the reclamation, the claims are for justice and for their own sense of well-being, then perhaps we need to do a lot of internal questioning about our own values if we're, let's say, part of the majority in that society. Then, of course, the problem with this summit and the contemporary age, it's not new. Obviously, it resurrects itself at different times for different reasons, but there's a particularly acute moment across the globe right now where every single major world religion as a religious nationalism is prosecuting or oppressing some religious minority. And I'll get to that in my second slide. Overwhelming tendency today, we want to understand the forces of this, the reasons for this, towards ethno-nationalism and neo-fascism, when majority populations grounded in their religious and civilizational identities feel threatened by other minority, religious, cultural, ethnic, immigrant, and indigenous groups. It's the redux of whether you admire or think it's infamous, the legacy of Samuel Huntington in the 90s and his paradigm-shifting view on this clash of civilizations, to move from Cold War ideologies of capitalism versus communism, absent religion, to the fault lines being strictly around religious and civilizational identities. That's going to be the prime motive for nations to conflict with one another in the future, as he thought after the Cold War. And in many respects, you kind of see, is that in fact the case, the fault line? It's either ethno-nationalism and or now we can see religious nationalism, and the fusion of both. How do coexistent relations between majority and minority populations get negotiated? I mean, that's for all of us. Those who pastored, all the work you do, the witness you have for your faith. People like myself and Professor Dorian who teach and research and try to write about topics that speak deeply to the issue of justice and religion. How are we going to work together? Coexistent relations between majority and minority populations get negotiated. The obscurities, opacities, and ambiguities that define the boundaries of religion and secular democratic law, rights, and justice. Because, as many constitutional legal professors will tell you, if you take our First Amendment, I'm putting my elbow up here, I guess, I don't know if you can see that, but that First Amendment is supposed to bend like your elbow. On the one hand, government can't be founded on a single religion, and therefore it allows for the maximum religious expression of minority groups, in, let's say, our First Amendment interpretation. But the flip side of it is that you can't coerce another person to speak on behalf of something. People don't know that other side of it. It's usually like, hey, you should allow everyone to express themselves freely. We would not ban the burqa, for example, like France does. It's purely secular kind of doctrines. How about building a mosque at ground zero? That's the maximum, expression of religion. State can't interfere with that. On the other hand, state shouldn't be grounded in a single religion. Now, that's the idea. What actually happens? Separation of church and state. But again, if you see things from a minority religious perspective, is that strong enough to protect the rights of those religious minorities? The philosopher in me has to put this last point. It's a little abstract. We can try to get into it, but it's my own kind of uncertainty principle drawn from that phrase from physics. In physics and quantum mechanics, you can't locate the position and momentum of a something at any given time. You can either look at its position, but you won't know where it's going, or you can try to determine its momentum, but you can't see from where it started. So there's a certain ambiguity in our understanding of everything. And I think that, this is why philosophers may or may not be useful for our exercise today, but they pose questions that are somehow unanswerable. Do we have enough experience as a human species to know which one, religion or democratic states, will have more of a binding effect on justifying the idea of sovereignty on our human nature? So what are we willing to agree to? What are we willing to abide by in terms of the social contract? What are we willing to give up, as Hobbes asked? So we don't just destroy each other in the state of nature, but we have to give up something in order to get that protection. But also cultivate that internal duty, that liberty of conscience to do what's right for others. Religion, none of us in this room are advocating for its complete annihilation or eradication. As people of faith, excuse me. And some of us would still like to believe in the prospect of democracy healing itself wherever it's fractured or wherever it's being hijacked by religious nationalisms, to the detriment of religious minorities, ethnic minorities. That there's still the prospect of equality and liberty. So, what do I turn to? The school of thought that I'm interested in and trained in as it pertains to theology and religion and history is deconstruction, if you've heard that phrase. A particular individual founded that in the 60s, and it's based on a philosophical movement. Derrida is the name of the philosopher who happened to be my teacher. But it's an important intellectual movement from the 60s and 70s, started in France, that then affected, for the most part, the humanities in the Anglo-American context, the United States and Britain, Canada. And most people might know about it in the humanities or the arts, but it did spill over to some extent into law and into policy and religion and theology as well. Maybe not so much there, but certainly in the law. Critical race theory, people don't know that. And the law has its roots in this idea of deconstruction. So, but what is it? What did he say? What did he do that was so, influential? Well, his argument is that, if you think there's an essential natural essence to a binary opposition, when you think of two things, you think of one term in the opposition dominating or being the dominant figure over the lesser term that it dominates, like majority over minority. He began by questioning in the West why this priority of speech over writing. Writing is somehow inferior. It's a dead copy. It's not as precious as us now, being present to each other, talking, hearing each other. We're present. Community, ecclesia, gathering, assembly. That's a dominant idea of presence, but why is that more important than, absence, or those that are not in the room, for example, or those that may be silenced right now or suffering? So, for me, in his idea, there's a fundamental issue of justice is at heart in this entire project. But we got to question the essence of binaries. That's difficult because most of the world religions make some kind of claim to truth that could be seen as exclusive, or at least it installs a prohibition, a commandment that can't be crossed. Without the resurrection, things start to fall apart, as St. Paul will tell you. Where's the basis of our faith? There's certain things. I mean, you can historicize, you can deconstruct, you can desedimentize and contextualize a bit. Maybe turn more into an ethical praxis versus looking at the deep kind of metaphysics in religion. But if you start to take away certain elements of Christianity, especially in terms of the creeds, the history of the creeds and the councils, like the Trinity, the incarnation, an actual death. He didn't go into a coma and then woke up later. Sealed in a tomb. No witnesses at that actual event of resurrection from death. Actual death, not a prolonged sleep. And then in actual appearances, and then eventually ascendance. And then ascending of the third person of the Trinity to the earthly church as we await the second coming. you start to take away certain elements, things start to fall apart, and you don't have the basic semblance of the revelation. There seems to be an exclusivity to everything I just said with regard to the proclamation, the Christian proclamation. But there has to be a way. We all have to work together to see what is it in our humanity as Christians, for example, if that's what we come, if that's the faith we come out of, in our encountering and acknowledging the other, seeing Christ in all things. I wonder about the attestation of some of the great theologians of the 20th century. What did they see in other religions? What did Thomas Merton see at the end there with the Buddhists? Or Paul Tillich, the great Protestant theologian of the mid-20th century, in his encounters with Buddhism? Or vice versa, what's the beauty of interfaith dialogue and the sharing in the community? We're doing it here. That could be an example of overturning binaries. The other aspect of deconstruction, and this is a little harder because it may challenge for those of us that come from religions that have some kind of messianic component. And the Abrahamic faiths do have that in different ways. And I don't want to conflate their complexity and richness, but Judaism, Christianity, Islam. Well, what's this différance in French? What the A is supposed to mean? Active differentiating, so it could mean that to differ. But it also means to postpone or defer, meaning delay. So one part of the opposition doesn't get to decide the meaning of the difference. So there's a difference that we respect, let's say a difference between a Christian proclamation and an Islamic, a Muslim proclamation, or Jewish proclamation. But maintaining that space of as I mentioned, humility and compassion and sincerity, where, together in our vulnerability, no one just jumps ahead and tries to judge the other and say, well, wait a minute, you're wrong, and you should have seen this, and why can't you believe this? Because I believe it, but you need to try to, and that's very difficult. I know that sounds like an ideal. How do we actually do that in reality? Hence the issue of coexistence, conflict, and religious persecutions. So this issue of justice, majority populations othering religious minorities is a threat or even a terror. The terrorist constructions, I hate to say it. How do nationalisms, religious nationalisms today in our democracies, Christian white nationalism that's been talked about, the Hindu nationalism in India, can just throw banning around the term terror to then go after certain minorities. Caste was mentioned earlier, pollution. Polluting the stable identity of the nation state. The great replacement theory in the United States that's behind the MAGA movement, at least some interpretations of the MAGA movement. Grounded in one religious and civilizational identity, let's say here in the West, the Gentile Christian West. There's no single major world religion or ethnic national civilizational identity that does not oppress some religious minority. Can you imagine? I think in the chat earlier, can there be one example out there of an extant world religion that's not doing it to some minority, that's not involved in some kind of oppression of another minority? And instead of blaming the religions, one can talk about their human manifestation with all of our flaws and limits and sin and brokenness. Freedom from sin is not just the religious call, as Gutierrez said, but the sin of poverty, the sin of underdevelopment, the sin of torture, the sin of indifference to death by poverty. He spoke about that in liberation theology. So who are these groups? Hindu oppression of Christians, Sikhs, and Muslims in India and Kashmir. Buddhist majority in Myanmar, and the oppression of Rohingya Muslims. Confucian Han Chinese, post-1949, constitutionally a communist, non-democratic, one-party rule state, but it has this prior, antiquity and base and foundation in the Han majority, which is Confucian, and the oppression of the Uyghur Muslims, underground Christians, and of course the question of Tibet. Sri Lanka, just like Buddhist Sinhalese, and the oppression of the Tamil Hindu minorities, some might argue today the Muslim minorities in Sri Lanka. I don't want to simplify that. I'm not a specialist in Sri Lanka, so people might have to correct me on the characterization. Middle East Islamic majorities and Christian minorities. I mean, many of us are concerned. And when we think of Coptics, when we think of now Syria, at the toppling of the Assad regime. Not that the Assad regime was the answer, but, persecution of the Christian minorities in India. India. If people want to believe it, I mean, how can it, not just because of colonization when Western Christianity came to the whole world, but, if one wants to venture a hypothesis about the earliest Christian churches that go all the way back to St. Thomas. Even those countries that claim their own civilizational identity for the modern concept of democracy was born is flexible and nimble and allows for all this multiplicity and pluralism, different religious minorities. Anybody can come here and be free and express themselves and don't have to worry about it. That's the promise, but it wasn't kept because now there's bona fide persecution of the Christian minorities. People like Neil and Peter Cook and Peter Frederick can have attested to that in their work. And then, for those of us here in the West, Christian majorities in Western, unfortunately, post-Cold War Eastern Europe, North America, New Zealand, Australia, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, pre-COVID and post, this enduring issue of anti-Asian hatred in the West can manifest itself differently. And then, long before October 7th, and certainly since, how do we come to grips with the critique of the current policies today, globally, the moral consensus? A critique of the occupation is not anti-Semitism, but it's something that has to be put on the table for discussion. Plight of the Palestinian people. Now you can say, wait a minute, there could be examples where it's a minority that's oppressing the majority. What do we do in that case? Because if it, for example, were a one state, clearly, as a one state, not just some kind of illusory ideal, what would be the case about a minority group running the majority? Well, you don't want that either, because that's apartheid. Inverting these hierarchies of majorities over minority populations, overcoming the oppressor-oppressed distinctions of the liberation theology. So I'll just stop my slide there and come back to you all. The genius of liberation theologies, the Black tradition here in the United States, is a great attestation. Latin American liberation theologies, I mentioned Gutierrez. And all of us, I think, appreciate the beauty of all faiths, that they all have something to say. They have authentic bearing witness, not just to the fact of suffering, and then theological explorations of theodicy. Why would God allow something pure, unconditional love, infinite love? Is it Barth's proclamation? The Christian God is the God who loves, is the infinite God who loves infinitely, or something to the effect. But, this unconditionality in the heart of the conception of the divine in most religions. However you want to define love, obviously it's an English word that has resonation in different languages that can then mean different things with different roots, but we want to keep it as something intangible. But love for the neighbor, love for the other, that type of primordial relationality is linked to not just bearing witness to suffering and installing hope and faith that the suffering will end, but attending to it. That's the orthopraxis that Gutierrez spoke about. There's orthodoxy in terms of upholding the doctrines, of which as a Catholic priest, he wasn't about to go and challenge the doctrines when he was corresponding with Vatican II. At the time, Cardinal Ratzinger, who was running the CDF, who then eventually became Pope Benedict. But, it's not a question about, I'm a single Catholic where you're going to go around changing your own doctrines and say, well, I'm not going to preach, Jesus at the center of this particular religion, and they go talk about something else. But it's the shifting and the metanoia, the turning in terms of the praxis and the brilliance of the example in the Gospels of Jesus' own actions. Or the Prophet Muhammad on tribalism. And the supersensory, that's the real meaning of jihad, supersensory commitment to egalitarianism, non-division, no shirk. Don't put yourself, one human can't put themselves above another human being. No caste. And then Judaism, the first of the Abrahamic faiths, truly installing the panim of panim, the encountering in the face of the other. God knew Moses as a friend. Moses can't see him, or maybe he was the only one, and transformed by the experience. But the point is that, the genius of that moment, if you think about it, or even before him, Abraham, and breaking the idols, is to stay silent and pray and bear witness in the face of something you can't see. Start with that. And that's the model for how we encounter the other. Don't try to name them, prejudge them, reduce them to category, appropriate them, manipulate them, pretend to give them a place. You have to have that true kenosis and pouring out of that love towards the other for which you can't define, because as Levinas, the French philosopher, tells us, they hold you hostage. By hostage, he means the ethical responsibility you have from within to decenter yourself so you can let that love flourish for the other. These sound like ideals. These sound like, ideals that we can't meet. Well, then I'm going to leave you with this. Here's our conclusion. Leaders of religious faiths, leaders of communities and congregations, leaders of councils of churches. How do we practice that? How do we practice that fundamental ethics towards the other and come forward to fulfill our duty? And I conclude by again thanking Reverend Peter, and our friend Frederick, for the courage to put faith at the center of a conversation about religious nationalism. So we inside the faith are responsible for speaking out against the manipulation of faith. And that, to me, is the authentic bearing witness to faith. So I want to thank you. I look forward to our discussion. And please, for those on Zoom and everyone else in the room, if you'd like to contact me for further conversation, Peter, are we going to share our contact information? Or?
Yes.
Great.
All of it will be shared. Yep.
I can also put it in the chat as well. Thank you very much.
Last but certainly not least, Rabbi Orzor will come and speak to us. So, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, so good afternoon. Yes, thank you so much, Peter, and thank you, COC, and the organizers of this gathering of people for including me in this conversation. I'm very grateful for everyone who's been speaking here since the morning. I'm new to this forum, and I was trying to listen with my ears, with my heart, with what's left of my brain, etc. And hopefully, and I'm learning a lot. It's great to be here. I think I deserve. I need to start with a little bit of talking about the context that maybe brought me here, who I am, not because speaking about myself is my favorite topic, but because it's relevant to what I'm going to say. And I'm also very grateful to the two previous speakers on this panel who have brought the conversation to heights of intellectual, context. However, I have a lot to say before I go into a little bit of Jewish theology. Is actually happening very much on the ground. In my previous
life, almost I could say, in the mountaintops of the Galilee region, which is in northern Israel. Since this July, I'm serving a Jewish Reform congregation in Rochester, New York. That's not far from Toronto, by the way, for those of you. It's not where all the skyscrapers are, it's the other side of New York State. I moved there with my family from Israel. By the way, the past 7 months have been amazing. I'm blessed to have a really wonderfully engaged congregation, and that also is also very committed to social action and to trying to make a change in the greater Rochester area. And when I moved to America, one of the reasons I moved here is because I wanted to move to a country where there is a constitution, where there is a separation of church and state. And people are telling me, really, you moved to America now? You're the kind of, I said, well, I'm not the kind of person who always kind of, comes late to a party, when everything else is, and I said, don't confuse me with the facts. I moved to the America that was established with all those civil rights in place. I'm not ready to hear all the criticism. But then as time goes by, I was kind of realizing, hey, I guess it doesn't matter where you go. There'll always be those injustices. There'll always be these discrepancies. There'll always be those challenges. It actually doesn't matter where you live. If you have the eyes to see it and the hearts to feel it, you will probably want to be involved, which is why I'm here, and I'm very grateful for the invitation. When I moved to the Galilee, Israel, about 12 years ago, after being a Reform rabbi in Tel Aviv, it was a very different experience because the Galilee is a very multicultural area of Israel. In the first years of being a Reform rabbi, I was very busy with defending the rights of Reformed Jews in Israel. Not many people know that, and this has been addressed here before as different kinds of subtleties of the reality there. Because there's no separation of church and state in Israel, and because most of the religious authorities there are Orthodox, it's not that easy to be a Reformed Jew in Israel. It can be surprising to people who are here, where Reform Judaism is actually the largest Jewish denomination, and usually you see the fairly large Jewish Reform institutions. In Israel, it's not an obvious choice to be a Reform Jew. In fact, I was raised modern Orthodox, but then kind of migrated to being a Reform Jew. And then, for example, as a Reform rabbi in Israel, I could not legally officiate weddings. Heavy funding goes to Orthodox institutions, not to Reform ones, etc. So it was kind of like before I was even able to kind of reach out and say what's happening with Arabs, what's happening with Palestinians. It was many years just working within the Jewish context of the society and how to make sure that there's actually religious freedom for all sorts of Jews in Israel. When I went to the Galilee, I was continuing that. I was blessed to have been a Reform rabbi of a regional council that is actually very beautiful. I've never been to northern Israel. It's very mountainous. The Sea of Galilee, a famous lake, is there. In fact, my previous home, there was a view to that lake. I never saw anyone walking on the water. I guess that happened 2,000 years before. And one of the things that made that area beautiful to me was not just that it's lush and green and pastoral. It's also because it's, as I said before, extremely diverse. So in Israel proper, and I'm not talking about the West Bank and Gaza right now, there are now 10 million citizens. Out of them, 20%, 2 million are, it's hard to know how to call them without getting in trouble. Some call them Israeli Arabs, some calling them the 1948 Palestinians. Nonetheless, they're very real people, and they were my neighbors. And they're Israelis who are Arab, mostly Muslim, but some are Christian and Druze and other religions. And they at least on paper, they are citizens who enjoy equal rights. Of course, it's not that simple. Just like when I moved to Rochester, New York for conquest, I realized that I also moved to a divided city. There's the east side of the Genesee River and the west side of the Genesee River, if you know it. And it's very different kind of reality, even though everybody is a citizen of America and of New York, right? It doesn't mean that there's equality. But for the very least, when you drive around, when you walk around in the Galilee region, you're not just seeing your own kind. You're seeing Jews, you're seeing Arabs. If you go to a restaurant, that table will be Arab, you're Jewish, more mixed. And to me, that was actually wonderful. I said, I don't want to live in an area of Israel where everybody looks like me and talks like me and thinks like me. I want to be in a more diverse place. And then more and more, as I kind of like established my roots there and kind of befriended my congregants, I said, I can't just be a rabbi of the Jews for the Jews. I need to reach out to my neighbors who are different nationalities. Well, nationalities are tricky ones because it's all the same passport, but basically my Arab neighbors. So it started with very grassroots. I'm also a musician, a very grassroots initiative to bring Arab and Jewish musicians together to jam, etc., and invite each other to holidays. But after a few years, I realized that was not enough, and I was fortunate enough to be the founder of an organization called the Spirit of the Galilee, which essentially was, I think, a little bit similar to what we have in this room. Maybe you can call this the Spirit of Washington, D.C. or something like that, in a similar way that we brought people of faith, leaders of faith, clergy. I'm clergy, so hey, it makes sense that my friends would be also clergy. We said, the Middle East is a very religious area of the world, and therefore, rather than religion being part of the problem, let's try to see if it could be part of the solution. Many of us share this kind of commitment to our religion, to our faiths, to our traditions, and I started basically walking in the Galilee and saying, hey, who wants to be my friend? And many people said no, but many people said, you're naive, or it's not going to work, or it's, However, with time, I was lucky enough to find some good partners who were Muslim leaders, Christian leaders, Druze leaders, even some Buddhist leaders. There's all sorts in northern Israel. And we kind of formed a group, a coalition of clergy and other people of faith. And we were able to bring, after we created trust with one another, we were able to, and we worked on that for years. We worked to create trust. We were able to bring our communities together. I'll give you one example of how this kind of coalition of local leaders in the eye of the storm in Israel can bring change. In the previous, one of the previous rounds of violence between Israel and Gaza, it was not half as horrendous as what we're experiencing now, unfortunately. The tension between the two ethnic groups, the Jews and the Arabs in Israel-Palestine, kind of found its way also to the area of the Galilee, where it was usually more peaceful. And there was an incident where some very angry Arab teenagers from the neighboring village, they were very angry about the things that were happening. I'm saying in the most non-judgmental way. As a matter of fact, they came and they put the road that leads to our village on fire at night. It was very scary to a lot of people. How are we going to get our kids back to school? These kids, they were angry. And what was even more scary to some of us is that I'm all the WhatsApp groups of all the neighbors, and they were saying, you know what? So the Jews are saying, oh, so that's what the Arabs are doing? We're going to go down there. We've been to the reserves. We're going to, and I was saying, how we say in Yiddish, oy vey. What's going to happen now is that the Arab teenagers with the tires and the smoke and the Jews who are angry, everybody's wrong and everybody's right? Like we're fearing that there's going to be this clash on the road, where people are going to take the law to their own hands, and there's going to be kind of like usually it ends up like with a massacre, right? And we wanted to avoid that. Luckily, because we had that network of religious leaders and clergy and faith leaders, the Arabs from the village were not stranger to us, right? So the person who spoke on Zoom before me, hopefully he's still here, right? You were talking about deconstructing things, right? So one way to look at that situation was, those are the Arabs. They are, blocking our road with fire. We are the Jews. We're going to go and show them, right? That's a kind of very like a welcome to the Middle East kind of way to look at the situation. But luckily, because we have friends in the Arab religion, because we have allies, we made some phone calls. And we said, this is happening. Can we maybe think of ways to resolve it non-violently? And because of that network, after 2 to 3 days, the Arab leadership of that town spoke to those youngsters. And we spoke to our people who were very hot-headed about going and kind of retaliating. And that incident stopped. With no police, no army, none of those images that you usually see from the Middle East of escalations and escalations, simply because we were in human contact and communication. And I can stand here for half an hour more, giving you more examples of how that group of leaders, local leaders, by the way, that area of Israel that I'm talking about is the boonies. It's the mountaintops it's not Washington, D.C. or Tel Aviv. But those local leaders were able to prevent violence from escalating, was able to provide help and support to various communities. Later on when the war started and got worse. So just like I did, for the record, I did move from Israel to the United States after October 7th. So I was there. I experienced the whole horrendous thing. I experienced the violence from all sides. I know for a fact that war is bad. I can testify. I've been very, very close to it, including very, very close people to me who have been directly affected, both Jewish and Arab, by the way. And at the same time, since I'm coming from the eye of the storm, I will testify and say that I've seen in my own eyes, in my own heart, and all of my limbs of my body, and all the faculties of my soul, that peace between Jews and Arabs in the Middle East is possible. It's possible. There are people in northern Israel who are Jewish and Arab who are living in peace at the moment, as we speak. The organization that I started is still there. It's called the Spirit of the Galley. When I left Israel to live in America, I made sure that it's still there and its donor base still exists, and a very, very talented reform rabbi took my place. And if you ever go to the region and you want connections to people who are involved in that work, I'll be happy to connect you to it. And that is one thing that I want to. I want to get into theology, a little bit of it, time permitting, in a moment. But I want to say that there's one thing that I want to convey from the eye of the storm, so to speak, is that if I've seen it happen in the Galilee, it's not perfect. I'm not trying to pink wash Israel or say that it's like a fairy tale land there. There's not exact equality there, but I saw the collaboration happen. It's the same Jews and the same Arabs ethnically who are killing each other in Gaza and its borders right now. So what's the difference? Why is it the same peoples, but in a different part of the country, and you don't see the same kind of violence and mutual persecution? And I think that the answer lies in many ways in the fact that in the Galilee, the Jews live there and they feel that they're indigenous to the land and they belong to the land, and probably most of them will define themselves as Zionists, but they're the kind of Israelis who don't think that their connection to the land is exclusive. That do not think that the fact that they have ties to historic ties to the land of Israel means that somebody else doesn't. And the Arabs who live there feel the same, and in fact they're also citizens of Israel. Although not, again, do not live in perfect equality with the Jews, because they are in every society, the more privileged and the less, they are not under direct military occupation. And that means a lot, because they're free to move around, they're free to have professions, and free to integrate with one another. Okay? And that actually creates more trust. So my basic thesis is that when everybody is a citizen, everybody gets a chance to be at the same table, you will get more friendship, you get more collaboration, you get less violence. When people are separated and segregated, you will see that there are eventually more wars. I mean, what is the place in Israel, Palestine, in which the separation has been total? It's the Gaza Strip. Right? Over there you see a wall that's been built in the ground, in the air, 100 meters into the ground. The only way that you can communicate with your neighbor, if you're an Israeli or Palestinian, you live on both sides of the Gaza border, is by attacking one another. There's no other way to communicate. Right? In other places of Israel, where there's more collaboration and more of an open society where people mix, you do not see the same kind of atrocities because, hey, that person has a face. And essentially, if I come back into my example from the Galilee Mountains, you see, when those Arab teenagers were making the fire in the street, one way is to say it's them, the Arabs, who are doing it. But the correct way to say it is that our youth who are there. Why are they not in school? Why are they so angry? What do they feel that the only outlet they have for their violence is to counter it with their own violence? It's not, you see, it's not the two peoples one against each other. If you're able to have a switch in your mind, then you don't see it as us and them. You see it as one area with a big tragedy and a long war, history of war for many, many years. And that is kind of like the switch that I feel is important to have. That and also in my new country, well, not really new because my family is kind of bi-cultural, bi-citizen for many years. But my old new country, which is the United States, where I would say the same logic would apply. And now kind of like segueing into a bit of Jewish theology, so it's not just my personal testimony from northern Israel that I came here to talk about. So as many people here have mentioned, the Jewish tradition talks about the fact that first of all, we are human beings. And only afterwards we are Christians or Jewish or Buddhists or Muslims. You know, there's a famous question that the commentator Rashi asks about the Torah, the first part of the Bible, is why actually bother with Genesis? Why talk about all the first chapters of creation? And couldn't we just start from Abraham? Yeah. Or, even skip to Exodus? That story that many people here have alluded to as indeed being very significant, not only to Judaism, but to other faith traditions as well. And the answer is that of course we can't just start with Abraham and Sarah or Hagar and the story of the Exodus, because the Bible begins with the creation of the entire universe, with Adam and Eve, with the understanding that whatever separations we had afterwards are secondary to the idea that we are created in God's image. B'Tselem Elohim, many of you probably have heard this before, but sometimes when we're living such terrible times, when you have to come back to basics and remind all of us, Jews, Christians, Buddhists, Sikhs, Muslims, whoever we are, agnostic, whatever it is, that we share at least the Abrahamic tradition, the idea that the Bible begins with the creation of the universe, with the fact that everybody is equal, and then you can go and find your own family and your own tribe and your own tradition. It's more important to be a good, decent human being than being a Jew or a Christian or a Muslim. That's a bonus. If our traditions can help us achieve that, then that's good, and we need to make sure that this is so. And people who have spoken up before me have reminded all of us how this tradition that I proudly belong to speaks about loving the stranger. There's no commandment in the Bible, in the Torah, that is repeated more than you should love the stranger. And remember that you were once slaves in the land of Egypt. In other words, if we live in a land that happens to be predominantly Jewish, and there's a minority group in your land that is Arab-Palestinian, and you're not loving and respecting that tradition, then something about your interpretation of Judaism needs to be looked at. Okay, so that is why it was here said, in some forums you cannot criticize Israel. And so I'm a person who I love the country of Israel where I was born. Many of my loved ones live there. I actually wanted to be healthy and succeed and thrive, but I also would be the first person to criticize it. Yes, when the stranger in the land, who by the way not a stranger, who's also part of the land, is not being treated as our religion teaches us. And there's something about that, who's a stranger in the land. I think it's important to notice that I think one of the biggest problems, and I hear all the, even in Rochester, New York, there is a lot of tension about that in the University of Rochester and different things that have happened, and just in town. I think one of the biggest problems that we have, and we talk in this country about the Israel-Palestinian conflict, is that people tend to take sides in a way that delegitimizes the narrative of the other. Yeah. It's actually something that's important for me to convey here, because quite often when I speak to Israelis, people who are pro-Israeli or whatever that is this inability to see that the Palestinian is an indigenous person to the land of Israel, Palestine. They've been there for generations. They're there. I know it. My family too has been there since the time of the Turkish Empire for many, many generations. And it's because of that I know that there were always Arab Palestinians there. So coming to a whole group of people, millions of people, and telling them, "Hey, it's only my narrative that's important," it's not going to end well. Likewise, I connected to many people in the Israeli community and in the Jewish community, and when they feel a delegitimization of their own, what they believe is a genuine connection to the land of Israel, they also feel threatened, and therefore will be a little more less keen on kind of like reconciliation. The truth of the matter is that both sides, again, sides, because I don't really see it as sides, belong to that land. So in a way, in a kind of a playful, this is not something to joke about, but in a kind of a roundabout kind of way, so if you care for pro-Palestinian, right, if you're pro-Palestinian, you care for Palestinians, try to be a little more Zionist. I know it's hard maybe for some of you. If you want to be a Zionist and care more for the Jewish people in Israel, try to be more pro-Palestinian. Learn to see the pain of the narrative of the other side. As long as you will deny the legitimacy of the other, you're part of the problem. And that is the thing that I call it. I'll say that when I talk to people in Israel who are or in America, who only see the pain and the atrocities and the problems that happen to the Jews, and I will. That's my stance, that's my obligation, because those are my people, right? But I would also humbly ask from people who are very much after the rights for very good reason, for the Palestinians, to say, try to understand these are not two people who are competing and who's right and wrong. It's about understanding that both peoples there have a history in that land, have a deep connection to the land, and by recognizing it, that's where you go to reconciliation. Now, a little bit more of theology. In the book of Genesis, there is a promise of God to Jacob after he had the famous dream of the ladder. Right, so Jacob was going from one place to another, from Beersheba to Haran, and he had nothing, and he was completely poor and without any possessions. He was alone, and he was in the field, and all of a sudden, he went to sleep, and he had that famous dream of the ladder, where he realized he was never alone, that God was always with him. And after that, he woke up, and he said, "Well, indeed, there is God in this place, and I did not know." And he called the place Beth El. There is a settlement. It's in the West Bank. It's called Beth El, but also half of the Jewish congregation in America are called Beth El. Most of you probably know Beth El. Why? Beth El means the house of God. And then after that, God says to Jacob, "Listen, there is, you will become a great nation, and many other nations will be learning from you, etc., etc. And you will go to the north, to the east, to the west, to the south, and of this land." And throughout the Middle Ages, various Jewish interpreters of scriptures struggle to what does this land mean? What is this land? It can be understood in more than one way. Well, I'll give you three options. There are probably more, but I think they might be helpful for the conversation. One is that the land is actually any land. It's not necessarily the land of Israel. That's Sforno. He was one of the Middle Ages commentators on the Torah. And Sforno said, it's not necessarily the land of Israel or France or Morocco or any place. It's any land. If a Jewish person happens to live anywhere around the world, and if that person has a community that is Jewish and lives a Jewish life, Jewish values, and is part of any society, then that is the land. And for the most part, by the way, for American Jews, that certainly had been the case, right? Jewish people came, my other side of my family came on those ships from Ellis Island many years ago to this country, and they were one of the Jewish refugees who came from Eastern Europe and found refuge in this land. And that was the prevailing concept, which is, we don't necessarily think about the land of Israel as the land, right? So any land where there's a Jewish people and civilization, a synagogue or whatever, community, can be the land, and then you kind of play nicely in the sandbox with all the other people that live around you. Option number two. Option number two is Rashi. And Rashi said, it's actually the land is the land that we call Israel, and that the land will be yours means that it's just yours, it's only yours. It does not, you do not share it with anybody else. The right of that land is just that it's only exclusive to you. And then there was Rashba who gave option number 3, okay, or 2, or whatever it is, the third one. He said, well, actually, the land is the land of Israel, and you have a connection to it, and you will live there, but by no means is it only promised to you. By no means is it only promised to you. It's promised to you, but hey, it's also promised to others who live there. Yeah? And I think that so the Jews who live in this country, obviously they take it opt after option number 1. Nobody's claiming, I don't know, for the best of my knowledge, that this land is the land of the Jewish people. We live here, we're a very small minority, and we try to share the land amidst all those phenomena that you're describing, right? If the Jews who live in Israel, they actually are divided between the two other options. There are Jewish people who live there, and in fact, if you ever have a chance, and you haven't so, look at the Israeli Declaration of Independence. It's a very interesting document. It's a document that says, yes, this will be the land of the homeland of the Jewish people. However, this will be a democracy, and this will be a place where all minorities will be treated equally. There will be freedom of religion. There will be a lot of things that I wish, if in some ways, if Israel of 2025 was closer to maybe the intention in the beginning, maybe we would have seen all the violence, unfortunately, we're seeing now. Right? So even within Israel, you will see people who are kind of like a more liberal or pragmatic Zionist, so to speak, who actually understand, yes, we came here, we have an indigenous connection to this land, we've lived here for generations, maybe we became more, from many generations ago, maybe we came in recent generations, but, we want to live here, we want to live here together with our Palestinian neighbors. And in some political way or another, find a way to live it equally. And there are the ones who say, hey, this is option number 3. This is actually our land, and it's only our land, and God shows us to be the owners of this land, and that is where I would say we get the problem. Because then it becomes racism, right? And the conflict that we see now has to do, once again, I think, unfortunately, because too many people in that region, whether they are Jewish or Arab, have come to this kind of narrative where it's either me or you, and that is a lose-lose situation. So now that I'm in this country, and even though I tell people, don't confuse me with the facts, right? I become aware that the institutions that defend us all still from persecution and from these kind of atrocities and violence may be at risk. And as someone who chose to come here and to be a Jew in America, I'm very happy to have found a group of people like you who understand that this is actually essential. And as someone who has been through war and who's been through violence and experienced firsthand what happens when a country that could have gone another way. There were times in Israel or Palestine, and we were really hoping and thinking that, I lived there in the 90s, even before, when there was, a chance of reconciliation. I've been there when we were hopeful. I used to go as a Jew to Ramallah, to nightclubs in Ramallah. I was once in Gaza, by the way, as part of a Buddhist delegation. Even in the 90s, it was very difficult, very poor, but I was there. There are other times, different times in Israel, and I've seen what happens when the more fundamentalist interpretation of the narrative, what happens when that kind of takes over. And I just want to, kind of wish us all here that that will not happen here. And I appreciated very much the comment of one of the speakers from before who said, it's okay to be on the left, it's okay to be on the right, it's okay to be a conservative. It doesn't have to be a conversation between progressives, right? Because then you kind of lose out on all the people who are like in this. You can't just make peace with yourself. You know what I mean? So I also think that this has to be a broad conversation. And hey, I serve a congregation today, about 2,000 people, all in all, more than 550 households. There are Jews there who vote for Trump. There are Jews there, not a lot, by the way, but there are. There are Jews there who voted for Kamala Harris. There are people who are very much on the left, people who are on the right. One of the things that I'm trying to do as a leader is to listen to everybody. I'm trying to see. I don't want to be stuck in a narrow narrative. I was trying not to do that in Israel when I was reaching out to all the other leaders of faith and other people who thought very differently than me on many topics, right? And I really wish for us to be able to do it here too. And again, it was something that I learned that it's possible. I'll give you another small example, and then maybe I see that people are like, it's new and people are eating, is that, see, when I was part of building that coalition in Israel, Palestine, with my Jewish and non-Jewish ally, I disagreed about a lot of things that my partners were believing. For example, I have a relationship with Druze sheikhs who don't see the LGBTQ rights in the same way that I do. They're very traditional. They struggle with that in their society. Right? If I confronted that about them, they may have not become my friends. Right? But I recognize that we had other common interests, which is the building a shared society. Right? I was able to put that aside for the moment and focus on the thing in which we can agree. And then when we became friends and we trusted each other, we also could talk about our differences. So I kind of wish for all of us to be able to do the same. And as someone who walks in many Jewish circles and talks to a lot of Jewish people in this country, who, by the way, some of them do have ties and a sentiment towards Israel, find it very difficult to be in progressive circles because they feel unwelcome. And I tell them that you got to go there because you got to talk to the people. You don't have to agree about everything. You got to listen, right? Just like I came here and I'm trying to listen to everybody who's talking and speaking. That is my blessing and my request for all of us, that we are courageous to be inclusive, to really bring in as many people as we can, people that we agree with, people that we don't, right? And hey, I came to the United States, to the land of the free, and I really hope it remains this way. And if we can all work very hard they're all laughing, oh, he's so naive, right? Yeah, but I think 250 years of democracy in this country, as flawed as it is still a legacy that we can all work with. So thank you for including me in this conversation, and God bless us all.
This was so rich, and I really want to spend a little more time with our three speakers, ask questions and hear questions from the audience. We're going to give a full address of, an hour and a half to our our friends from the last panel. The closing remarks that we have, which we said were going to be like 45 minutes or an hour, we're going to shorten considerably because we just want to stick with this energy, this conversation, and allow for that to play out.
I want them to sit there.
And if Rabbi and Pastor Dorian, if you would sit at this table here, if you wouldn't mind.
And then questions, and Peter can curate them from the chat room.
Well,
a lot to cover.
So I would just invite our three presenters if they want to dialogue with each other a little bit here, maybe nudge each other a little bit, and then we can open it up to the floor. Okay? Thanks.
Oh, goodness. I was just starting to relax about what we're past time, so I won't have to go again. But if we're still trying to do something here, I think I'd like to. I told Raj I'm going to come at you with something, even though you're up there. So this part of it was prearranged. I told him I'd do something, and I think just to get us started rolling here, I'd say I was really struck by this beginning with every religion has some kind of attestation of suffering that in some way, in fundamental way, defines it. And then Raj sort of went to a pretty long riff on Gustavo Gutierrez, the founder of Latin American Liberation Theology. Gustavo was a dear friend of mine for many years and was my teacher. And my first time I ever spoke to him, it took a few weeks because I'm a shy kid in the back of the class. But he one week comes in and says, "I've just spent the weekend reading this American prophet named Walter Rauschenbusch. How come you Americans don't talk about this guy?" And he even kind of teased us, says, "So many of you want to learn all about Gandhi, around the world, who's so set off from you culturally in so many ways, you have no way, you don't even know what you're talking about. But here, you got somebody, you could have been reading." And that emboldened me to approach him after class and said, "Walter Rauschenbusch changed my life in college, so thank you for saying that." But as to your question with regard to this, I think sometimes, what's familiar to us is just right in front of us. And we almost, to be able to even just get beyond all the stuff that's kind of holding us back, holding us down, you need to just break way beyond all of it. And so, yes, your question about why we might not even know about someone this close to us, I think that might have something to do with it. And then Raj went from that run about Gustavo, who to me is the Rauschenbusch of our time, except in a global South context, into a much larger world than that was. And then Raj went to his first to his mentor Derrida, and then to a kind of deconstructionist analysis of various things, which I thought was just wonderful. But I also so I have it's the most obvious question you can ask in this vein, and so he surely gets it all the time. So he undoubtedly has an elevator response to this. But it's what I want to, it is what I want to sort of go for here. Is there anything in a deconstructionist standpoint approach itself that provides a reason for actually caring about suffering people? Is there something in deconstruction itself that actually does help you get to a reconstructive moment? Or do you have to get that from something else? Are you even conscious of, I get all that I can out of deconstruction, but I'm not just tearing apart all the time. There are actually things that help me to say, no, there's a sticking point here, and I've got a wellspring that gets me into that sort of question in a way that maybe deconstruction does not. Although I don't want to prejudice the answer, that's just that's my question. So maybe Raj can respond to that and we can get rolling.
I'm going to keep it brief. First of all, I want to thank Professor Dorian for his kind words and remarks. I didn't know that anecdote about Gutierrez, which is amazing. We invited him to Brandeis and gave him an award, and the students were asking, like, how did you endure this for so long? Criticism from the Latin American governments and then the non-response, let's say, from Western Europe and North America on your work. And he talked about the exchange of love letters. It's between him and the poor. He's talking about the communities that he worked in. Not just the priesthood, but just like, you're just trying to, you miss somebody and you want to exchange words. You need to see them. You need to be with them. As he said, you need to live and learn and pray in anguish with the poor. Professor Dorian, at UTS, you have such a rich history. I was there one time where people were discussing the plight of the homeless and how freezing cold, the proximity of ostentatious wealth during the Christmas parades, and then the burial of the dead, because of the cold winters. And one of the speakers was talking about it. So liberation theology, and my positionality is the group may not know this, Neil, Peter, and Peter, but they do, that I'm an adult convert to Catholicism. So came into the faith much later. I was raised as a Hindu here in the United States before I converted to Catholicism in my late 30s. So baptism, adult baptism, and then first communion, confirmation. So that passage, when I think about the theology and the phenomenology of conversion and transition, especially in speaking to the Christian faith, but you can think about that in other directions, from another faith to another. You have to risk this question of the death of the old self and the birth of the new. And one thing could be, well, do I want to condemn that older self? And I have to struggle with that because I'm literally the only person in my family, community, and anyone I really know in my immediate visceral reality of having gone through such an experience. And I think that's what I meant by that. Deconstruction begins with an attestation also about suffering. Derrida's positionality was Vichy France, as you recall, Professor Dorian, in terms of 20th century context, oppressing the Jews in Algeria, being a global South guy like me or my ancestors. So on the darker scale of color compared to lighter, and then having to go to France, he took shelter with the Arab communities because of the Vichy condemnation of the Jews during the Nazi period, and then decolonization in Algeria. But then he goes to France and he gets it all. Once they figure out he's Sephardic Jewish, he gets the anti-Semitism, and he gets he's darker and gets the racism, and then the conflation with the Arab population. That type of intersectionality, and he himself towards the end, he went to Israel. I think maybe the rabbi might recall this in terms of the conversations. Was always afraid to go to Israel because he just didn't feel like he was knowledgeable enough, immersed enough in his own Jewish kind of ancestry to be able to speak about it. And so he spoke about that precarity also as well in terms of how does he relate to his own ancestry and roots. Your question is, how does this become orthopraxis, like Gutierrez was asking? And so my question would be back to you, for you and your work. Is it the pastoral dimension? Is it public theology? Is it the confluence of academic theologians and the work of everybody else here on the ground trying to do the actual work, putting yourself at risk? This is not a deconstructive point, but I'm very curious within the theological schools, and I'm familiar with some of the members at the Graduate Theological Union in Berkeley. I'm just fascinated. How do you negotiate Gutierrez when he talks about orthopraxis, like living it, even as an academic? Because I know you had the pastoral history before, but how do we engage? 1 foot, as our president is saying, in the street, and 1 foot in the library as academics. And that's how you achieve social justice. You can't just think about it.
All right, well, I'll respond directly, very quickly, and then turn it over to you over the same question. In my case, I was an organizer for 12 years before I was an academic. And in both cases, I was also an organizer for years before I finally joined a church. So I spent years on just this question about, indeed, is there any faith tradition that I could join, that I should join? And so I have to be convinced that a faith tradition, in this case, an Episcopal church tradition, actually, as it turned out to be, actually could be the site whereby I can do the work for justice that I am already sort of committed to. So that what Gustavo talks about is that sort of that first act of sort of commitment of a kind of solidarity to people in their suffering and dispossession. That for me was terribly real. Long before I finally decided, yes, I think I could join a religious congregation, and it helped. It helped in the 1980s. That so much of the solidarity activism I was doing during that period is occurring in churches. It got my attention that this is in fact the place where so much of it was occurring, and so that became a question that finally just answered itself. And then later, I had the same issue about the academy, because I had even more prejudices against the academy being any such thing. But then when the work of activism, solidarity activism of different kinds, seeing how dependent so much of it actually is upon scholars. I mean, so much of our just even building events were built around somebody who's actually an expert in this event, and then you bring them in, and just letting that kind of sink in. That indeed the academy, even though so much of it doesn't seem like it, indeed does have value to the work. I later in my mid-30s, I was convinced enough of it to end up in this life world, though not without some vacillation about it. Go ahead. Yeah.
President Rivera, can I quickly add something to what you said? Before we move away from Walter Rauschenbusch's American Baptist. Anyway, the reason why I was saying the power of the gospel and social gospel movement, we lift up Walter Rauschenbusch as one of the prophets, but I just wanted to see how Walter Rauschenbusch theological shift comes in as a work of his sister, Emma Rauschenbusch, who's actually was working among indigenous people in South India, where they saw this indigenous movement for social liberation as they were converting, embracing Christian faith as a form of liberation from the caste system. And her work is published in 1913, where she talks about social Christianity in the Orient, becomes a foundational work for her brother, Walter Rauschenbusch, who talks about social gospel in the West. So I just wanted to underscore the power of religion in indigenous people's life as form of liberation, with the founding principle of the freedom that every indigenous person is offered to the gospel. So I just wanted to say that and lift up a woman to working as well.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for that wonderful point. I'll say, just to add, Walter Rauschenbusch had 5 daughters. All 5 of them held on to his social justice politics. All 5 of them dropped the church. They saw what he went through in the church, and it was important to him to hang in there with it and be as lonely as he was, and to fight off something as oppressive as it was. But they took from him what was indeed their work. Conferences like this one, their whole lives, very much involved in the work. But as to holding on to the religious part, is like no thanks. And that bothered me for years. When I kind of learned about it, because I'm making decisions for myself about, well, can I attach myself to any religious traditions or not? Because I very much respect the choices that they had made.
Question over here.
Okay, wait. That's okay. I think it's fine. We have people want to talk and ask questions. Okay.
Yes, and I have a question for Rabbi Zupan. So you talked about, being in the gallery. You talked about inside Israel 48. Of course, there is no real boundary. And you also talked about the Declaration of Independence for Israel. and what it says about equality and so forth. So what about the nation state law that was implemented in 2018, which states that the right to exercise national self-determination in Israel is unique to the Jewish people. It established that it was passed, established Jewish settlement as a national value, mandating that the state encourage and promote its establishment and development. It downgraded Arabic. There are also well over 65 laws on the books inside, I'm talking again about Israel. Some people say it's Israel proper, Israel 48. How is that not Jewish supremacy? And therefore, how can there actually be real equality even inside Israel?
Well, okay, so first of all, I kind of feel I need to apologize that there's kind of like two discussions going on just because of the nature of the different presentations that have been given. So we're kind of like jumping between the heights of theology and then to the messy practicality of the Middle East, and I'm kind of mindful to that as well in the room. Two, I will say that I'm not a representative of the Israeli government. I don't speak for them. I actually chose to leave the country, right? I still have many people that I care for and love over there, but I'm not talking from the standpoint of justifying or you know, it's not who I am today. I will say that I think that law is wrong and it should never have been passed. And I know many people, I know that the pain, for example, of the Druze population who serve in the army. And I have many very good Druze friends. Some of my deepest connections were with Druze sheikhs and others. The area where I lived in Israel has many of that. It's minority within minority group because they're not Muslim either. And they're saying, what? We've been serving in the army for so many years, yet that law excludes us. But you know, many of my Muslim friends also felt that it's a terrible law, and guess what? Many of my Jewish friends, me included, on a good day, I try to be a friend of myself, you know, think that it's a horrible law, that is a mistake, and this is exactly the kind of flawed direction that Israel has gone to, more so in recent years, as the more Jewish supremacist narrative became more prevalent. Again, I'm not here as a representative for Israel, and it's also not, you know, even if all of us in the room agreed on what is the best solution, political solution for the Middle East, we'll probably be very rich people by the end of the day, right? I will say that when I heard you speak before, you were questioning the logic of repeating the mantra of the two-state solution. And kind of, and you know, I as someone who kind of became a young adult in the 90s in Israel and was hopeful, I think as many others, that would become a way to go about it. And I'm still not against it in theory. I mean, if the two people were to agree to divide that tiny country into two tinier countries, you know, so be it. But I think that just like you said, we have to open ourselves up to other thoughts where take upon themselves the idea that everybody is equal, right? No solution whatsoever can't be based on either Jewish or Muslim supremacy. None of those are going to work because the other side is going to feel oppressed and discriminated upon. Mm-hmm. Now, right, then that has to be the prevailing theology and ideology, whether you're religious or secular, whatever it is. To me, that should work here in America and should work in Israel or in China or anywhere, right? And then from that, you have to build the kind of trust and communication that allows for the people to sit together, everybody, and say, hey, what do we want to do here, right? And then from that, and by the way, pessimistic saying that might take a while after all this wave of violence. To be completely realistic, after everything that's happened in the past year and a half, I think it's taking us 50 years, unfortunately, backwards. It's very sad. But eventually that's what's going to have to happen, which is why when I lived there, I was trying to act very local, because I said, if we can adopt these models of trust and communication and kind of, you know, share that to other places of the country, then the people together will decide eventually how they want to live, what kind of political solution they want to achieve, but it has to be based upon equality and justice. Otherwise, we'll ever see war.
Question over here, and here, then over here, then we'll keep this.
Thank you, all three of you, Raj, Dr. Marian, Zohar, if I said that right.
You succeeded this.
Thank you so much for the rich wisdom that you all shared. The question I have is how is relevant to how I bring this back to my community as a practitioner, as someone who does ministry. Shelley, I think it was, you highlighted this idea of suffering and victimhood that is felt by the Jewish people. And I think this is, and Raj, you also mentioned the saying that religion was birthed out of a time of suffering to try to understand suffering. So I'm wondering if there are some stories you can share or instances to speak into, to highlight some instances of resistance, perhaps in our traditions. And I don't know if evolution is the right word, but healing from this victimhood. And on the other side of the coin of that is, are there ways that we can connect to our common suffering, to see one another, to see that we're all suffering from this. It's not one community that is actually suffering more than another, and to not be paralyzed or immobilized, and excuse my ableist language with that, but by the guilt, immense guilt and fragility that some of us may be carrying because of our own history tied to the persecution of religious minorities. Similarly, how can we move from a place of guilt and fragility to action that will pave the way towards healing and restorative justice? I know that was like 3 questions, but you're all brilliant people.
Raj, we're deciding that you're to speak first.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Rabbi. I think there are 2 things that strike me when I hear the wonderful remarks by Professor Dorian and Rabbi from Galilee. The prospects, and I don't mean to center conversion as some special, unique place that everybody else should consider, because, for example, many of you may be intergenerationally there are other examples of converts that I think presented today, but conversion is passage and transition that forces you to negotiate the humility about the suffering and respect for others. And is there something that we can glean out of that and make it more concrete? But the example that struck me, before we even get to interfaith coexistence and on respect of religious minorities, the reform that takes place within a single religion, to me, is a remarkable testament as well. And what I think about is the early 2000s, and those of you can educate me, because I remember at the GTU, I would meet young MDiv students who were queer. And it was only at that moment, it was in the mid to late 2000s, where the bodies were negotiating and changing their doctrines and their views to ordain, to accept LGBTQ pastors. So, certainly not in many other religions, but at least in these Protestant formations. And it was just this pivotal moment where things started to change. I mean, of course, some moved much earlier, like the UCC. So the fact that internal reform is possible, that then speaks to inclusion and diversity, and can be accepting inside the structure of that faith about something that has been traditionally considered so beyond acceptability or heresy, et cetera, or sin, that's something we all can learn from. What are the mechanisms of reform when it speaks to that type of openness to diversity? And then how do we bring religions together, in that conversation as well? The other point would be a commitment to, this sounds like the default, but the commitment to universal human rights conventions. And typically that originates from the UN, but how do we have multiple pluralistic faiths and pluralistic democracies where faiths can interact in a way that promotes coexistence?
So maybe 2 points. One is coming from more of a mystical Jewish perspective, and one from a more Talmudic perspective. From the mystical perspective, there's a tradition that the high priest in the holiest of days, Yom Kippurim, would stand at the temple in Jerusalem, and everybody was trying to guess for generations what was the holy name of God that was emitted there. And people were trying to give all sorts of interpretations to that, and then in one place in the book of Zohar, that is like my last name, by the way, although I did not write the book, it's just the same word, which basically means radiance, God's radiance. They say that nobody knows what the high priest was talking about because it was actually silence, right? And that there's actually the deepest, most profound divine word will always be silence, right? So I think that I use those kind of teachings to kind of like say, when you go inside, when you meet the divine, it will never be a Jewish God or a Muslim God or a Hindu God. It will always be, silence. And then, not to say that the other names of God in the tradition of the prayer are irrelevant, but there will always be a human attempt to echo that silence. So when we go deep within our tradition, to who we are, we actually meet a reality where we all connect. So to me, strengthening my own faith and my own religious practice is something that's supposed to kind of help me go within and transcend beyond and above my own, constructs of who I am, and that helps me to meet the others. So that's something that I try to encourage in my congregation in Rochester, New York, as we study our own text. But it's like breath. You go inside, and that strengthens you to go. That's kind of like a mystical perspective. From a more Talmudic perspective, there has been for 2,000 years a Jewish understanding that God's law is in human hands. Right? There's a famous tale in the Talmud of rabbis who were arguing about a certain oven that belonged to a certain guy called Achnai, and they had a legal discussion about that oven. Never mind what it was about. And all the rabbis thought one thing, and one Rabbi Eliezer thought the other. And Rabbi Eliezer said, "I'm right. I know I spoke to God. God told me that I'm right, and if I'm correct, the river will flow backwards," and it did. And a tree will jump from that place to that place, and it did. And the rooms of the hall will tilt inwards, and they did. In other words, God was supported through miracles. The minority opinion of Rabbi Eliezer, and even then, God spoke from the heavens and said, "Rabbi Eliezer, you're correct." And yet the rabbi said, "We're not listening to Rabbi Eliezer, because the majority of us has spoken and voted." And so we have actually, for 2,000 years already, before Reform Judaism was invented and before we were living in modern democracies, right? We have a Jewish tradition that teach us that actually, just to say God told me so doesn't work when you live with others. So I suggest investing in these kind of theologies and these kinds of religious structures that kind of understand that the premise to advance religion in the world is not through a competition of who hears God's more loud and clear, but by human reasoning and understanding.
So we're going to take. We'll take both hands, please. We'll take two more questions, and then we're going to move to our next segment. Go ahead.
I have a question for you, to Rabbi. So I paid attention to education, and I just feel that there's two prongs. One, in the United States, are rabbis in the United States really preaching about peace and reconciliation from the Hebrew? I mean, I think that's, if you preach hate, you're going to get hate. I mean, we see that in mosques and in a lot of religious institutions. You're going to preach love and compassion. That's the kind of congregation you're going to get. So to the U.S. congregations, that's the question. And then the one in Israel, what are they actually preaching? Because the end result is, the superiority of the supremacist ideology, which is very troublesome within the Jewish community in Israel. If you can address that.
So once again, I wish I could speak on behalf of all the rabbis in America and in Israel. I can hardly speak for myself. I think that just as there's, we say one Jew, 5 opinions, right? And just like we see, I think, a division I mean, I've been here since the morning and I've heard that the Christian world is divided in America between different, understanding of what is Christianity and what its relation to nationalism or to the state or to, politics and democracy, etc. So are the Jews. They don't all speak in one voice. There's actually different denominations and different. I try when I preach, when I teach, to always choose the interpretation that that shows to myself and to other that our religious tradition is about humanity, about equality, about love, about reconciliation. As someone again who's been very close to violence in his own life, I can testify nothing good ever comes of war. Right, and I will teach that everywhere, and not necessarily to say that I will always be a pacifist either. Right, I would not necessarily say that either, but that it should be avoided, and we should teach and right. So yes, there are rabbis in this country who teach that. There are rabbis in this country who teach other things. I think that there are many rabbis who feel for the pains of their Jewish community that are real. The pain, the suffering that we're talking about here is real for Palestinians, it's real for Israelis, it's real for Jews in this country who feel very confused about things and don't know where to place themselves, right? And all these, and people are trying to find answers. In Israel, I think that there are, again, it's not as monolithic as you'd think, and I'd be happy to connect with many people in Israel who are teaching very different things when you see on the news, but unfortunately, we know who's in power in Israel. We know what the prevailing politics there is. We know the direction that it's taken. We know that I would say both Israeli and Palestinian people have not succeeded to create, political structures that are, helpful. Okay, and that is exactly what it's exactly what we're trying to address, and yes, it's very, very tragic, and yes, I'm very worried, and yes, I chose to leave there because I said, you know what, this doesn't come together, and because I'm, I have both nationalities, I could make a choice, but maybe many people in that region, they can't make a choice. They have to live there, and that's all our joint responsibility to help them and us kind of move forward.
Okay, one more question.
So I hate being the last in the room, but my name is Talia, and this is not an academic question. I am an immigration attorney by trade, but I took off that hat to join the interfaith solidarity movement. And so this is just a layman's question. When I look at my daughter married a Palestinian, and I have a Palestinian grandkids. So when I look at the videos coming out of there and I see like the majority, and I understand you're very, very lucky that Carrie taking these questions, that most of the people who are dying over there or being killed are children. What does it say in the Torah about this? Because what I hear the narrative coming out on the other side is that we're allowed to kill the enemy and their children. Can you explain that a little bit for me?
Well, so again, I cannot speak for the Israeli government. I cannot speak for anyone there. I'm devastated by this war. I think as many others. Personally, I do not see. It's like stating the obvious, but I feel like because I'm speaking like from a position of someone who's lived there, I have to kind of say the obvious, which is it's horrible things when children die at war. It's a horrible thing. When Palestinian children die at war, it's a horrible thing when Jewish children die at war. It's a horrible thing when anyone dies at war, and I think we're all here in the room because we don't want that to happen. The Torah says, "Thou shalt not kill." The Torah values human life. I think all our religious traditions are very clear that human life are sacred. And I started I don't know, it was a while ago, but I started my presentation by saying the Bible starts with Genesis because the perspective is humanistic. It's not about a particular nation. All the traditions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam also usually were not pacifist traditions. In other words, they do assert, to the best of my knowledge, and Judaism included, that in times of war, people fight and then they die. And I think what we're all struggling with is to kind of say, can there be, what are the limitations of that? Like when you go in the name of self-defense, right? When you go in the name of protecting your own, right? What is considered legitimate and illegitimate in terms of international law? And in fact, I would say that it's not a question of religion. It's a question of practices, right? Of ethics. I mean, they could be religious roots to those questions, and we all have our traditions, and we try to bring truth from those traditions. And that is kind of like the tragedy that we've seen there. Is that it seems like those boundaries that we always thought that existed in the past year and a half have gone way and beyond control, and it's devastating. I wish I had better answers for you, but it's really.
Does it say in the Torah that you can kill the enemy, their children,
Oh yes. So the Bible, right, has, if you read it, it has different parts. It's been written by the way, the Bible, as a Reformed Jew, I would attest that it was not written by God. It was written by people. Okay, and it was written by more than one person. It was written throughout stages, and it took a few hundred or maybe 1,000 years for it to be. And you find in the Bible all sorts, as you find in the rest of the Jewish tradition. And to be honest, and I would be honest, and I'd also humbly ask it from all the other religious leaders. You will see it in the Bible. You will see it in the Quran. You will see that there are verses and there are verses, right? And then our why? Because the Scripture, Holy Scripture, is basically a mirror of human consciousness throughout the generations as they evolved with God. So yes, there are verses in the Torah that say that if there's a war, you are allowed to fight your enemy. There are also other laws in the Torah that put constraints on that. In other words, you can go out to war, but you can't do whatever you want in war. There are limitations. Okay? The way that I see it, is our duty as religious leaders to choose which interpretation of our religion we bring to the table. Speaking of education, what are the verses that we preach and teach? By the way, that we also don't pretend like our Scripture doesn't have the other part, because it also says yes, it does, right? But then it's how we evolve with time is by kind of making sure that we give the right interpretations of Scripture and not the ones that are less productive.
Thank you. Can we please thank all three of our presenters? Transition, but I think we may need a 1 minute stretch break. Right? So please take just a figure. Okay?
Yeah.
Rich.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to staying in touch with you.
All right, absolutely.
I really am. Yeah.
You have my details. Here's my card.
Oh yeah. Give it to me anyway. No. Yeah. But I would love to. I will stay in touch. But I just wanted to thank you.
Oh, absolutely. I'm happy to be part of the conversation.
Yeah.
Try my best.
You did amazing. Plus, it'll be interesting to hear who else, even around the country, as we do this in different parts of the country, in Texas or Florida.
Yeah.
We'll sit down with each of you, right? Just like we have with Raj, and imagine through what's the best way to do this, where we're getting multiplicity of voices. There's the things happening in Chicago. They want us to possibly go to like the Iowa, Texas, absolutely. SMU. So we have a lot of things.
But I can try to connect with people. Again, I haven't lived here for very long. You have some connections, right? But we mostly Jewish Reformed congregations.
Yeah,
I know people in Texas. I try to connect,
and that are not afraid to have this. It's difficult, and it's true. Even I said this to someone that was that even today in a short period of time, from a Muslim perspective, and we have a very more conservative tradition represented. My friend Safa is tradition. We have Muslim voice. My brain's trying to get started.
Well, we're all
not as young as used to be. Muslim money from Muslim pushing for progressive values, which is a different, every critique on this as a practice of how Christian nationalism and Islam are in bed together. Very few people are willing to know. So, but I appreciate your ability to talk and give a space and to do so as an artist. Well, you're an artist. I mean, you brought people together.
I used to have more time to sing with my guitar than anyone else. Thank you very much for absolutely. Thank you for listening.
What do you think? I mean, multiple perspectives being moved around. I would hope that it's such a valuable. We are missing.
Unfortunately, I have seen it. It's terrible.
None is a more conservative.
Yeah,
that's what we may have missing because this whole check is not conservative. There's no Christians on this room.
Time and everything that
You're true.
So I have a testimony.
You know, when you're pretty happy with you, you had a theological background. It was good, but it's still out there.
It's like perspectives. Well, you know, their word is blessed and so down in place, you know,
and this is
not that I can believe in these circumstances, but I recognize
it's best, but already.
And yeah, well, differently, it's a different dimension. What we show,
it's like Shelley also rabbi saying they don't agree. A different Muslim perspective, then I want to say thank you.
Yeah, as long as there's people on earth that are owing us, it's not having in late 1950s, I was handing the seed with each other, mountains and valleys, and so there are really conflict, including in the life. After word and come from all of the university, just insane how great it is. Never learned anything in their life. Now he's going to be out here. Absolute experience. Well, thank you for these words. Yeah. I'm not a professor. I'm not yet. I'm a teacher. Yeah.
In my
all right, well, thank you. Oh, sure, of course. Keep it and please stay in touch. I'll share with you on many fronts. I think I already gave it to you. Yeah, I have. I have one of you. And it's in the industry. So keep in touch and give people voice. So, well, I'm actually help. And I'm out here these days too. So, well, keep in touch.
They stopped their cutting and cooking. They went to my mother. My mom said, never did that. No.
It's muted on Zoom. The image coming to Zoom is still muted.
In Maryland, there are some clergy who I know who are challenging some curricula because they believe that it reflects a Christian nationalist agenda. So my point is, there's no lack of material out there. So we'll be touching on Christian nationalism, but from perhaps a little bit different perspective than what has typically been, how it's typically been approached. But we are first going to focus on the scourge of Hindu nationalism, and there are two colleagues that will address this, and then the piece on Christian nationalism, Hindu nationalism, patriarchy, and immigration, a third colleague will be addressing that. So let me give a quick, brief introduction, recognizing that we will have longer introductions online for you all. The photos also will be sent to you as well. So Riya Chakrabarti is the Policy Director for Hindus for Human Rights. He's focused on understanding on the effects of U.S. foreign policy on communities worldwide. And her examination of political violence in the United States during the wave of 2019 democratic protests has been published by the Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies Journal of Global Affairs. Riya has also worked with the United States Senate and the World Health Organization. So we're grateful for Riya for taking time to be with us. Kavneet Singh is the Chief Resource and Advocacy Officer for American Sikh Council, where he's created several programs. I think this is, again, what Professor Sampath has talked about. There's a term in Christian theology called orthopraxis, so right belief and right practice. So for my Sikh brother, I really appreciate his listing, his biography, really the practices rather than leaving it the belief or the positions. So these are some of the work that he's been involved in. He's creating a bullying prevention initiative that has trained over 8,000 specialists, educate the educators has trained over 250,000 teachers. Sikh Scouting informed and education has educated over 200,000 scouts and recruited hundreds of Sikh youth into scouting. Sikh Genocide educated and trained several thousand professors and teachers about the Sikh Genocide. And this is part of New Jersey State Holocaust and Other Genocide curriculum since 2014. Has supported book publishing for 14 books on Sikh heritage, catering to the American public. And there's even more. So I'm grateful to our colleague, Kavneet, for presenting with us today as well. And then finally, the Reverend Dr. Evangeline Anderson Raj Kumar. Evangeline has been visionary working with us on the Religious Nationalisms Project and how we might continue to integrate the work so that it really stays intersectional. She is a feminist theologian, a pastor in the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, the ELCA. Evangeline has taught gender and feminist theology in 4 theological seminaries for over 30 years globally. Presently, she is pastoring the St. Paul Lutheran Church in Olean, Indiana. And actually, Gary's daughter lives within, I think, an hour of where Evangeline is pastoring a church, a Presbyterian church there. We just found that out together. She's also a visiting professor serving on the Board of Studies of the Department of Advanced Theological Studies at the Sam Higginbotham University in India. So we want to say thank you to all of our presenters today. We're going to hand, and I will hand it first on over to our first presenter, which I believe is Riya. Come on over. Great.
Thank you. Better.
Okay, you sent me the.
Yeah.
Okay. We just make a. Just a second. Second, yeah. I know that she has a slideshow. Yeah, she emailed it to. I think we're good.
Jill, who's left first?
You should throw what we want.
Okay, cool. So, as the slide said, the hopefully 20-minute introduction, very high level overview of internationalism, which is one of the oldest continual and certainly the largest far right movement in the world. Next slide.
Just a second.
Yeah. Good. There you go.
All right.
Okay.
If you could just repeat your intro. Thank you.
So as this presentation, the slide says, this is going to be a very high level overview of Hindu nationalism, which is one of the oldest and definitely the largest fascist movement in the world, and has its roots in India. Next slide. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so Hindu nationalism very broadly basically means the belief that India must be a Hindu nation with minorities who make up about 350 million people in India, so more than the population of the United States, become second-class citizens. I have this quote down here about like Muslims have Pakistan, so we should have India. This is often a common refrain here. And this basically is that because cultural and religious minorities are often persecuted in Pakistan, this is the Hindu, quote unquote, Hindu vengeance. What really we see happen is that in India, Hindu nationalists take strategies like regulating laws around how people can practice, who they can marry, where they can live, from places like Pakistan and other countries to be able to replicate that kind of persecution, and as well in their rhetoric. A note on Hinduism and Hinduism as well. This doesn't just affect the minority communities, it also affects the way Hindus can worship and the ways that they practice. So Hinduism under Hindutva turns into an ethnic identity rather than just like a religious identity. It's geographically specific, very much grounded in North Indian tradition. Theologically specific, it's grounded in the traditions of people who worship Vishnu as their primary god. It's deeply misogynistic, and we'll get into that, and it is also based in the traditions of upper caste Hindus. Next slide. So initially, this started out as a political movement from before Indian independence to create a Hindu state in India. The RSS, the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, which is the umbrella organization of the Hindu nationalist movement, was founded in 1925 after Hindu nationalist leaders went to Italy, took inspiration from the black shirts, and thought about how do you build a youth organization to get people to
get into a movement to build India as a nation. So very much clearly learning from the fascists in Italy, from the brown shirts in Germany, and from the fascist movement in Spain as well. And although it was never really a dominant political force, obviously independence, it was led by the Indian National Congress. It created a lot of fear among minorities that if India gets its independence, eventually a Hindu majority would create a state that persecutes minorities. And unfortunately, those fears are now becoming quite true for a lot of people in India. So after independence, the RSS grows. It's really in the shadows of most of India's history, but it shows a lot of chaos from the sidelines of politics. It has two kind of main offshoots. One is the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, which is a cultural organization, and then the Bharatiya Janata Party was formed in 1980, and that is the political wing of the RSS. Over the years, it's been banned many, many times, including after an RSS member assassinated Gandhi. And even though the BJP existed in 1980, it was a very fringe political party. So, but the RSS and the BJP were still pretty active, and one of the ways that they were active was perpetrating anti-minority violence. In 1984, Congress Party workers and the RSS and the BJP were part of this new wave of violence against Sikhs across India. But the BJP really gains power in the 90s. And again, this rise is again marked by communal violence. This time is there was a pilgrimage across India, anti-Muslim pilgrimage, and each place where the RSS would stop, there were pogroms. And they become a political force. This yatra or this pilgrimage was really to destroy a mosque that was built on the supposed birthplace of Ram in 1992 in Ayodhya. And by the end of this, the BJP or the Hindu nationalist mobs, they destroy the Babri Masjid in Ayodhya. And there are anti-Muslim pogroms in 1992 as well. And this is really the beginning of the BJP as a dominant political force in Indian politics. And in 1998, just 6 years later, the BJP becomes the ruling party for the first time in India. So he was not prime minister at the time in 1998, but one of the most important figures, I think, perhaps the most important figure in the nationalism today is the prime minister himself, Narendra Modi. So as a child, Narendra Modi, like many children, joined RSS. RSS provides after school programs and volunteer programs. It's a great way for parents to get their kids to do something outside of school. And he was one of those kids. And unlike a lot of kids who grow out of this, they leave, they go do other things, Narendra Modi grows up in the RSS. He rises through the ranks, he joins the BJP, and his rise to political power really mirrors the rise of Hindu nationalism to national prominence. By the late 90s, early 2000s, he becomes the chief minister of Gujarat, so basically like the governor of the state. And as chief minister, he oversaw horrific violence across Gujarat in 2002. He basically told police to stand down while Hindu nationalist mobs burned houses, villages, mosques, killed thousands of people. And because of his role in the pogroms, the Bush administration banned him from coming to the US, and the EU and other countries also banned him from coming to countries. And that ban was lifted only because of international law, and he became prime minister. And he became prime minister in 2014. He said he was fighting corruption and going to bring economic development to India. But really, what's happened since then is the absolute decimation of Indian democracy. So, like I said, in India today, there's been a rapid decline in democracy. India is considered partly free by Freedom House, and Indian occupied Kashmir, which basically is under military rule, is considered not free by Freedom House. Journalists face a lot of hurdles to be able to report freely. It is number 159 on the Reporters Without Borders Press Freedom List. And CPJ, I believe, for the last decade has named India as one of the deadliest places to be a journalist. In 2022, before the invasion of Ukraine, India was, I believe, number 3, and this was a year in which Mexican journalists were being killed like every other week. So that is the level of violence that journalists, especially journalists reporting on minority issues, coming from minority communities, face. And then finally, because of all the communal violence, the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum has put India in the top 15 countries for at-risk for mass atrocity event over the last decade. I believe right now it is at number 5 or number 3. So it's been incredibly high for the entire time that Modi has been in office. And as you have heard already, the minority rights, the people who bear the brunt of all this violence and all of this hatred are minorities. Perpetrators of anti-Muslim violence are never held accountable, and there's a lot of anti-Muslim violence that includes lynchings, that includes pogroms, it includes hate speech, including by the Prime Minister himself. There are laws formalize housing discrimination, second-class citizenship. There's societal pressure. You know, if a Muslim wants to move into a Hindu neighborhood, they can't do so without facing objections from their Hindu neighbors. There are laws to criminalize who can marry who and laws that enforce these kinds of laws. This is also not just religious-based, it is also caste-based. People who investigate or report caste-based violence often face violence themselves, and there's again a lot of caste-based violence. And the communities where this violence happens, they often come to protect the perpetrators and then protect information from coming out of those communities as well. And then lastly, there's a lot of anti-Indigenous violence, particularly right now in central India and in Manipur, which is northeast India. This often overlaps with anti-Christian violence. A lot of the ministries that, or a lot of the churches that get attacked or burned are particularly targeted because they are in rural parts of central and northeast India that are serving primarily Indigenous or caste-oppressed communities. And then lastly, all of this is overlaid by patriarchy. So even though most of the people who face violence, who face oppression are going to be from minority communities, if you're a woman in India, internationalism has made it a much harder place to live in. So part of this is that Hindu nationalism appeals specifically to young men by glorifying strong men and toxic masculinity. Hindu nationalism glorifies male gods, erases female gods, and intensifies the masculinity or warlike nature of the gods that it will uplift. On the other hand, as well, there are attempts to control women and to control queer people. The BJP has repeatedly tried to block laws and court cases that would criminalize marital rape. So they have argued against the Supreme Court closing this loophole, and they've also argued against laws to close this loophole. There is this concept of love jihad that like Muslim men are seducing Hindu women and will seduce them and trick them into converting into Islam. That is one part of that is to make Muslim men seem especially evil and heinous. But the other part of that too is to make Hindu, like to tell Hindu women who they can and cannot love. The parallel version of that is when it comes to like intercaste marriages. Again, telling particularly Hindu women who they can and cannot love if that person is outside of their caste.
non-Muslim women in particular, but minority women, caste oppressed women, even women who criticize nationalism often face trolling, misogynistic trolling that includes threats of assault, really like horrible Photoshop, and that is a very gendered aspect of trolling that women face. And then finally, in pogroms and in lynchings across India, gender-based violence is a very key part of how that violence is used to terrorize entire communities. So Hindu nationalism is not, Indian politics in general plays out not just inside India, but also in the diaspora. And Hindu nationalism is widespread in the diaspora. This is partially a function of who is in the diaspora. There are Hindu Americans who are disproportionately upper caste, they're conservative, they're upper middle class, and they have the time to create organizations and institutions in their communities to be able to share that information. Right? If you are poor or middle class, or like working class rather, you don't have time to do this. You have only time to work, and then feed your family, and hopefully survive to tomorrow. So in the way that the RSS is the umbrella organization, you have the Hindu Swayam Sevak Sangh, which is the HSS. It's supposed to be like the RSS American or diaspora version, but it kind of actually functions the way that BHP does in India as a cultural organization. Instead, the Vishwa Hindu Parishad of America, the BHPA, is kind of like the umbrella organization for all the other Hindu nationalist organizations here in the US. So two of the big ones are Hindu Action and Hindu Pact. Hindu Action is basically like a think tank, and then Hindu Pact does Hindu Action is the advocacy organization, and Hindu Pact functions as a think tank. Hindu Action, a nice little note about them is that they are pretty active in elevating conspiracy theories that the Indian government uses to go after critics of the Indian government. So they are basically an actor of transnational repression. We can talk about that in the Q&A a little bit more. Then you have organizations that are not necessarily related to the VHPA, but have a lot of overlap. The biggest of those is the Hindu American Foundation, which is a civil rights Hindu American organization, but basically uses the language of civil rights to try and forward Islamophobia, casteism, other interests of Hindu nationalists in civil rights cases. And then finally you have Hindu American Pact. Again, the name makes it seem like they do political empowerment of Hindu Americans. Again, what they really do is use this pact to forward and uplift candidates and politicians who would support the Hindu nationalist agenda. So what does the Hindu nationalist agenda outside India look like? So first, they cultivate Democrats and Republicans both to support a pro-Modi kind of vision for India, as well as like what they would say quote-unquote pro-Hindu policies. They mobilize along far-right policies in the West, trying to get Hindu Americans to support things like anti-DEI strategies, killing affirmative action, closing down the ability of undocumented people to get documentation. And whenever you call them out, they call it Hinduphobia to silence critics of Hindu nationalism. So, like I said earlier as well, they're active participants in transnational repression and harassment. Many journalists, politicians, activists who criticize the Indian government, we've seen that just this week. The executive director of Hindu American Foundation decided to go after Hindus for human rights this week by saying that she's glad that USAID is being shut down because they give money to groups like Tides Foundation,
who has given HPHR a grant in the past, and they're a dark money group. And it falls in line with things that we have heard from the BGP before about whose human rights is a George Soros agent. So this is how, this is how this works, right? And this is really like internationalism has both what happens in India and then getting the diaspora to clamp down on any criticism of the movement outside of India to be able to make Narendra Modi and the nationalist movement look better. I think that is really, that's the overview for
Amazing. Thank you.
Me.
Good afternoon. Thanks for allowing me to speak, and will appreciate your indulgence. I didn't have enough time to prepare because after many years I've traveled to India, and for a specific task, which was to go and observe what exactly is going on. So I spent 2 weeks, came back late Friday night, and I'm still trying to catch up with my sleep. So just made some points, so please forgive me. I might be a little disjointed, but there's a context to what I'd like to say. So I appreciate that. I'm going to give you, I think, Ria did a fantastic job of giving the overview of the RSS and how it plays into Indian internationalism. I'm going to give you a perspective of what's going on with SIX. Internationalism has come on the American radar only the last 10 years. Before that, it does not exist. There are folks, activists like myself, been working on human rights for over 40 years, and we couldn't make much headway till internationalism, thanks to the current Prime Minister of India, made it happen. But a lot of folks don't understand that internationalism always existed from time immemorial, the time India was formed. The seeds of that were sown right in what is called the Indian Constitution. It might come as a surprise, some of you may not agree, that's your opinion, but I'm part of a Dalit group, the anti-caste group, for a long time, it's 8-10 years now, and it's one of the largest groups, so we have WhatsApp all day long. And 3 times in the last 2 years, I've approached the entire group, half of them are from Tamil Nadu, and the other half from the diaspora. Now, there are at least 25 attorneys, professors, academics from all across Europe. And I've asked them, I said, this simple question, have any one of you actually read the Indian Constitution word for word, not glance, not glimpse, not just flip some pages? I still haven't got an answer. They will not respond. It's the group that they've invited me into for the last 8-9 years. So my point to you is no one's actually read the Indian Constitution. It is the most obtuse, it requires a rocket scientist to understand it. Why? Because it's been made by design. Most folks know that the father of the Indian Constitution is Ambedkar. Absolutely wrong. He never touched the Constitution. It is made by upper caste Brahmins, who actually made one of them, his name is Mr. Rao, R-A-U. The Indian Constitution, for example, Article 19, I'm going to read this verbatim to you. All citizens have the right, A, freedom of speech and expression, 2, assemble peacefully and without arms, C, to form association unions, to move freely throughout the territory of India, to reside and settle in any part of the territory of India, to practice any profession, to carry any occupation, blah, blah. Now, that's the first part. The next part takes away all the rights. Here it is. Nothing in the subclause of clause A, clause B shall affect the operation of an existing law, prevent the state from making any laws enforce such law, impose reasonable restrictions on the exercise of the right conferred by the subclause in the interest of the sovereignty and integrity of India, the security of the state, friendly relations, foreign, blah, 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 all that stuff. So if you do anything, they'll take away all your rights. So no right is given. All rights which are protected here, right here in our great nation, are taken away negatively. At a drop of a hat. This is part of the Indian Constitution. Let me read something else. This is in reference to the Sikhs, which a lot of folks have misunderstood or actually are not informed. Sikhs are technically Hindus in India. Imagine there's a law in America, even though it's Caucasian and Christian, and there's a law saying all Jews and others, Muslims, come under the purview of Christianity. So your marriage certificate as a Jewish person or a Muslim will say the Christian marriage certificate. Would you stand for that? That's precisely what's going on in the Indian Constitution. Here, let me read this. Article 25B, explanation 2. In subclause B of clause 2, the reference to Hindus shall be construed as including a reference to persons professing the Sikh, Jainism, or Buddhist religion, and in reference to the Hindu religious institutions shall be construed accordingly. How nice. So if a Sikh wants to get married, even to today in India, your marriage certificate will say, under the Hindu Marriage Act. That's the most asinine thing you can hear. But that's the law. The Sikhs have been fighting this tooth and nail since 1950, from the day this constitution was formed. That is the bane of the Sikh problem in India, which then, steamrolled into something else. Because when you're frustrated and you're fighting peacefully for your rights, and your rights are taken away so the justice system is so strained, they will not even hear you out. Forget about getting to the court. The Sikhs have actually taken the state from the High Court to the Supreme Court, fighting against this law, and the court will not even hear it. That's the state of affairs. So, if your religious rights have been taken away, not just of our religion, but of all Buddhists and Jains. Jainism is a very pacifist religion. Buddhism is also a very pacifist religion. So, Jainism has been completely today co-opted. You walk into any temple, or I shouldn't say any, I preface that again. Quite a few temples in America would have Hindu idols. They also have Mahavira, the main prophet, the Jains, within their pantheon of gods. And in some cases, we have found Guru Nanak, the first prophet of the Sikhs. They've made idols of him, and they're stuck in the temples now. So it's a co-opting which has been going on for a long time. Just like the Mayan civilization, the Mayans, what they did was they co-opted all the tribals and made it their own. That's exactly what the upper caste Hindus have been doing, and continue to do that by using this law. 5 or 6 years ago, I found out on the net, the HSS headquarters is in New Jersey, where I live, in Randolph. And one of the founders is a guy called Yellow G, like the color yellow, Y-E-L-L-O, Chegan. So I contacted him. He sent several emails, tried calling him, wouldn't pick up the phone. Said, listen, you need to remove all references of this, under the definition of who a Hindu is. It included Sikhs are also Hindus. I said, please, you will not stand for this. Will you please remove the reference? The rest, we don't care what you do. Finally, we have to threaten them with a lawsuit, and that's when they removed it. I'll give you an example of that. The haranguing which happens long distance on academics. I was in touch with Professor Nussbaum and Professor Donegan, some of the most famous professors on Hindu religion, etc., etc. One's at Harvard University, the other at University of Chicago. The head of the HSS, I don't know as of this year, but until a few years ago, was a professor by the name of Ved Nanda, N-A-N-D-A. He's a professor of law in Denver, Colorado. He's must be in his early 80s. He's married to, I think, a Caucasian. And this gentleman was personally blessed by the RSS chief, Mohan Bhagwat, to run the show in America. Both these very refined, articulate academics were trolled by Hindus long distance from India in the thousands against their books. Finally, somebody suggested to them, you need to call Ved Nanda. And this is in writing in one of the books where she mentions. We made one phone call to Ved Nanda and said, could you please take care of this? all the trolling stopped instantly. What does that tell you? That long distance Hinduism is here to stay and is completely entrenched and connected like an octopus from India to here. I'm going to continue on I'm going to jump here for a second, and I want to mention some other facts to you to get an idea. Starting in probably 1981, I'm going to give you the Sikh context. In the 1981, in that time frame, the entire music industry for the Sikhs, which primarily is in Punjab, started becoming vulgar and became more tribal centered. So the landed class, typically there is no caste thing which exists in the Sikh religion, but it is there in practice. So the Jats are the bulk of the majority who are the landed class and the farmers. They're probably 2/3 of the majority of the Sikh population. Their songs of superiority and drinking alcohol and running after girls never existed till 1980. It took us 20, 30 years to figure out that the state had involved police, the heads of police and the state agencies. They were paying thousands to singers to change the dynamic. So young men would completely change their character. And eventually, the last 40 years, violence started, including drugs. In the last 20, 30 years, today, young youth are unemployed. Their level of drug addiction is 75%. Now, what you're going to hear in the news is Pakistan is on the border and Afghanistan supplies drugs into Punjab. Absolutely wrong. All the drugs are supplied by New Delhi into Punjab through pharmacies. The police and the pharmacists are in complete cahoots with each other, and they are filling the bodies of young men with drugs. Now, as far as our Sikh faith goes, we are not allowed to drink or consume any intoxicant, period. You have a state which has a liquor vend in every second village. There are 12,000 villages, there are 6,000 liquor vends. The women are crying, saying, we want this stopped. But the state authorities say we can't do anything, because the central authorities, well, don't want to stop it. Yet in some states in India, there's a ban on liquor, including Gujarat, where Modi comes from. Yet in Punjab, it goes against our faith, and they have full tactic support. This is just one of endless lists of the ways that Hindu nationalism is minimizing a tiny minority, because the Sikhs are the canary in the mine. They've always been the canary in the mine. The Muslims have been, railed against the last 10, 15 years, so everyone's woken up. Because the numbers are 200 million. The Sikhs are only 25 million. A lot of folks have no clue about our faith. Why? Because we don't proselytize. It's not our business to save anyone's soul. That's your business. So when you're not proselytizing, people don't get to know who you are. So we have no clergy. So a layperson like myself has to run around, take time off from work, to do all these things so the world is aware of what the heck is going on with these folks who always mean well. We really don't care about your converting anyone. We are happy campers the way we are. And the issue with the Indian government is very simple. It's an ideological war. The upper caste, the Brahminical structure, has two pillars to it. One are all their old traditions and scriptural traditions. The second pillar, which wink wink they'll not talk about, is the pillar of caste. If a Hindu claims that he does not believe in caste, one pillar falls. You're not a Hindu anymore. So in practice, you have to believe in both to be a full-fledged Hindu. Now, it's about a pyramid system. Minorities is 15%, the upper caste is 15% in India. 85% are the oppressed. They have been controlled in myriad ways. The Sikh ideology is about complete equality. Our scripture says, how can you call women lowly when kings are born from them? There are hundreds of verses about women. So women are not equal to men in our scripture. They are higher than men. Talk about emancipating women. Now, the older faiths, women Semitic faiths, men and women are not completely equal. This is one of those faiths, modern faiths, which has emancipated women over 5 centuries ago. Can you imagine a tiny faith which does not proselyte, is talking about complete equality for the oppressed, and then you have this old religion which is oppressing people. If the table's inverted, what's going to happen? This huge 85%, which is 1 billion people, if they adopt the Sikh faith, the entire power structure will overturn. That's the fear. And so talking about Hindu nationalism, this did not start even in 1940s. Going back in 1932, the wonderful father of the nation called Gandhi, this is what he did. He went on a fast unto death, claiming that I don't want the oppressed, the Dalits, to be separate and leave Hinduism. They were never part of Hinduism. So he went on a fast unto death, and they coerced Ambedkar very cleverly to take this thing, which is called today the Pune Pact. Pune is a city down in Mumbai, and the pact was done in September 17th, if I'm not mistaken, on the date, 1932. What did it say? Dalits are also part of Hinduism, and they'll vote in bloc with this. That's the first time this huge group of the underclass got classed under Hinduism. They were completely separate. They eat meat, they believe in animalistic worship, they've got nothing to do with Hinduism. But they were lumped underneath that. They weren't educated, but Ambedkar led his own sheep to slaughter, unfortunately. So Gandhi has got at least 30 pages of writings which are complete hate, spewing hate against the Sikhs and our prophets. He called our 10th prophet a misguided patriot. So Gandhi is not this little saint which a lot of people think. He's a pretty violent man. Sorry.
Oh, just about 3, 4 minutes.
Thank you.
3.
Thanks. Appreciate it. I've got a lot to say and I'll list of items here, but I don't have enough time to go through it. Unemployment has been created by design by Hindu nationalism in Punjab. Purposely. Why? Because it's an agriculture, it's an agrarian economy, and the only thing people have is either farming or you get into the military. The military, going back in 1947, had 30% Sikh officers and 20% of the enlisted force out of whatever 500,000 people at that time. Today, the military is of over 1.2 million, but the Sikhs have been reduced to 4%. Less than 1% officers and 3%. So if you keep reducing the numbers, they will not have any jobs left. That's why you find Sikhs and others moving out in droves into the diaspora. Yesterday's news, a plane load of illegal immigrants was sent back to India. Guess where they're from? 30 of them are from Punjab, 30 are from the next state, Haryana, and the other 30 are from, guess where? Gujarat. Now, they may have their own problems, but I'm talking about the Sikh perspective here. So, people are leaving in droves because of religious oppression, genocide. Here's a brochure, if you'd like. I've got a bunch of brochures with me. The Sikh genocide. Over 1 million Sikhs killed in a period of 15 years. Why nobody knows about it? Because the internet came into India in 1998. That's when everything stopped. Till then, all the genocide which was committed against the Sikhs was 1984 was a watershed moment when the genocide starting in the city of New Delhi, and it went spread across 100 cities, killing 30,000 people in a space of 4 days. But the real killing continued for the next 15 years on the bloody fields and rural villages of Punjab, where they reported an entire village. No one is allowed. They just pick people up, extrajudicial killing. And you chop the men into pieces, and they had a fantastic brain. They didn't write everything down like the Nazis did. Here you just chop them up, throw them into the rivers, and guess where all the rivers flow? All flow to Pakistan.
Oh.
Everything disappears. So someone like you, who's not aware of this, says, well, show me the proof. Well, I just told you where the proof went. So the deviousness knows no bounds of the Hindu nationalists. This is just what's happening with the Sikhs. And you can't imagine what they can and will do to Muslims, Dalits, and so forth. I was a witness to something just happened 2 weeks ago. And this is something you might have seen on videos earlier too. I was passing by through a village, and I won't name the village because, for their safety. And there was a Dalit, which I found out later, was being beaten, and men were peeing on him. Can you imagine doing that because of some issue? Water can't be, Dalits can't drink water even till today. Why? Because of the caste oppression, not from the same pot. The issues are just mind-boggling. And now you have what is called the Aadhaar card. There is something called, I forget if someone can help me, what the acronym stands for, but there's a card which every Indian is supposed to carry now. It has your biometric information, your eye scan, and everything else that goes with fingerprints, everything. So with a touch of a button, some government official, thanks to Modi, can switch you off, you're done with your banking, everything can be shut off. I was taken into a local municipal office and regarding this particular card, and I saw files of absolute personal information containing all your personal, just thrown on the floors. Anyone can go through your personal information, and it's all being typed into computers while your actual information is lying on the floor. And if you want to buy a card, you've got to pay 1,000 rupees, which is, let me see, $12, and you get a fake card. 5 minutes. Corruption, if there's an award, a Nobel Prize to be given, it should be given to Indians for corruption. Corruption has now become, if you pay someone a bribe, it's called a Gandhi, because Gandhi's picture is on there. So, I will stop right here. I think there's much more to be said. And I do want to touch on one thing before I stop. I put some points here. Long distance nationalism. I was in touch with this young lady. Her name is Miss Wu. Miss Wu had finished her PhD thesis on sappinization of the curriculum in California and how the Hindu nationalists have tried to change. So her thesis got completed in May of 2019. I must have tried her at least 24 times. I finally did speak to her. And she said something very funny. What are you going to do with my PhD? I said, I'm going to read it. What else can I possibly do with it? She's so petrified. She still today, it's been 5 years, will not allow her PhD thesis to leave the university, out of the University of San Francisco. I was writing a book. I needed her thesis to see what she had written on all about what I knew. And she still hasn't shared this with her. The California system, separately, we're working on a textbook where they're going to include South Asians, on Hindus, on Sikhs, whatever. And our council got involved about 5, 6 years ago. I don't know the exact time frame right now. And we were told that this is an ongoing discussion that we're here every week, every 2 weeks for the discussion. And the trick which we didn't understand was you're only given a couple of minutes to speak. So the Hindus are smart. They ended up having 4 groups, all friends. They made 4 different organizations, so they all would 4 times more time. And what we found out in a 200-page report, which I have in my possession, someone like once and I'll be happy to share with you, is they weren't worried about their own stuff. They're worried about the Sikhs. Wherever the word Sikh, they said, please make it into Indian. Wherever it said Indian, make it into South Asian. They're trying to minimize the Sikh legacy in this country. Why? Because from South Asia, the earliest immigrants were the Sikhs. My grandfather came in 1917 to study. A very few, minuscule number of Hindus have come here in the late 1800s. But the actual immigrants who stayed here came much later, 40s, 50s, the bulk of them were Sikhs. So we went through the whole list and we saw they even added on their own saying the Sikhs have a secondary scripture. All kinds of erroneous material was being added by Hindu American Foundation and their colleagues. We had to call them out. I flew down to California, got my senior colleagues, and confronted them. And the only thing they could come up with, including the Hindu American Foundation associates over there, saying, oh, we're all brothers. Well, I said, if brothers are going to do this, then you should allow us brothers to talk about Hinduism and then we'll fix your stuff. Well, there's so much interference in every little thing. It is just unbelievable. So I'll stop here and thank you.
I can say our bodies are tired, fatigue has already set in, and my duty here is only to put what we heard this morning and this afternoon, look at it through the lens of patriarchy. Look at that intersectionality of isms, nationalism, colonialism, casteism, racism, sexism. And if there is one thing common, it is the body. Violence is not abstract, ever. The body is the site of violence. Hatred is not abstract. Hatred, fear are engineered in the laboratory of the body, the power. And that's why today we look at patriarchy as that. You can imagine an octopus. Sorry, octopus. With its tentacles. Tentacles of isms bound together. Each ism needing another for survival. Patriarchy needs casteism. Casteism needs racism, sexism. And when these isms collude, we realize that what we call as religion, spirituality is also not in the abstract. Bodies bear a religion. You bear the religion on your body, in your body. You breathe the religion. And to be a little more specific, you need a female body to define and describe what a religion stands for. If it has to be a married woman, put some sindoor. That's a definition of an ideal woman. And if you lose your husband, sorry, we have the right to erase that sindoor. You have no right as a body to wear flowers, wear, whatever you would like to wear, because we have the right to confer that identity of a widow, and we have the right to strip you of your honor. So this construct of shame, honor, ideal woman, everything is so centered on that power, the ability to control and exercise power over the body and what the body produces as generations, as livelihood, as your labor. So patriarchy would like to take control of that too. It is, this plan, program, project of patriarchy, how it works is this. Invent enemies within your own territory. Divide and rule. Co-opt voices from among your own. Have you seen those props
in different campaigns, political campaigns? Have you seen signs that said, women for, I won't even name? So, I believe that this forum, this body, this initiative will be, you can expect it 100%, will be a threat. Because coming together of bodies that challenge this construct, this collective ideology of isms, especially nationalisms, this body, this gathering will be a threat. From what I heard since this morning, what has emerged as a consistent, not a demand, but a fundamental faith principle is this. Non-negotiable principle is this. We are bearers of God's image. Nobody dare sign off saying you are not made in the image of God. It is not done with the stroke of a pen. DEI cannot be done away with a stroke of a pen. And therefore, we come up with a different DEI today. Dignity, embodied justice, imago Dei, now take another Dei, image of God. You know, I was joking with that Uber person who brought us to this place. I said, how can anyone say there is no DEI? DEI, Dei is God. Without DEI, you die. How do we come together and make that as our moral, as our ethic? I don't even say ethics. Because this basic ethic, if we can be in solidarity with, be engaged in this principle of Dei, we can and dare hope for a change. When I talked about intersectionality of these isms, how they need each other, how they collude at the core, they also depend on, there's a continuum between isms. Christian nationalism needs Zionism, needs Hindutva, and the catch they have is the weapons. The money is their language. They need that language. You don't need weapons to aim at the mountains and the trees. You need to kill. How many can you kill? We'll give you the power, the ammunition, what I call as the M powers, military power, mineral power. Here I will say manpower. I don't want to use inclusive language then. Sorry. For us to imagine that there is that toxic masculinity that is part of the face of patriarchy. And we cannot do away with this patriarchy with the stroke of a pen. Unless and until we come together as bodies, because it is our bodies that are used to, not just as the sites of violence, but they are seen as threats, especially when they come together as people's movements. People's movements are a threat to powers. How can interfaith solidarity become our language? Language for engaged solidarity, embodied justice. And that way, if someone wants to do away with one DEI, we come up with more DEIs. And I really am looking forward to March on Washington on March 8th. We won't wait for anybody else to organize. That will change the way we occupy our own bodies. We all occupy our bodies in a very distinct way at any given time. I occupy my body as a Christian. And I cannot recognize anyone, anything that claims nationalism as the identity and prefixes that with Christian because they don't go together. Misnomers. There's nothing Christian about nationalism. Just in case you want to imagine that you are pleasing God, pleasing Christ by saying that you will win over the souls at the cost of their lives and dignity. This is not what Jesus taught. The last shall be the first. Now, how do we put that together with MAGA? Yeah. And if any claim of zeal for Christianity comes because you want to believe that Jesus is the Lord of Lords, King of Kings, and be, intentionally exclusive, the one that you claim to own, namely Jesus, is one who is inclusive, one who embraces. How can you, in the name of Jesus, exclude when the person and the work of Jesus meant everything for everyone, regardless? And therefore, for us to look at the possibility of realigning our bodies, reaffirm and re-signify our bodies with new meaning, new purpose, new values. I hope will be good. I'll stop here. My ranting. Thank you.
So we have about 35 minutes, and so what I'd really like now is, Evangeline and Ria and Cogni, would you come and sit here?
Here, just come and sit here. And let this pull the bird away a little bit. Sure. I'd just like to say, please ask your questions. If there were questions left over from a previous time, feel free to pose those questions as well, even if it's not specifically directed at these three, although they probably would eloquently be able to answer anything you put on the floor. But let's open it up. So, questions? Go ahead.
March 8th, who's organizing?
March 8th.
Let's get going.
On February 1st, I heard that no more Black History Month. What? Does that give us new momentum or does that silence us? And I believe that if our voice, if our solidarity is such a threat to powers, that's exactly where we start. So gender is, we cannot do away with gender and gender studies from universities because educational institutions are the starting point. You erase their syllabus, you change their minds. That is changing history. That is part of patriarchal projects. And we know that history is not in the textbooks. It's inscribed in our bodies and memories. So for us to ask, whose history are we teaching? Whose history are we learning? So I believe that this is a moment that we grasp for change.
Peter, we had one earlier from online, which probably to Reverend Evangeline. How do you deal with the church body that is half Christian nationalists and half people who are peace lovers in the sense that we are followers of Jesus and its mission is to love one another?
I think this is a reality where people have been taught what kind of Christianity is out there as ideal Christianity. Many of my relatives, the way they imagine their salvation, their faith is continuous with Zionism. Absolutely. And if our understanding of Christianity and Christ does not include people of all faiths, invite, kind of be welcoming, then for me, I believe it is not Christian. But is it my duty to start these conversations with individuals, or do we begin that as a movement? How and where do we be and become that leaven in the yeast in the bread? So, yeah, it's a big task. We just engage.
A lot of questions.
Yeah, no, you're good.
I just feel like my mind is completely blown. And my dad is Cindy, and I don't know how this. So thank you, all three of you, so much. I have a question for Bethany. Did I say that correctly?
Yeah, thank you.
Earlier we talked, someone had said, I think Peter, it was you that said, I don't think there's any religion that has no nationalism. And the first religion I thought, I was like 6, don't kind of
a form. I've never seen any community of Sikh people go and commit violence together. Maybe that's my own weakness. Even my own Sikh dad actually found a home in the Sikh temple in Hong Kong. That was where he felt most welcomed, rather than in the Hindu temple. So my question is there something we can learn from the Sikh community for how to move? Because clearly the community has been persecuted, has experienced oppression, has experienced suffering. But that hasn't evolved to a kind of hatred, unless I've been ignorant and missed a piece of history. But what can we learn from the Sikh community for communities that have experienced suffering and then retaliate by committing the same violence?
I think partly you answered the question very eloquently, but the last 5 centuries, the faith has gone through multiple persecutions, ongoing, from 2 major faiths, but now primarily the Indian government, which happens to be upper caste, and it continues. But to answer your question, part of the answers in our scripture, it's that even if you have been persecuting your enemies, you have to come out ahead through positive change. And when a Sikh meets a Sikh, I'm giving you a very simple analogy, and you ask them, she's a Sikh, and I say, how are you? So in Punjabi, if I say, ki haal, and her answer is not going to be, I'm okay, theek hai, meaning I'm just okay. A good Sikh would say, chardi kala. It means ever uplifting optimism. So the Sikh always lives in ever uplifting optimism, even in the most dire circumstances. So we have very strange words which are used among Sikhs, and unless you are from the agrarian community, even a normal Sikh will not understand. If someone's hungry and they're fighting, let's say, guerrilla war, and they're saying, well, what are you having what did you eat? Yeah, I had gold nuts. What it really means is, I'm starving, but I'm on meager stuff. So even the words which are chosen are uplifting, so that you always live in optimism, but it's hard. And Sikhs have always chosen to take a better path, and they're very easy to forgive. They're people who will, I've seen people who have got murdered, but if the person who's done the crime has asked for forgiveness, they will immediately forgive. I've read, a couple of books, I forget the authors right now, and when the Mughals were fighting the Sikhs, and also, just for an FYI, most of the wars fought by the Sikhs were not with the Mughals. It was with the Hindu Rajas, the upper caste. More than 3/4 of the wars are fought with Hindus, only less than 20% with Mughals. But there's a lot of baiting going on by the government saying, oh, Sikhs are Hindu defenders. No, we are defenders of humankind. We are not defenders of any particular person. And the core value of the Sikh religion is that you will always fight for the oppressed. Doesn't matter who they are, faith or faithless. So this part of forgiveness in the Sikhi, the genetic word would be Sikhi, the Sikh religion, is that you forgive people if they ask for forgiveness. But justice is also at the core. So we are a very super activist faith. You slap us on one cheek, we will come after someone if it's fair. And even the Pope has mentioned this in one of his sayings a long time ago, that if all of the means fail, then you have the right to pick up arms. That does not mean you fight a person who's defenseless. Mughals and even other authors have written, quote, these dogs, they've called the Sikhs dogs, but they will not touch our women and carry any booty. That's the high moral Sikhs have, that you fight a fair fight, but you will not touch certain things are beyond reproach. So I don't want to go into detail. I hope I answered your question.
You did. It's just funny because you're describing Christian tenets, and yet.
Well, there's a lot of commonality.
Yeah.
Okay, and what we're trying to do is find commonality in all faiths, as long as it's coming from from a wholesome perspective, not condescending or patronizing. And I think that's what we're trying to find amongst each other. And the one pet peeve which I see and I really have is this evangelizing which goes on, and that's another ball of wax which is happening in India too. if it's genuine, fine, but when there's money exchange going on to proselyte, that's wrong. And that can create other fissures, but that I'm sidetracking, so.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Online question for Rita. Reverend Dr. Sunny Matthew, since we have the second lady of the U.S. As a Hindu, the wife of J.D. Vance, how will that affect?
You've never heard this question.
How will that affect the Hindu Christian?
In India or here?
Here. Or in general.
Final word.
No, so you have like a lot of Hindu nationalists in this administration. They have Hindu names. It's not just Rishabh Vance, it's Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, and they're Hindu nationalists. And basically what they do is they provide, even though they're anti-DEI, they provide the polite, non-Christian face to kind of paper over legitimize Christian nationalism. And eventually, I mean, we can talk about what it means for Hindu-Christian relations. I mean, what kinds of Christians are we talking about, right? Like if they are white Christian nationalists, not great relationships, but it could strengthen, like, you know, if we have Hindus who are fighting against Hindu nationalism and against Christian nationalism, we have many Christians across races who are fighting against white Christian nationalism, both because they are from the quote unquote wrong kind of Christian communities or they're communities of color. We all build coalition and community together to fight both kinds of nationalism, and the white nationalists and the Hindu nationalists, they come together, and that's kind of the fissure in my mind rather than Christian versus Hindu. But like, you know, having people like Rishabh Vance and Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel, hopefully not Kash Patel, but definitely Rishabh Vance in this administration, it also comes back to harm Hindu Americans, because these are people who are bolstering Christian nationalism, who are providing a polite non-face to state governments that want to put the Ten Commandments up in public classrooms or privilege certain kinds of Christian teachings in public school curricula over writing about other faiths. Yeah, so it's bad for everyone.
And I just want to piggyback on that because you brought up Tulsi Gabbard. Peter was sharing with me last night that during her hearing and in the Senate, one of her supporters was Reverend Franklin Graham, who sat next to her. Now you have to wonder why Reverend Franklin Graham, who is a very outspoken evangelical leader, quite different than his father, I would argue. Similar, but quite different. Is there, who's really an apologist for Christian nationalism, and I don't think he would deny that, is sitting there to encourage along someone who has ties, which I imagine you must know, her ties with Hindu supremacist movements with the regime. So it's curious how these work together, not in policy certainly, with policies that are enacted, that are voted on, policy relationships, the money, which has been brought up, I think, today, it's fascinating to see these connections. They're unexpected, but why am I surprised?
I think the far right everywhere, they learn from each other, right? Like you have CPAC, which literally they bring in all these far right people, right? And now they do CPAC in Hungary and CPAC in Mexico City and CPAC in Brazil.
Yeah.
They'll do CPAC in Delhi at one point, I'm sure.
Yeah. Great
so,
point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, I just wanted to thank all three of you, and I literally was crying when Stephanie, you were speaking, and I realized how ignorant I am of all these religions, and I'm embarrassed. I mean, we should all be learning about all of these. It's so important. With that said, I have a very particular question for you, Rita. I do a lot of work in Montgomery County and Maryland, and there are activists who I work with who are very upset with Luna Miller, our Maryland Lieutenant Governor, and accusing her of being with, Hindu nationalism. And I don't know what to believe. I had a friend who was saying, well, she knew a relative, maybe it was her daughter or something, and it was saying, oh, that can't possibly, that's not true. And so I'm hearing all this conflicting stuff, and with the atmosphere that is going on and social media and so forth, where there's so much of the, you don't know what to believe anymore. I'd be very curious about that and others, and how do you know what to believe and not believe about, any kind of discrimination.
So I represent a C3, so I can't talk about elections per se. But I would say with Aruna Miller, you can look into her filings that she's done on Open Secrets or some of the other the FEC's website, hopefully, depending on what Doge does, right? But you can usually find these public filings about who gets money from who. Right. She, as Aruna Miller as a public figure, has praised Modi, and this is well reported in the Huffington Post, Al Jazeera, reputable news sources have reported on this. I would say, if you want to learn more about what does the Hindu nationalist ecosystem look like, what kind of levers it pulls, who it collaborates with, to go to wearesavera.org. So can you spell that? Yeah, WEARESAVERA.org. And they do all sorts of reports they've done a series of reports on the VHPA, on the Hindu American Foundation, looking at how do these organizations collaborate with the far right, who do they support, and what are the effects of the harms that they're creating. You're part of that coalition, so it's also a little bit of a selfish plug, but excellent research happening there.
Piggyback again on Maria. Scott is you introduce yourself because you're from, yeah.
I'm Scott Weber. I'm also from Montgomery County, Maryland, where we've got a bunch of activists. We've been very much in the heat of with an organization called No Hindutva MD. So we actually have been doing a lot of this tracking. And so much of it is publicly available, as Rhea is saying. The FEC database is there. But what we're finding, and even with our own Montgomery County, it's pluralistic. Runa Miller comes off as a very, very friendly, affable, progressive, pro-woman, pro-everything Democrat, yet meets with ultra-right-wing Hindu nationalists to do enormous amounts of fundraising and retaliation against anyone who speaks out against her. So this is one of the things that even in environments that seem very, very friendly, it's up to us to do our homework, to research what's actually happening, where is it intruding into our societies. We do have websites that are out there, we've tracked it, there is coalition building, but as we've heard, how many stories are unheard? That is our job, and part of putting it into the perspective of our faith traditions. Where does our faith now need to supersede the narrative that's being made and put through in a lot of the prime media? You get hugs from a Biden to Modi, you get hugs from a Donald Trump with a Modi. And so this wonderful relationship, if you really understand what's happening in a subcontinent where the minorities now are 250 million people who are under persecution. But it's not just in India. And that's, I guess, the message you want to have is even in progressive Montgomery County, Maryland, it's right in our midst. So please look.
And Hindutva Maryland includes Jews, Muslims, Christians, Hindus across the board.
It is. It's interfaith. We are part of coalition, and we work with many other organizations. But again, it's research, it's data, it's information. We go to mosques and we talk about how the Muslim the mosques can get involved, because many of them don't know it either. So part of Yeah, I'm a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant male, blonde-haired, blue-eyed German in Bethesda, so what am I doing speaking out against?
Methodist connection.
With the Methodist
Yes.
connection, right? In fact, it is up for all of us to look at it from a pluralistic perspective, so we are not just in our little silos. Our goal now is to be doing it across faiths. So I implore you to stay active, stay involved. We'll spread the word that this I don't say it's just the beginning, but faith communities are a significant opportunity for PR. And I hate to say that, but we've got to talk, we've got to speak out, but be comfortable that your faith says peace, love your neighbor. That is what we're all about. And when that gets corrupted, it creates violence, terror, death. We can't allow that to happen.
Safed, I'll take your question and then we'll have some wrap-up comments. Go ahead.
Sure. The question is very quickly, is there a nice, easy to read document on the Indian Constitution that raises the points that you said in terms of analysis? I'd love to see something like that. We should use the way I'm wording this, the Indian Constitution for Dummies, so that we can understand how it is actually betraying democracy in many ways. That would be something that can be very useful in our toolkit as we help people. And the second point or question that I have with regard to next steps, and I did confess in the Christian religious center. I know it's not about confession. We confess directly to God, but there were some Catholics that were online before others. So I did confess my sin of being a registered Republican. There's all history that talked to me offline. I'm a Republican now. That being said, what about some sort of an engagement? We mentioned specifically Tulsi Gabbard, we mentioned another lady, to be the wife of the vice president, some sort of people to sort of meet with them and talk about issues of the body and patriarchy, etc., and say, we're not here to condemn, we would like to raise these issues with you as fellow women, as fellows in the struggle for women's rights and liberations, etc. We'd love to be able to talk with you about this. And if they don't answer, then issue something public. I think that type of outreach might be worthwhile thinking about as you think about strategies. I'm talking about March 8th and other types of things going forward to sort of say, because the other side's talking to them. And so I think that might maybe address some nerves or mitigate the way they're going to present themselves. So just want to throw that out as an idea as we think about strategies going forward.
Do they want to pick up on that?
I'm gonna, just from the Indian perspective, and the Indian Constitution itself is a great document. I want to selfishly plug, we started a podcast, and basically the idea is to get people from South Asia to share out what's happening, what are the issues that they care about. And our first episode is actually about India and the human rights situation, looking at it through the lens of the Constitution with the former head of Amnesty India. So that's a
What's the name of the podcast?
oh, it's called Going South. Thank you. Going South.
Yeah. So I might be the odd person out. So like I'm just reiterating what I said earlier. Personally, I have a different opinion. The Indian Constitution needs major work. Okay, it's not what it's made out to be. You have to read it to understand. It is terrible. There's a lot of nonsense in there, and sorry for being blunt. So the little book that you asked me about, I'm getting Richard's on Amazon. You're welcome to read that. There's more. I can tell you more information later. And in reference to the other comments, I think the articulate ladies here get all the answer how to deal with misfits.
At the end of it all, I'm a person of hope. Because I believe in the resurrection of the crucified peoples. I believe in coming together of people's movements. And that for me is a strong sign of hope. And the way to keep our hope alive is to have those very core non-negotiable principles. List them out. If you belong to this religion,
which we would like to be a nationalism point at the core, dignity of all, unconditional, embodied justice, not speaking about justice in the air as an abstract, but everybody experiencing and living out justice. Image of God. You and I have no right to define who God is. Let God be God.
Just the last comment on the Indian Constitution. The Indian Constitution, the way it is, because of the way it's written, there's a little news blurb in one of the major newspapers written by a law student just last week while I was in India. There are 6 million cases pending in the High Court. The average case takes 15 years at a minimum. Some go longer. And there are only less than 600 High Court judges. And it's very patriarchal. A lot of the judges are uncles and cousins. That's how they are. Father, son, uncle, cousin, all involved. And even the Supreme Court, the same thing. In the states, it's the same. So it's a whole clubby mentality of upper caste folks who keep it within themselves. And the last thing before I end, when you read the Indian Constitution, it's very clear. It's not for the people, by the people. It's by the state, for the powers to be. That's how it's written. So you can interpret it the way you want to control the people. That's, in a nutshell, what the entire Indian Constitution is about. If you think that's democracy, God save us. Okay. Thank you.
Can I say one word? Yeah. I know we are studying religious nationalism, so some kind of sense is like, why too much attention to Hindu nationalism? Why not that we compare to others as we say, like not just one-on-one care? I mean, other presentation we talked about any religion can be nationalism. But I think my understanding is, I may be wrong, correct me, but one of the greatest example is Hindu nationalism that we can learn. Very, very sophisticated ideology, well organized, thoroughly infiltrating into the global economics, global politics, and it is thoroughly embraced by for 1 billion people. Not just we're talking about people living in India, but elsewhere, who are knowingly, unknowingly are subscribing to this in a disguise of protecting their cultural, ethnic, religion, and so the whole system functions under the headquarters of RSS, and we have kind of showed a little bit about different organizations. There is a wonderful chart that's out there from one of our doctoral students that I also kind of initially drafted that in my own doctoral program. Every organization that is functioning in India has a parallel organization that is registered in every country, especially in the United States. We have political wing, you have BJP, we have friends of BJP. You have RSS, which kind of handles the think tank of it, BJP is a political wing. Every social wing, you have women empowerment wing, you have all these. I mean, you cannot criticize this organization because they're such a cleverly, they are coming together and they're also independent. So you want they own and disown at the same time. They are under one family, but if you want to criticize one and ban that organization, it doesn't impact the mother organization at all because they're so loosely internally connected but loosely affiliated on the outside. So very structurally organized network. So to address the religious nationalism project, I think we would learn quite a lot as we draw from this place, just to kind of focus some attention as a case study on international criminal how it's manifesting within the country and a lot more elsewhere. That would help our study and our take home much more educational and beneficial because it's one of the strongest successful ideology that is flying over at this underground.
All right, well, thank you. So I'm going to take my last 5 minutes here, so we have to be out right at 5, to say a couple of things about next steps. Okay? If you want to continue this conversation, and this is just a taste of what this conversation looks like, please think about sponsoring something in your own parish, your own setting. We're glad to come to you either by Zoom or in person to have these conversations. Our plan is to hold these kinds of conversations in many different parts of the country. And so we're really open to those invitations. The second thing I would say is that try to think inclusively about legislation that really has a religious nationalist root. For instance, all of the executive orders on immigration are rooted in an idea of replacement theory, which comes to us from Christian nationalism, although it also has some roots in Hindu nationalism as well, to try to basically eliminate immigrants or people of color who might in some way unseat the patriarchy or the minorities. Sexual minorities as a power base. Okay? Be aware of resolutions that come from the International Commission on the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom, which designates particular countries as countries of particular concern. For the last 5 years, that commission has recommended that India be placed on that list. And it always gets vetoed when it gets to the president's desk. And it doesn't matter whether it's a Democrat or a Republican. You know, stuff that looks anti-LGBTQI has deep religious nationalist roots. You know, I love the DEI twists that you offered. Thank you, Evangeline, that we are all created in the image of God. We are going to try to do podcasts and news articles and be in conversation with you. This is kind of a launch of a 4-year project on our part up through the 2028 presidential election. There's a lot of things we could have talked about today, which we did not, but we are trying to create a space where we acknowledge that there are significant differences and pressures that people are under. Every single person in this room has some certain political pressure that you're under to say or not say certain things. And what we want to do is create a space where you are not othered or talking about this stuff in an open kind of way. So if we can offer that kind of a space, that's what we're going to do. But I would also say that in your local houses of worship, do everything you can to create spaces for relationship building and careful listening that doesn't just sort of filter through the latest,
glib book that came out on whatever. You might have heard today, Rabbi or Zohar, I can tell you that for 95% of the discourse on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, you so rarely hear what you are. We just demonize and we can't hear each other. So I want to thank each and every one of you for coming out today and be with us. We have you all your information. This will be publicly available on YouTube. I will edit out a few bits out of this. Feel free to show this in study sessions and, any other places. And let's stay in touch.
We're at time.
We're at time.
Friends,
I'm sorry. I promise, this is what we call door knobbing in therapist terms, but this wonderful gentleman over here, I promised him I would answer a question. Are you?
That's okay.
Are you sure? Okay. Let's just say that it's about dispensationalism and Mr. Hagee and the question of whether that is really, what is that in the Christian dialect of conversation? And I would just, to be quite simplistic, dispensationalists or Christian Zionists, Mr. Hagee, have an agenda to try to gather all of the Jews into Israel, and then at the second coming, wish that they are destroyed unless they convert to Jesus Christ. And that is so completely antithetical to anything that we believe as Christians, but it gets fused with a militaristic colonial agenda, which is so often exactly what happens with so many religions, particularly Christianity.
And it exists in not only Protestant Christianity, but also in Catholic. So it's not just sort of a televangelist, it's there, and there's rationale for that. I want to do a quick shout out because Peter is an independent journalist. He can tell you everywhere he's been published, everywhere from Newsweek to, you tell them, but a podcast, that's what I'm hoping that you could just say a word about.
I, in collaboration with the Religious Nationalism Project, we are looking for people that would like to come on a podcast. There's individuals or a couple of people at a time and discuss their perspectives on this issue. So here just that.
Okay, and the final, this is my shout out with the legislative piece is, it's really important. There is a congressional working group on religious freedom that tends to avoid specific countries, and it doesn't include U.S. public policy, which is fascinating. If you have an interest in tracking the legislative policy, Congress, state, let's keep talking. We really need to do this together, organizations, individuals, and then we can lift it up to the public and we can lift it up to the press. I think the press is going to be even more interested right now. If there's any information, the chats, the questions in the chats, comments in the chats, we'll make sure that those are transcribed. It's also becomes part of this, part of the record. And I think you all know how to get in touch with us, so please feel free to reach out if you have any questions, concerns, comments. But we are deeply grateful to each one of you for taking the day to be with all of us. It was a great gift personally. This is a building I worked in for 24 years, so thank you for making this your home for the day. Thank you.